fight so that I can defend the helpless. And that's what I'm going to do. Never will I be neutral. Never will I be indifferent. Never.
She didn't know what warned her, whether it was the sudden silence which fell over the forest like a cold shadow, or a movement caught out of the corner of her eye. But she reacted in a flash, instinctively, with a reaction she had learnt in the woods of Transriver, when, escaping from Sintra, she had raced against death. She fell to the ground, crawled under a juniper bush, and froze, motionless.
Just let the horse not neigh, she thought.
On the other side of the ravine, something moved again. She saw a silhouette show faintly, hazily amidst the leaves. An elf peered cautiously from the thicket. Having thrown the hood from his head, he looked around for a moment, pricked up his ears, and then noiselessly and swiftly moved along the ridge. After him, 2 more leaned out, and then others moved, many of them in single file. About half were on horseback. These rode slowly, straight in their saddles, focused and alert. For a moment, she saw them all clearly and precisely as, in utter silence, they flowed across a bright breach in the wall of trees, framed against the background of the sky, before they disappeared, dissolved in the shimmering shadows of the wild forest. They vanished without a rustle or a sound, like ghosts. No horse tapped its hoof or snorted. No branch cracked under foot or hoof. The weapons slung across them did not clang. They disappeared, but Ciri did not move. She lay flat on the ground under the juniper bush, trying to breathe as quietly as possible. She knew that a frightened bird or animal could give her away, and a bird or animal could be frightened by any sound or movement, even the slightest, the most careful. She got up only when the woods had grown perfectly calm, and the magpies chattered again among the trees where the elves had disappeared. She rose, only to find herself in a strong grip. A black leather glove fell across her mouth, muffled the scream of fear. "Be quiet."
"Geralt."
"Quiet," I said.
"You saw them?"
"I did."
"It's them," she whispered. "The Scoia'tael, isn't it?"
"Yes. Quick, back to the horses. Watch your feet."
They rose carefully and silently down the slope, without returning to the trail. They remained in the thicket. Geralt looked around, alert. He did not allow her to ride independently. He did not give her the chestnut's reins. He led the horse himself.
"Ciri," he said suddenly, "not a word about what we saw. Not to Yarpen, not to Venk, not to anybody. Understand?"
"No." She grunted, lowering her head. "I don't understand. Why shouldn't I say anything? They have to be warned. Whose side are we on, Geralt? Whose side are we against? Who's our friend and who's our enemy?"
"We'll part with the convoy tomorrow," he said after a moment's silence. "Triss is almost recovered. We'll say goodbye and go our own way. We have problems of our own worries and our own difficulties. Then, I hope, you'll finally stop dividing the inhabitants of this world into friends and enemies."
"We're to be neutral, indifferent, is that right? And if they attack—"
"They won't. And if— listen to me." He turned to her. "Why do you think that such a vital load of gold and silver, King Henselt's secret aid for Aedirn, is being escorted by dwarves and not humans? I saw an elf watching us from a tree yesterday. I heard them pass by our camp during the night. The Scoia'tael will not attack the dwarves, Ciri."
"But they're here," she muttered. "They are. They're moving around, surrounding us."
"I know why they're here. I'll show you."
He turned the horse abruptly and threw the reins to her. She kicked the chestnut with her heels and moved away faster, but he motioned for her to stay behind him. They cut across the trail and re-entered the wild forest. The Witcher led, Ciri following in his tracks. Neither said anything, not for a long time.
"Look."
Geralt held back his horse.
"Look, Ciri."
"What is it?" she sighed.
"Shearoweth."
In front of them, as far as the woods allowed them to see, rose smoothly hewn blocks of granite and marble with blunt corners, worn away by the winds, decorated with patterns long leached out by the rains, cracked and shattered by frost, split by tree roots. Amongst the trunks, broken columns flashed white, arcades, the remains of ornamental friezes entwined with ivy and wrapped in a thick layer of green moss.
This was a castle.
A palace. The elves didn't build castles. Dismount. The horses won't manage in the rubble.
Who destroyed it all? Humans?
No, they did, before they left.
Why?
They knew they wouldn't be coming back. It happened following their second clash with the humans more than 200 years ago. Before that, they used to leave towns untouched when they retreated. Humans used to build on the foundations left by the elves. That's how Novigrad, Oxenfurt, Vicima, Tretogor, Maribor and Sidaris were built. And Sintra.
Sintra?
He confirmed it with a nod of the head, not taking his eyes off the ruins.
They left,
whispered Ciri.
But now they're coming back. Why?
To have a look.
At what?
Without a word, he laid his hand on her shoulder and pushed her gently before him. They jumped down the marble stairs, climbing down, holding on to the springy hazel, clusters of which had burst through every gap, every crevice in the moss-covered cracked plates. This was the centre of the palace, its heart, a fountain.
Here?
She asked, surprised, gazing at the dense thicket of alders and white birch trunks amongst the misshapen blocks and slabs.
Here? But there's nothing there.
Come. The stream feeding the fountain must have changed its course many times, patiently and constantly washing the marble blocks and alabaster plates which had sunk or fallen to form dams, once again changing the course of the current. As a result, the whole area was divided up by shallow gullies. Here and there, the water cascaded over the remains of the building, washing it clean of leaves, sand, and litter. In these places, the marble, terracotta, and mosaics were still as vibrant with colour, as fresh as if they had been lying there for 3 days, not 2 centuries. Geralt leapt across the stream and went in amongst what remained of the columns. Ciri followed. They jumped off the ruined stairs and, lowering their heads, walked beneath the untouched arch of the arcade, half buried beneath a mound of earth. The Witcher stopped and indicated with his hand. Ciri sighed loudly. From rubble, colourful with smashed terracotta, grew an enormous rosebush covered with beautiful white-lilied flowers. Drops of dew as bright as silver glistened on the petals. The bush wove its shoots around a large slab of white stone, and from it a sad, pretty face looked out at them. The downpours and snows had not yet managed to blur or wash away its delicate and noble features. It was a face which the chisels of plunderers digging out golden ornaments, mosaics, and precious stones from the relief sculpture had not managed to disfigure. "Eoliren," said Geralt after a long silence.
"She's beautiful,"
whispered Ciri, grabbing him by the hand. The Witcher didn't seem to notice. He stared at the sculpture and was far away in a different world and time. "Eoliren," he repeated after a while, "known as Elirena by dwarves and humans. She led them into battle 200 years ago. The elders of the elves were against it. They knew they had no chance, that they would not be able to pick themselves up after the defeat. They wanted to save their people, wanted to survive. They decided to destroy their towns and retreat to the inaccessible, wild mountains, and to wait. Elves live a long time, Ciri. By our time scale, they are almost eternal. They thought humans were something that would pass, like a drought, like a heavy winter or a plague of locust, after which comes rain, spring, a new harvest. They wanted to sit it out, survive. They decided to destroy their towns and palaces, amongst them their pride, the beautiful Sheerwedd. They wanted to weather out the storm, but Elirena stirred up the young. They took up arms and followed her into their last desperate battle. And they were massacred, mercilessly massacred. Ciri did not say anything, staring at the beautiful, still face. They died with her name on their lips, the Witcher continued quietly, repeating her challenge, her cry. They died for Sheerwedd, because Sheerwedd was a symbol. They died for this stone and marble, and for Eliren,
Just as she promised them, they died with dignity, heroically and honourably. They saved their honour. But they brought nothing but ruin as a result, condemned their own race to annihilation. Their own people. You remember what Yarpen told you? Those who rule the world and those who die out. He explained it to you coarsely, but truly. Elves live for a long time, but only their youngsters are fertile. Only the young can have offspring. And practically all the elven youngsters had followed Elirena. They followed Eiliren, the white rose of Shereweth. We are standing in the ruins of her palace, by the fountain whose waters she listened to in the evenings. And these were her flowers. Ciri was silent. Geralt drew her to himself, put his arm around her. Do you know now why the Scoia'tael were here? Do you see what they wanted to look at? And do you understand why the elven and dwarven young must not be allowed to be massacred once again? Do you understand why neither you nor I are permitted to have a hand in this massacre? These roses flower all year round. They ought to have grown wild by now, but they are more beautiful than any rose in a tended garden. Elves continue to come to Shereweth, Ciri. A variety of elves. The impetuous and the foolish ones for whom the cracked stone is a symbol, as well as the sensible ones for whom these immortal, forever reborn flowers are a symbol. Elves who understand that if this bush is torn from the ground and the earth burned out, the roses of Shereweth will never flower again. Do you understand? She nodded. Do you understand what this neutrality is, which stirs you so? To be neutral does not mean to be indifferent or insensitive. You don't have to kill your feelings. It's enough to kill hatred within yourself. Do you understand?
Yes, she whispered. I understand. Geralt, I'd like to take one. One of these roses, to remind me. May I?
Do, he said after some hesitation. Do, in order to remember. Let's go now. Let's return to the convoy. Ciri pinned the rose under the lacing of her jerkin. Suddenly, she cried out quietly, lifted her hand. A trickle of blood ran from her finger down her palm. Did you prick yourself?
Yarpen,
whispered the girl, looking at the blood filling her lifeline.
Veng. Polly.
What?
Triss!
She shouted, with a piercing voice which was not hers, shuddered fiercely, and wiped her face with her arm.
Quick, Geralt! We've got to help! To the horses, Geralt!
Ciri, what's happening?
They're dying!
She galloped with her ear almost touching the horse's neck, and spurred her mount on, kicking with her heels and shouting. The sand of the forest path flew beneath the hooves. She heard screaming in the distance, and smelt smoke. Coming straight at them, blocking the path, raced 2 horses, dragging a harness, reins, and a broken shaft behind them. Ciri did not hold her chestnut back, and shot past them at full speed, flakes of froth skimming across her face. Behind her she heard Roach neigh, and Geralt's curses as he was forced to a halt. She tore around a bend in the path into a large glade. The convoy was in flames. From thickets, flaming arrows flew towards the wagons like firebirds, perforating the canvas and digging into the boards. The Scoia'tael attacked with war cries and yells. Ciri, ignoring Geralt's shouts from behind her, directed her horse straight at the first 2 wagons brought to the fore. One was lying on its side, and Yarpen Zigrin, axe in one hand, crossbow in the other, stood next to it. At his feet, motionless, with her blue dress hitched halfway up her thighs, lay
Triss!
Ciri straightened in the saddle, thumping her horse with her heels. The Scoia'tael turned towards her, and arrows whistled past the girl's ears. She shook her head without slowing her gallop. She heard Geralt shout, ordering her to flee into the woods. She did not intend to obey. She leaned down and bolted straight towards the archers shooting at her. Suddenly, She smelt the overpowering scent of the white rose pinned to her jerkin.
Triss!
The elves leapt out of the way of the speeding horses. Ciri caught one lightly with her stirrup. She heard a sharp buzz. Her steed struggled, whinnied, and threw itself to the side. Ciri saw an arrow dug deep, just below the withers, right by her thigh. She tore her feet from the stirrups, jumped up, squatted in the saddle, bounced off strongly, and leapt. She fell softly on the body of the overturned wagon, used her hands to balance herself, and jumped again, landing with bent knees next to Yarpin, who was roaring and brandishing his axe. Next to them, on the second wagon, Pauli Dahlberg was fighting while Regan, leaning back and bracing his legs against the board, was struggling to hold on to the harnessed horses. They neighed wildly, stamped their hooves, and yanked at the shaft in fear of the fire devouring the canvas. She rushed to Triss, who lay amongst the scattered barrels and chests, grabbed her by her clothes, and started to drag her towards the overturned wagon. The enchantress moaned, holding her head just above the ear. Right by Ciri's side, hooves suddenly clattered and horses snorted. 2 elves, brandishing their swords, were pressing the madly fighting Yarpin hard. The dwarf spun like a top and agilely deflected the blows directed against him with his axe. Ciri heard curses, grunts, and the whining clang of metal. Another span of horses detached itself from the flaming convoy and rushed towards them, dragging smoke and flames behind it and scattering burning rags. The wagon man hung inertly from the box, and Yannick Brass stood next to him, barely keeping his balance. With one hand he wielded the reins, with the other he was cutting himself away from 2 elves galloping one at each side of the wagon. A third scoia'tael, keeping up with the harnessed horses, was shooting arrow after arrow into their sides. "Jump!" yelled Yarpin, shouting over the noise. "Jump, Yannick!" Ciri saw Geralt catch up with the speeding wagon, and with a short, spare slash of his sword, swipe one of the elves from his saddle, while Venk, riding up on the opposite side, hewed at the other, the elf shooting the horses. Yannick threw the reins down and jumped off, straight under the third scoia'tael's horse. The elf stood in his stirrups and slashed at him with his sword. The dwarf fell. At that moment, the flaming wagon crashed into those still fighting, parting and scattering them. Ciri barely managed to pull Triss out from beneath the crazed horse's hooves at the last moment. The swingle tree tore away with a crack. The wagon leapt into the air, lost a wheel and overturned, scattering its load and smouldering boards everywhere. Ciri dragged the enchantress under Yarpin's overturned wagon. Pauli Dahlberg, who suddenly found himself next to her, helped, while Geralt covered them both, shoving Roach between them and the charging scoia'tael. All around the wagon, battle seethed. Ciri heard shouting, blades clashing, horses snorting, hooves clattering. Yarpin, Venk, and Geralt, surrounded on all sides by the elves, fought like raging demons. The fighters were suddenly parted by Regan's span as he struggled in the coachman's box with a halfling wearing a lynx fur hat. The halfling was sitting on Regan, trying to jab him with a long knife. Yarpin deftly leapt onto the wagon, caught the halfling by the neck and kicked him overboard. Regan gave a piercing yell, grabbed the reins and lashed the horses. The span jerked, the wagon rolled and gathered speed in a flash. "Circle, Regan!" roared Yarpin. "Circle! Go round!" The wagon turned and descended on the elves again, parting them. One of them sprung up, grabbed the right lead horse by the halter, but couldn't stop him. The impetus threw him under the hooves and wheels. Ciri heard an excruciating scream. Another elf, galloping next to them, gave a backhanded swipe with his sword. Yarpin ducked. The blade rang against the hoop supporting the canvas, and the momentum carried the elf forward. The dwarf hunched abruptly and vigorously swung his arm. The scoia'tael yelled, stiffened in the saddle, and tumbled to the ground. A martel protruded between his shoulder blades. "Come on then, you horsens!" Yarpin roared, whirling his axe. "Who else? Chase a circle, Regan! Go round!" Regan, tossing his bloodied mane of hair, hunched in the box amidst the whizzing of arrows, howled like the damned, and mercilessly lashed the horses on. The span dashed in a tight circle, creating a moving barricade belching flames and smoke around the overturned wagon beneath which Ciri had dragged the semi-conscious, battered magician. Not far from them danced Venk's horse, a mouse-coloured stallion. Venk was hunched over. Ciri saw the white feathers of an arrow sticking out of his side. Despite the wound, he was skillfully hacking his way past 2 elves on foot, attacking him from both sides. As Ciri watched, another arrow struck him in the back. The commissar collapsed forward onto his horse's neck, but remained in the saddle. Pauli Dahlberg rushed to his aid. Ciri was left alone. She reached for her sword. The blade, which throughout her training had leapt out from her back in a flash, would not let itself be drawn for anything. It resisted her, stuck in its scabbard as if glued in tar. Amongst the whirl, seething around her, amongst moves so swift that they blurred in front of her eyes, her sword seemed strangely, unnaturally slow. It seemed ages would pass before it could be fully drawn. The ground trembled and shook. Ciri suddenly realized that it was not the ground. It was her knees. Pauli Dahlberg, keeping the elf charging at him at bay with his axe, dragged the wounded Venk along the ground. Roach flitted past, beside the wagon, and Geralt threw himself at the elf. He had lost his headband, and his hair streamed out behind him with his speed. Swords clashed. Another Scoia'tael, on foot, leapt out from behind the wagon. Pauli abandoned Venk, pulled himself upright, and brandished his axe, then froze. In front of him stood a dwarf wearing a hat adorned with a squirrel's tail, his black beard braided into two plaits. Pauli hesitated. The Blackbeard did not hesitate for a second. He struck with both arms. The blade of the axe whirred and fell, slicing into the collarbone with a hideous crunch. Pauli fell instantly, without a moan. It looked as if the force of the blow had broken both his knees. Ciri screamed. Yarpen Zigrin leapt from the wagon. The black-bearded dwarf spun and cut. Yarpen avoided the blow with an agile half-turn dodge, grunted and struck ferociously, chopping into Blackbeard, throat, jaw, and face right up to the nose. The Scoia'tael bent back and collapsed, bleeding, pounding his hands against the ground and tearing at the earth with his heels. "Geralt!" screamed Ciri, feeling something move behind her, sensing death behind her. There was only a hazy shape, caught in a turn, a move and a flash, but the girl, like lightning, reacted with a diagonal parry and feint taught her in Kaer Morhen. She caught the blow, but had not been standing firmly enough, had been leaning too far to the side to receive the full force. The strength of the strike threw her against the body of the wagon. Her sword slipped from her hand. The beautiful, long-legged elf, wearing high boots standing in front of her, grimaced fiercely, and tossing her hair free of her lowered hood, raised her sword. The sword flashed blindingly. The bracelets on the squirrel's wrists glittered. Ciri was in no state to move. But the sword did not fall, did not strike, because the elf was not looking at Ciri, but at the white rose pinned to her jerkin. "Eiliren!" shouted the squirrel loudly, as if wanting to shatter her hesitation with the cry. But she was too late. Geralt, shoving Ciri away, slashed her broadly across the chest with his sword. Blood spurted over the girl's face and clothes. Red drops spattered on the white petals of the rose. "Eiliren!" moaned the elf shrilly, collapsing to her knees. Before she fell on her face, she managed to shout one more time, loudly, lengthily, despairingly. "Share away!" Reality returned just as suddenly as it had disappeared. Through the monotonous, dull hum which filled her ears, Ciri began to hear voices. Through the flickering, wet curtain of tears, she began to see the living and the dead. "Ciri," whispered Geralt, who was kneeling next to her. "Wake up." "A battle," she moaned, sitting up. "Geralt, what—" "It's all over, thanks to the troop from Ban Gleon which came to our aid." "You weren't—" she whispered, closing her eyes. "You weren't neutral." "No, I wasn't. But you're alive. Triss is alive." "How is she?" "She hit her head falling out of the wagon when Yarpen tried to rescue it, but she's fine now, treating the wounded." Ciri cast her eyes around. Amidst the smoke from the last wagons burning out, silhouettes of armed men flickered, and all around lay chests and barrels. Some were shattered, and the contents scattered. They had contained ordinary grey field stones. She stared at them, astounded. "Eid for Demavan from Edian?" Yarpen Zigrin, standing nearby, ground his teeth. "Secret and exceptionally important aid. A convoy of special significance."
It was a trap.
The dwarf turned, looked at her, at Geralt. Then he looked back at the stones pouring from the barrels and spat. Yes, he confirmed. A trap.
For the squirrels?
No. The dead were arranged in a neat row. They lay next to each other, not divided. Elves, humans, and dwarves. Yannick Brass was amongst them. The dark-haired elf in the high boots was there, and the dwarf with his black, plaited beard, glistening with dried blood. And next to them...
Poorly,
sobbed Regan Dahlberg, holding his brother's head on his knees.
Poorly, why?
No one said anything. No one, even those who knew why. Regan turned his contorted face, wet with tears, towards them.
What will I tell our mother?
He wailed.
What am I going to say to her?
No one said anything. Not far away, surrounded by soldiers in the black and gold of Kaedwen, lay Venk. He was breathing with difficulty, and every breath forced bubbles of blood to his lips. Triss knelt next to him, and a knight in shining armour stood over them both. "Well?" asked the knight. "Lady Enchantress? Will he live?"
"I've done everything I can."
Triss got to her feet, pinched her lips. "But—" "What?"
"They used this."
She showed him an arrow with a strange head to it, and struck it against a barrel standing by them. The tip of the arrow fell apart, split into 4 barbed, hook-like needles. The knight cursed. "Fredegard," Venk uttered with difficulty. "Fredegard, listen."
"You mustn't speak," said Triss severely, "or move. The spell is barely holding."
"Fredegard," the commissar repeated. A bubble of blood burst on his lips, and another immediately appeared in its place. "We were wrong. Everyone was wrong. It's not Yarpen. We suspected him wrongly. I vouch for him. Yarpen did not betray. Silence! Shouted the knight. Silence, Wilfred. Hey, quick now. Bring the stretcher. Stretcher!
"No need,"
the magician said hollowly, gazing at Venk's lips where no more bubbles appeared. Ciri turned away and pressed her face to Geralt's side. Fredegard drew himself up. Yarpen Zigrin did not look at him. He was looking at the dead, at Regan Dahlberg, still kneeling over his brother. "It was necessary, Zigrin," said the knight. "This is war. There was an order. We had to be sure." Yarpen did not say anything. The knight lowered his eyes. "Forgive us," he whispered. The dwarf slowly turned his head, looked at him, at Geralt, at Ciri, at them all, the humans. "What have you done to us?" he asked bitterly. "What have you done to us? What have you made of us?" No one answered him. The eyes of the long-legged elf were glassy and dull. Her contorted lips were frozen in a soundless cry. Geralt put his arms around Ciri. Slowly, he unpinned the white rose, spattered with dark stains from her jerkin, and without a word, threw it on the squirrel's body.
"Farewell,"
whispered Ciri.
"Farewell, Rose of Sheroweth. Farewell,
and forgive us," added the Witcher. They roamed the land, importunate and insolent, nominating themselves the stalkers of evil, vanquishers of werewolves and exterminators of spectres, extorting payment from the gullible, and, on receipt of their ignoble earnings, moving on to dispense the same deceit in the near vicinity. The easiest access they find at cottages of honest, simple, and unwitting peasants, who readily ascribe all misfortune and ill events to spells, unnatural creatures and monsters, the doings of wind sprites or evil spirits. Instead of praying to the gods, instead of bearing rich offerings to the temple, Such a simpleton is ready to give his last penny to the base witcher, believing the witcher, the godless changeling, will turn around his fate and save him from misfortune. Anonymous, monstrum or description of the witcher. I have nothing against witches. Let them hunt vampires, as long as they pay taxes. Radovid III, the Bold, King of Redania. If you thirst for justice, hire a witcher. Graffiti on the wall of the Faculty of Law, University of Oxenford. Chapter 5. Did you say something? The boy sniffed and pushed his oversized velvet hat, a pheasant's feather hanging rakishly to the side, back from his forehead. Are you a knight? He repeated, gazing at Geralt with wide eyes as blue as the sky. No, replied the witcher, surprised that he felt like answering. I'm not. But you've got a sword. My daddy's one of King Foltest's knights. He's got a sword too, bigger than yours. Geralt leaned his elbows on the railing and spat into the water, eddying at the barge's wake. You carry it on your back, the little snot persisted. The hat slipped down over his eyes again. What? The sword, on your back. Why have you got the sword on your back? Because someone stole my oar. The little snot opened his mouth, demanding that the impressive gaps left by milk teeth be admired. Move away from the side, said the witcher, and shut your mouth or flies will get in. The boy opened his mouth even wider. Grey-haired, yet stupid, snarled the little snot's mother, a richly attired noblewoman, pulling her offspring away by the beaver collar of his cloak. Come here, Everett. I've told you so many times not to be familiar with the passing rabble. Geralt sighed, gazing at the outline of islands and islets looming through the morning mist. The barge, as ungainly as a tortoise, trudged along at an appropriate speed, that being the speed of a tortoise, dictated by the lazy delta current. The passengers, mostly merchants and peasants, were dozing on their baggage. The witcher unfurled the scroll once more and returned to Ciri's letter. I sleep in a large hall called a dormitorium, and my bed is terribly big, I tell you. I'm with the intermediary girls. There are 12 of us, but I'm most friendly with Yrnid, Katya, and Yola II. Whereas today I ate broth, and the worst is that sometimes we have to fast and get it very early at dawn, earlier than in Kaer Morhen. I will write the rest tomorrow, for we shall presently be having prayers. No one ever prayed in Kaer Morhen. I wonder why we have to here. No doubt because this is a temple. Geralt, Mother Nenneker has read and said I must not write silly things and write clearly without mistakes, and about what I'm studying, and that I feel well and healthy. I feel well and am healthy, if unfortunately hungry, but soon be dinner, and Mother Nenneker also said write that prayer has never harmed anybody yet, neither me nor certainly you. Geralt, I have some free time again. I will write, therefore, that I am studying. To read and write correct runes, history, nature, poetry and prose, to express myself well in the common speech and in the elder speech. I'm best at the elder speech. I can also write elder runes. I will write something for you, and you will see for yourself. Ilian Blath Fienavith. That meant beautiful flower, child of the sun. You see for yourself that I can, and also... Now I can write again, for I found a new quill, for the old one broke. Mother Nenneker read this and praised me that it was correct, that I am obedient, she told me to write, and that you should not worry. Don't worry, Geralt. Again I have some time. I will write what happened. When we were feeding the turkey hens, I, Yola, and Katya, one enormous turkey attacked us. A red neck it had, and was terrible, horrible. First it attacked Yola, and then it wanted to attack me, but I was not afraid, because it was smaller and slower than the pendulum anyway. I dodged and did a pirouette, and walloped it twice with a switch until it made off. Mother Nenneker does not allow me to carry my sword here. A pity, for I would have shown that turkey what I learned in Kaer Morhen. I already know that in the Elder Runes it would be written Kaer Morhen, and that it means Keeper of the Elder Sea. So, no doubt that is why there are shells and snails there, as well as fish imprinted on the stones. And Sintra is correctly written Zintrea, whereas my name comes from Zirael, for that means swallow, and that means that... Are you busy reading? He raised his head. I am. So? Has anything happened? Someone noticed something?
No, nothing, replied the skipper, wiping his hands on his leather jerkin. There's calm on the water, but there's a mist, and we're already near Crane Islet.
I know. It's the 6th time I've sailed this way, Boatbug, not counting the return journeys. I've come to know the trail. My eyes are open, don't worry.
The skipper nodded and walked away to the prow, stepping over travellers' packages and bundles stacked everywhere. Squeezed in amidships, the horses snorted and pounded their hooves on the deckboards. They were in the middle of the current in dense fog. The prow of the barge ploughed the surface of water lilies, parting their clumps. Geralt turned back to his reading.
That means I have an elven name, but I am not, after all, an elf, Geralt. There is also talk about the squirrels here. Sometimes even the soldiers come and ask questions and say that we must not treat wounded elves. I have not squealed a word to anyone about what happened in spring, don't worry. And I also remember to practice, don't think otherwise. I go to the park and train when I have time, but not always, for I also have to work in the kitchen or in the orchard like all the girls. And we also have a terrible amount of studying to do. But never mind, I will study. After all, you too studied in the temple. Mother Nennecha told me. And she also told me that just any idiot can brandish a sword, but a witcher girl must be wise. Geralt, you promised to come. Come, you're Ciri. P.S. Come. P.S. 2. Mother Nennecha told me to end with praise be to great Melitele. May her blessing and favour always go with you, and may nothing happen to you. Ciri.
I'd like to go to Elenda, he thought, putting away the letter. But it's dangerous. I might lead them to... These letters have got to end. Nennecha makes use of temple mail, but still... Damn it, it's too risky. What now, Boatbug? We've passed Crane Islet. And without incident, thank the gods, sighed the skipper. Ah, Geralt, I see this is going to be another peaceful trip. Any moment now the mist is going to clear, and when the sun peeps through, the fear is over. The monster won't show itself in the sunlight. That won't worry me in the least. So I should think. Boatbug smiled wryly. The company pays you by the trip, regardless whether something happens or not. A penny falls into your pouch, doesn't it? You ask as if you don't know. What is this? Envy talking? That I earn money, standing leaning against the side, watching the lapwings. And what do you get paid for? The same thing, for being on board. When everything is going smoothly, you haven't got anything to do. You stroll from prow to stern, grinning at the women, or trying to entice merchants to have a drink. I've been hired to be on board too, just in case. The transport is safe because a witcher is on board. The cost of the witcher is included in the price of the trip, right? Well, that certainly is true, sighed the skipper. The company won't lose out. I know them well. This is the 5th year I sailed the Delta for them, from Foam to Novigrad, from Novigrad to Foam. Well, to work, Witcher. You go on leaning against the side, and I'll go for a stroll from prow to stern.
The mist thinned a little. Geralt extracted another letter from his bag, one he had recently received from a strange courier. He had already read it about 30 times. Dear friend. The Witcher swore quietly, looking at the sharp, angular, even runes drawn with energetic sweeps of the pen, faultlessly reflecting the author's mood. He felt once again the desire to try to bite his own backside in fury. When he was writing to the Enchantress a month ago, he had spent 2 nights in a row contemplating how best to begin. Finally, he had decided on Dear Friend. Now he had his just desserts. Dear friend, your unexpected letter, which I received not quite 3 years after we last saw each other, has given me much joy. My joy is all the greater, as various rumours have been circulating about your sudden and violent death. It is a good thing that you have decided to disclaim them by writing to me. It is a good thing, too, that you are doing so soon. From your letter, it appears that you have lived a peaceful, wonderfully boring life, devoid of all sensation. These days, such a life is a real privilege, dear friend, and I am happy that you have managed to achieve it. I was touched by the sudden concern which you deigned to show as to my health, dear friend.
I hasten with the news that, yes, I now feel well. The period of indisposition is behind me. I have dealt with the difficulties, the description of which I shall not bore you with. It worries and troubles me very much that the unexpected present you received from fate brings you worries. Your supposition that this requires professional help is absolutely correct, although your description of the difficulty, quite understandably, is enigmatic. I am sure I know the source of the problem, and I agree with your opinion that the help of yet another magician is absolutely necessary. I feel honoured to be the second to whom you turn. What have I done to deserve to be so high on your list? Rest assured, my dear friend, if you had the intention of supplicating the help of additional magicians, abandon it, because there is no need. I leave without delay, and go to the place which you indicated in an oblique, yet to me understandable way. It goes without saying that I leave in absolute secrecy and with great caution. I will surmise the nature of the trouble on the spot, and will do all that is in my power to calm the gushing source. I shall try, in so doing, not to appear any worse than other ladies to whom you have turned, are turning, or usually turn with your supplications. I am, after all, your dear friend. Your valuable friendship is too important to me to disappoint you, dear friend. Should you, in the next few years, wish to write to me, do not hesitate for a moment. Your letters invariably give me boundless pleasure. Your friend, Yennefer.
The letter smelled of lilac and gooseberries. Geralt cursed. He was torn from his reverie by the movement on deck and a rocking of the barge that indicated they were changing course. Some of the passengers crowded starboard. Skipper Boatbug was yelling orders from the bow. The barge was slowly and laboriously turning towards the Temerian shore, leaving the fairway and ceding right of way to two ships looming through the mist. The Witcher watched with curiosity. The first was an enormous three-masted galleass, at least 140 yards long, carrying an amaranth flag with a silver eagle. Behind it, its 40 oars rhythmically hard at work, glided a smaller, slim galley, adorned with a black ensign with gold-red chevron.
"Ooh, what huge dragons," said Boatbug, standing next to the Witcher. "They're pushing a heck of a wave, the way they're ploughing the river."
"Interesting," muttered Geralt. "The galleass is sailing under the Redanian flag, but the galley is from Aedirn."
"From Aedirn, very much so," confirmed the skipper, "and it carries the governor of Haga's pennon. But note, both ships have sharp keels, near on 4 yards draught. That means they're not sailing to Hagar itself. They wouldn't cross the rapids and shallows up the river. They're heading to Foam or Whitebridge. And look, there are swarms of soldiers on the decks. These aren't merchants. They're warships, Geralt."
"Someone important is on that galleass. They set up a tent on deck."
"That's right, that's how the nobles travel,"
Boatbug nodded, picking his teeth with a splinter peeled from the barge's side.
"It's safer by river. Elven commandos are roaming the forests. There's no knowing which tree and arrow's going to come flying from. But on the water, there's no fear. Elves, like cats, don't like water. They prefer dwelling in brushwood."
"It's got to be someone really important. The tent is rich."
"That's right, could be. Who knows? Maybe King Vizimir himself is favouring the river with his presence. All sorts of people are travelling this way now. And, while we're at it, in Foam, you asked me to keep my ears open in case anyone was interested in you, asking about you. Well, that weakling there, you see him?"
"Don't point, Boatbug. Who is he?"
"How should I know? Ask him yourself, he's coming over. Just look at his stagger, and the water's as still as a mirror. Pox on it. If it were to swell just a little, he'd probably be on all fours, the oaf."
The oaf turned out to be a short, thin man of uncertain age, dressed in a large woolen and none too clean cloak, pinned in place with a circular brass brooch. Its pin, clearly lost, had been replaced by a crooked nail with a flattened head. The man approached, cleared his throat, and squinted with his myopic eyes.
Do I have the pleasure of speaking to Geralt of Rivia, the Witcher?"
"Yes, sir, you do."
"Allow me to introduce myself. I am Linus Pitt, Master Tutor and Lecturer in Natural History at the Oxenford Academy."
"My very great pleasure."
I've been told that you, sir, are on commission from the Malicious and Grok Company to protect this transport, apparently from the danger of some monster attack. I wonder what this monster could be.
I wonder myself. The Witcher leaned against the ship's side, gazing at the dark outline of the marshy meadows on the Temerian riverbank, looming in the mist. And I've come to the conclusion that I have most likely been hired as a precaution against an attack from a Scoia'tael commando force said to be roaming the vicinity. This is my 6th journey between Foam and Novigrad, and no Aishna has shown itself.
Aishna? That's some kind of common name. I would rather you use the scientific terminology. Aishna. I truly do not know which species we have in mind.
I'm thinking of a bumpy and rough-skinned monster, 4 yards in length, resembling a stump overgrown with algae, and with 10 paws and jaws like cut saws.
The description leaves a lot to be desired as regards scientific precision. Could it be one of the species of the Hyphidridae family?
I don't exclude the possibility, sighed Geralt. The Aishna, as far as I know, belongs to an exceptionally nasty family for which no name can be abusive. The thing is, Master Tutor, that apparently a member of this unsympathetic clan attacked the company's barge 2 weeks ago, here on the Delta, not far from where we are.
Who says this?
Linus Pitt gave a screeching laugh.
He's either an ignoramus or a liar. Nothing like that could have happened. I know the fauna of the Delta very well. The family Hyphidridae does not appear here at all, nor do any other quite so dangerous predatory species. The considerable salinity and atypical chemical composition of the water, especially during high tide.
During high tide, interrupted Geralt. When the incoming tide wave passes the Novigrad canals, there is no water, to use the word precisely, in the Delta at all. There is a liquid made up of excrement, soap suds, oil, and dead rats.
Unfortunately.
The Master Tutor grew sad.
Degradation of the environment. You may not believe it, but of more than 2,000 species of fish living in this river only 50 years ago, not more than 900 remain. It is truly sad.
They both leaned against the railing and stared into the murky green depths. The tide must have already been coming in, because the stench of the water was growing stronger. The first dead rats appeared.
The white-finned bullhead has died off completely.
Linus Pitt broke the silence.
The mullet has died, as have the snakehead, the kithera, the striped loach, the red-bellied dace, the long barbel gudgeon, the king pickerel.
At a distance of about 20 yards from the ship's side, the water surged. For a moment, both men saw a 20-pound or more specimen of the king pickerel swallowing a dead rat and disappearing into the depths, having gracefully flashed its tail fin.
What was that?
The Master Tutor shuddered. I don't know. Geralt looked at the sky. A penguin, maybe? The scholar glanced at him and bit his lips.
In all certainty it was not. However, your mythical Aishna, I have been told that witches possess considerable knowledge about some rare species. But you not only repeat rumours and tales, you are also mocking me in a most crude manner. Are you listening to me at all?
The mist isn't going to lift, said Geralt quietly.
The
wind is still weak. When we sail into the arm of the river between the islets, it will be even weaker. It is going to be misty right up to Novigrad.
I'm not going to Novigrad. I get off at Oxenford, declared Pitt dryly. And the mist, it is surely not so thick as to render navigation impossible. What do you think?
The little boy in the feathered hat ran past them and leaned far out, trying with his stick to fish out a rat bouncing against the boat. Geralt approached and tore the stick from him. Scram! Don't get near the side.
Mummy! Everett, come here immediately.
The Master Tutor pulled himself up and glared at the Witcher with piercing eyes.
It seems you really do believe we are in some danger.
Master Pitt, said Geralt, as calmly as he could. 2 weeks ago, something pulled 2 people off the deck of one of the company's barges. In the mist. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was your Hyphidra or whatever its name is. Maybe it was a long barbel gudgeon. But I think it was an Aishna. The scholar pouted.
Conjecture, he declared, should always be based on solid scientific foundations, not on rumours and gossip. I told you
The Hydra, which you persist in calling an Aeshna, does not appear in the waters of the Delta. It was wiped out a good half-century ago, due, incidentally, to the activity of individuals such as yourself, who are prepared to kill anything that does not instantly look right, without forethought, tests, observation, or considering its ecological niche.
For a moment, Geralt felt a sincere desire to tell the scholar where he could put the Aeshna and its niche, but he changed his mind. "Master Tutor," he said calmly, "one of those pulled from the deck was a young pregnant girl. She wanted to cool her swollen feet in the water. Theoretically, her child could, one day, have become Chancellor of your college. What do you have to say to such an approach to ecology?"
"It is unscientific. It is emotional and subjective. Nature is governed by its own rules, and although these rules are cruel and ruthless, they should not be amended. It is a struggle for survival."
The Master Tutor leaned over the railing and spat into the water.
"And nothing can justify the extermination of a species, even a predatory one. What do you say to that?"
"I say that it's dangerous to lean out like that. There might be an Aeshna in the vicinity. Do you want to try out the Aeshna's struggle for survival on your own skin?" Linus Pitt let go of the railing and abruptly jumped away. He turned a little pale, but immediately regained his self-assurance and pursed his lips again.
"No doubt you know a great deal about these fantastical Aeshna, Witcher."
"Certainly less than you. So, maybe we should make use of the opportunity. Enlighten me, Master Tutor. Expound a little upon your knowledge of aquatic predators. I'll willingly listen, and the journey won't seem so long."
"Are you making fun of me?"
"Not at all. I would honestly like to fill in the gaps in my education."
If you really... Why not? Listen, then, to me. The Hydridae family, belonging to the Amphipoda order, includes 4 species known to science. 2 live exclusively in tropical waters. In our climate, on the other hand, one can come across, though very rarely now, the not-so-large Hydra longicauda and the somewhat larger Hydra marginata. The biotope of both species is stagnant water, or water which flows very slowly. These species are, indeed, predatory, preferring to feed on warm-blooded creatures. Have you anything to add?
Not right now. I'm listening with bated breath.
Yes. Mention can also be found in the great books of the subspecies of pseudo-Hydra, which lives in the marshy waters of Angren. However, the learned bumbler of Aldersburg recently proved that this is an entirely different species, one from the Mordidae family. It feeds exclusively on fish and small amphibians. It has been named Ichthyovorax bumbleri.
"The monster's lucky," smiled the Witcher. "That's the 3rd time he was named."
"How come?"
"The creature you're talking about is an Iliocoris, called a Cinerea in Elder speech, and if the learned bumbler states that it feeds exclusively on fish, then I assume he has never bathed in a lake with an Iliocoris. But bumbler is right on one account. The Aeshna has as much in common with a Cinerea as I do with a fox. We both like to eat duck."
"What Cinerea?" The Master Tutor bridled. "The Cinerea is a mythical creature. Indeed, your lack of knowledge disappoints me. Truly, I am amazed."
"I know," interrupted Geralt. "I lose a great deal of my charm when one gets to know me better. Nevertheless, I will permit myself to correct your theories a little further, Master Pitt. So, Aeshna have always lived in the Delta, and continue to do so. Indeed, there was a time when it seemed that they had become extinct, for they lived off those small seals."
"River porpoises," corrected the Master Tutor. "Don't be an ignoramus. Don't mistake seals for..."
"They lived off porpoises, and the porpoises were killed off because they looked like seals. They provided seal-like skins and fat. Then, later, canals were dug out in the upper reaches of the river, dams and barriers built. The current grew weaker. The delta got silted up and overgrown, and the Aeshna underwent mutation. It adapted."
"Huh?"
"Humans have rebuilt its food chain. They supplied warm-blooded creatures in the place of porpoises. Sheep, cattle, swine began to be transported across the delta. The Aeshna learned in a flash that every barge, raft or bark on the delta was, in fact, a large platter of food."
"And the mutation? You spoke of mutation."
"This liquid manure.
Geralt indicated the green water. Seems to suit the Aeshna. It enhances its growth. The damn thing can become so large, apparently, that it can drag a cow off a raft with no effort whatsoever. Pulling a human off a deck is nothing, especially the deck of one of these scows the company uses to transport passengers. You can see for yourself how low it sits in the water. The master tutor quickly backed away from the ship's side as far as the carts and baggage allowed. "I heard a splash," he gasped, staring at the mist between the islets. "Witcher, I heard—" "Calm down. Apart from the splashing, you can also hear oars squeaking in rowlocks. It's the customs officers from the Redanian shore. You'll see them in a moment, and they'll cause more of a commotion than 3 or even 4 Aeshni." Boatbug ran past. He cursed obscenely as the little boy in the feathered hat got under his feet. The passengers and messengers, all extremely nervous, were going through their possessions, trying to hide any smuggled goods. After a little while, a large boat hit the side of the barge, and 4 lively, angry, and very noisy individuals jumped on board. They surrounded the skipper, bawled threateningly in an effort to make themselves and their positions seem important, then threw themselves enthusiastically at the baggage and belongings of the travellers. "They check even before we land," complained Boatbug, coming up to the Witcher and the master tutor. "That's illegal, isn't it? After all, we're not on Redanian soil yet. Redania's on the right bank, half a mile from here." "No," contradicted the master tutor. "The boundary between Redania and Temeria runs through the centre of the Pontar current." "And how the shit do you measure a current? This is the delta. Islets, shoals, and skerries are constantly changing its layout. The fairway is different every day. It's a real curse. Hey, you little snot, leave that boat hooker alone, or I'll tan your arse black and blue. Honourable lady, watch your child. Real curse."
"Everett, leave that alone or you'll get dirty."
"What's in that chest?" shouted the customs officers. "Hey, untie that bundle. Whose is that cart? Any currency? Is there any currency, I say? Temerian or Nilfgaardian money?" "That's what a customs war looks like," Linus Pitt commented on the chaos with a wise expression on his face. "Vishimir forced Novigrad to introduce the Ios Stapulae. Foltest of Temeria retaliated with the retortive absolute Ios Stapulae in Vicima and Gorsvelen. That was a great blow for Redanian merchants, so Vishimir increased the tax on Temerian products. He is defending the Redanian economy. Temeria is flooded with cheap goods coming from Nilfgaardian manufactories. That's why the customs officers are so keen. If too many Nilfgaardian goods were to cross the border, the Redanian economy would collapse. Redania has practically no manufactories, and the craftsmen wouldn't be able to cope with competition." "In a nutshell," smiled Geralt, "Nilfgaard is slowly taking over with its goods and gold, that which it couldn't take with arms. Isn't Temeria defending itself? Hasn't Foltest blocked his southern borders?" "How? The goods are coming through Mahakam, Brugge, Verden, and the ports in Sidaris. Profit is all the merchants are interested in, not politics. If King Foltest were to block his borders, the merchants' guilds would raise a terrible outcry." "Any currency?" snarled an approaching customs officer with bloodshot eyes. "Anything to declare? I'm a scholar. Be a prince if you like. I'm asking what you're bringing in." "Leave them, Borotek," said the leader of the group, a tall, broad-shouldered customs officer with a long black moustache. "Don't you recognise the Witcher?" "Greetings, Geralt. Do you know him? Is he a scholar?" "So you're going to Oxenfurt, are you, sir, with no luggage?" "Quite so, to Oxenfurt, with no luggage." The customs officer pulled out an enormous handkerchief and wiped his forehead, moustache, and neck. "And how's it going today, Geralt?" he asked. "The monster show itself?" "No. And you, Olsen, seen anything?" "I haven't got time to look around, I'm working."
"My daddy," declared Everett, creeping up without a sound, "is one of King Foltest's knights, and he's got an even bigger moustache than you."
"Scram, kid," said Olsen, then sighed heavily. "Got any vodka, Geralt?" "No."
"But I do."
The learned man from the academy, pulling a flat skin from his bag, surprised them all. "And I've got a snack," boasted Boatbug, looming up as if from nowhere. "Smoked burbot."
"And my daddy—"
"Scarper, little snot." They sat on coils of rope in the shade of the carts parked amidships, sipping from the skin and devouring the burbot in turn. Olsen had to leave them momentarily when an argument broke out. A dwarven merchant from Mahakam was demanding a lower tax, and trying to convince the customs officers that the furs he was bringing in were not silver fox, but exceptionally large cats. The mother of the nosy and meddlesome Everett, on the other hand, did not want to undergo an inspection at all, shrilly evoking her husband's rank and the privileges of nobility. The ship, trailing braids of gathered nenefers, water lilies and pondweed at its sides, slowly glided along the wide strait amongst shrub-covered islets. Bumblebees buzzed menacingly amongst the reeds, and tortoises whistled from time to time. Cranes, standing on one leg, gazed at the water with stoical calm, knowing there was no point in getting worked up. Sooner or later a fish would swim up of its own accord. "And what do you think, Geralt?" Boatbug uttered, licking the burbot's skin clean. "Another quiet voyage? You know what I'd say? That monster's no fool. It knows you're lying in ambush. Hearken to this. At home in our village there was a river, and in that river lived an otter, which would creep into the yard and strangle hens. It was so crafty that it never crept in when father was home, or me and my brothers. It only showed up when grandpa was left by himself, and our grandpa, hearken, was a bit feeble in the head and paralysis had taken his legs. It was as if the otter, that son of a bitch, knew. Well then, one day our pa— 10% ad valorem, yelled the dwarven merchant from amidships, waving the foxskin about. That's how much I owe you, and I'm not going to pay a copper more. Then I'll confiscate the lot, roared Olsen angrily, and I'll let the Novigrad guards know, so you'll go to the clink together with your valorum. Borotek, charge him to the penny. Hey, have you left anything for me? Have you guttled it down to the dregs? Sit down, Olsen. Geralt made room for him on the ropes. Stressful job you've got, I see. Oh, I've had it up to my ears, sighed the customs officer, then took a swig from the skin and wiped his moustache. I'm throwing it in. I'm going back to Aedion. I'm an honest Vengerberger who followed his sister and brother-in-law to Redania, but now I'm going back. You know what, Geralt? I'm set on enlisting in the army. They say King Dimavent is recruiting for special troops. Half a year's training in a camp, and then it's a soldier's pay. 3 times what I get here, bribes included. This burbot's too salty. I've heard about this special army, confirmed Boatbug. It's getting ready for the squirrels because the regular army can't deal with the elven commandos. They particularly want half-elves to enlist, I hear. But that camp where they teach them to fight is real hell, apparently. They leave 50-50, some to get soldier's pay, some to the burial ground, feet first. And so it should be, said the customs officer. The special army, Skipper, isn't just any old unit. It's not some shitty shield bearers who just need to be shown which end of the javelin pricks. A special army has to know how to fight like nobody's business. So you're such a fierce warrior, are you, Olsen? And the squirrels, aren't you afraid of them? That they'll spike your arse with arrows? Big deal. I know how to draw a bow too. I've already fought Nilfgaard, so elves are nothing to me. They say, Boatbug said with a shudder, if someone falls into their hands alive, the Scoia tiles, it's better they hadn't been born. They'll be tortured horrifically. Ah, do yourself a favour and shut your face, Skipper. You're babbling like a woman. War is war. You whack the enemy in the backside and they whack you back. Captured elves aren't pampered by our men either, don't you worry. The tactic of terror. Linus Pitt threw the burbot's head and backbone overboard. Violence breeds violence. Hatred has grown into hearts, and has poisoned kindred blood. What? Olsen grimaced. Use a human language. Hard times are upon us. So they are, true, agreed Boatbug. There's sure to be a great war. Every day the sky is thick with ravens. They smell the carrion already. And the seeress Aethelin foretold the end of the world. White light will come to be. The white chill will then follow. Or the other way round. I've forgotten how it goes. And people are saying signs were also visible in the sky. You keep an eye on the fairway, Skipper, instead of the sky, or this skiff of yours is going to end up in the shallows. Ah, we're already level with Oxenfurt. Just look, you can see the cask. The mist was clearly less dense now, so that they could see the hillocks and marshy meadows of the right bank, and rising above them, a part of the aqueduct. That, gentlemen, is the experimental sewage purification plant, boasted the master tutor, refusing his turn to drink. A great success for science, a great achievement for the academy. We repaired the old elven aqueduct, canals, and sediment trap, and we're already neutralizing the sewers of the university, town, and surrounding villages and farms. What you call the cask is a sediment trap. A great success for science. Heads down, warned Olsen, ducking behind the rail. Last year, when that thing exploded, the shit flew as far as Crane Islet. The barge sailed in between islands, and the squat tower of the sediment trap and the aqueduct disappeared in the mist. Everyone sighed with relief. "Aren't you sailing straight by way of the Oxenfurt arm, Boatbug?" asked Olsen. "I'm putting in at Acorn Bay first, to collect fish traders and merchants from the Temerian side." The customs officer scratched his neck. "At the bay? Listen, Geralt, you aren't in any conflict with the Temerians by any chance, are you?" "Why? Was someone asking about me?" "You've guessed it. As you see, I remember you asked me to keep an eye out for anyone interested in you. Well, just imagine the Temerian guards have been inquiring about you. The customs officers there, with whom I have a good understanding, told me. Something smells funny here, Geralt." "The water?" Linus Pitt was afraid, glancing nervously at the aqueduct and the great scientific success. "That little snot rag," Boatbug pointed to Everett, who was still milling around nearby. "I'm not talking about that." The customs officer winced. "Listen, Geralt. The Temerian customs men said these guards were asking strange questions. They know you sail with the Malicious and Grok barges. They asked if you sail alone. If you have... Oh, bloody hell, just don't laugh. They were going on about some underage girl who has been seen in your company, apparently." Boatbug chuckled. Linus Pitt looked at the Witcher with eyes filled with the distaste which befitted someone looking at a white-haired man who has drawn the attention of the law on account of his preference for underage girls. "That's why," Olsen hoped, "the Temerian customs officers thought it might be some private matters being settled into which the guards have been drawn. Like, well, the girl's family or her betrothed. So the officers cautiously asked who was behind all this, and they found out. Well, apparently it's a nobleman with a tongue ready as a chancellor's, neither poor nor miserly, who calls himself Ryonce or something like that. He's got a red mark on his left cheek as if from a burn. Do you know anyone like that?" Geralt got up. "Boatbug," he said. "I'm disembarking in Acorn Bay." "How's that? And what about the monster?" "That's your problem." "Speaking of problems," interrupted Olsen, "just look starboard, Geralt. Speak of the devil." From behind an island, from the swiftly lifting mist, loomed a lighter. A black burgee, dotted with silver lilies, fluttered lazily from its mast. The crew consisted of several men wearing the pointed hats of Temerian guards. Geralt quickly reached into his bag and pulled out both letters, the one from Ciri and the one from Yennefer. He swiftly tore them into tiny shreds and threw them into the river. The customs officer watched him in silence. "Whatever are you doing, may I ask?" "No. Boatbug, take care of my horse." "You want to—" Olsen frowned. "You intend to—" "What I intend is my business. Don't get mixed up in this, or there'll be an incident. They're sailing under the Temerian flag." "Bugger their flag." The customs officer moved his cutlass to a more accessible place on his belt and wiped his enamelled gorget, an eagle on a red background, with his sleeve. "If I am on board carrying out an inspection, then this is Redania. I will not allow—" "Olsen," the Witcher interrupted, grabbing him by the sleeve. "Don't interfere, please. The man with a burned face isn't on the lighter, and I have to know who he is and what he wants. I've got to see him, face to face." "You're going to let them put you in the stocks?" "Don't be a fool. If this is a private settling of scores, privately commissioned revenge, then as soon as you get past the islet, on the whirl, you'll fly overboard with an anchor round your neck. You'll be face to face all right, but it'll be with crabs at the bottom of the river. They're Temerian guards, not bandits." "Is that so? Then just look at their mugs. Besides, I'll know instantly who they really are. You'll see." The lighter, approaching rapidly, reached the barge. One of the guards threw the rope over, while another attached the boat hook to the railing. "I be the skipper." Boatbug blocked the way as three men leapt on deck. "This is a ship belonging to the Malicious and Grok Company. What—" One of the men, stocky and bald, pushed him brusquely aside with his arm, thick as the branch of an oak. "A certain Geralt, called Geralt of Rivia," he thundered, measuring the skipper with his eyes. "Is such a one on board?" "No." "I am he." The Witcher stepped over the bundles and packages and drew near. I am Geralt, and called Geralt. What is this about? I arrest you in the name of the law.
The bald man's eyes skimmed over the passengers.
Where's the girl? I'm alone. You lie. Hold it! Hold it!
Olsen emerged from behind the Witcher's back and put his hand on his shoulder.
Keep calm, no shouting. You're too late, Temerians. He has already been arrested, and in the name of the law at that. I caught him, for smuggling. I'm taking him to the guardhouse in Oxenfurt, according to orders. What's that?
The bald man frowned.
And a girl? There is no girl here, nor has there been.
The guards looked at each other in uncertain silence. Olsen grinned broadly and turned up his black moustache.
You know what we'll do, he snorted. Sail with us to Oxenfurt, Temerians. We and you are simple folk. How are we to know the ins and outs of law? The commandant of the Oxenfurt guardhouse is a wise and worldly man. He'll judge the matter. You know our commandant, don't you? Because he knows yours, the one from the bay. Very well. You'll present your case to him, show him your orders and seals. You do have a warrant with all the necessary seals, don't you, eh?
The bald man just stared grimly at the customs officer.
I don't have the time or the inclination to go to Oxenfurt, he suddenly bawled. I'm taking the road to our shore, and that's that. Stran, Vitek, get on with it. Search the barge. Find me the girl, quick as a flash.
1 minute. Slow down. Olsen was not perturbed by the yelling and drew out his words slowly and distinctly.
You're on the Redanian side of the Delta, Temerians. You don't have anything to declare by any chance, do you? Or any contraband? We'll have a look presently. We'll do a search. And if we do find something, then you will have to take the trouble to go to Oxenfurt for a while, after all. And we, if we wish to, we can always find something. Boys, come here.
My daddy,
squeaked Everett all of a sudden, appearing at the bald man's side as if from nowhere,
is a knight. He's got an even bigger blade than you.
In a flash, the bald man caught the boy by his beaver collar and snatched him up from the deck, knocking his feathered hat off. Wrapping his arm around the boy's waist, he put the cutlass to his throat.
Move back, he roared. Move back, or I'll slash the brat's neck.
Everett!
howled the noblewoman.
Curious methods, said the Witcher slowly, you Temerian guards use. Indeed, so curious that it makes it hard to believe you're guards.
Shut your face,
yelled the bald one, shaking Everett, who was squealing like a piglet.
Stran, Vitek, get him. Fetter him and take him to the lighter. And you, move back. Where's the girl? I'm asking you. Give it to me, or I'll slaughter this little snot.
Slaughter him, then, drawled Olsen, giving a sign to his men and pulling out his cutlass. Is he mine or something? And when you've slaughtered him, we can talk.
Don't interfere.
Geralt threw his sword on the deck, and with a gesture held back the customs officers and boat-bug sailors.
I'm yours, liar guard, sir. Let the boy go. To the lighter.
The bald man retreated to the side of the barge without letting Everett go, and grabbed a rope.
Vitek, tie him up, and all of you to the stern. If any of you move, the kid dies.
Have you lost your mind, Geralt? growled Olsen.
Don't interfere.
Everett!
The Temerian lighter suddenly rocked and bounced away from the barge. The water exploded with a splash, and 2 long green coarse paws, bristling with spikes like the limbs of a praying mantis, shot out. The paws grabbed the guard holding the boat-hook, and in the wink of an eye dragged him under water. The bald guard howled savagely, released Everett, and clung onto the ropes which dangled from the lighter's side. Everett plopped into the already reddening water. Everybody, those on the barge and those on the lighter, started to scream as if possessed. Geralt tore himself away from the 2 men trying to bind him. He thumped one in the chin, then threw him overboard. The other took a swing at the Witcher with an iron hook, but faltered and drooped into Olsen's hands with a cutlass buried to the hilt in his ribs. The Witcher leapt over the low railing. Before the water, thick with algae, closed in over his head, he heard Linus Pitt, the lecturer of natural history at the Academy of Oxenfurt, shout,
"What is that? What species? No such animal exists."
He emerged just by the Temerian lighter, miraculously avoiding the fishing spear which one of Baldy's men was jabbing at him. The guard didn't have time to strike him again before he splashed into the water with an arrow in his throat. Geralt, catching hold of the dropped spear, rebounded with his legs against the side of the boat, dived into the seething whirlpool,
and forcefully jabbed at something, hoping it was not Everett.
"It's impossible,"
he heard the master tutor's cries.
"Such an animal can't exist. At least it shouldn't."
I agree with that last statement entirely, thought the Witcher, jabbing the Aeshna's armour, bristling with its hard bumps. The corpse of the Temerian guard was bouncing up and down inertly in the sickle-shaped jaws of the monster, trailing blood. The Aeshna swung its flat tail violently and dived to the bottom, raising clouds of silt. He heard a thin cry. Everett, stirring the water like a little dog, had caught hold of Baldy's legs as he was trying to climb onto the lighter by the ropes hanging down the side. The ropes gave way, and both the guard and the boy disappeared with a gurgle under the surface of the water. Geralt threw himself in their direction and dived. The fact that he almost immediately came across the little boy's beaver collar was nothing but luck. He tore Everett from the entangled algae, swam out on his back, and, kicking with his legs, reached the barge. "Here, Geralt, here!" He heard cries and shouts, each louder than the other. "Give him here! The rope! Catch hold of the rope!" "Pox! The rope, Geralt! With a boat hook! With a boat hook! My boy!" Someone tore the boy from his arms and dragged him upwards. At the same moment, someone else caught Geralt from behind, struck him in the back of the head, covered him over with his bulk, and pushed him under the water. Geralt let go of the fishing spear, turned and caught his assailant by the belt. With his other hand, he tried to grab him by the hair, but in vain. It was Baldy. Both men emerged, but only for an instant. The Temerian lighter had already moved a little from the barge, and both Geralt and Baldy, locked in an embrace, were in between them. Baldy caught Geralt by the throat. The Witcher dug a thumb in his eye. The guard yelled, let go, and swam away. Geralt could not swim. Something was holding him by the leg and dragging him into the depths. Next to him, half a body bounced to the surface like a cork, and then he knew what was holding him. The information Linus Pitt yelled from the barge deck was unnecessary.
"It's an anthropod! Order Amphipoda! Group Mandibulutatissimi!"
Geralt violently thrashed his arms in the water, trying to yank his leg from the Aeshna's claws as they pulled him towards the rhythmical snap of its jaws. The master tutor was correct once again. The jaws were anything but small.
"Grab hold of the rope!" yelled Olsen. "The rope! Grab it!"
A fishing spear whistled past the Witcher's ear and plunged with a smack into the monster's algae-ridden armour as it surfaced. Geralt caught hold of the shaft, pressed down on it, bounced forcefully away, brought his free leg in, and kicked the Aeshna violently. He tore himself away from the spiked paws, leaving his boot, a fair part of his trousers, and a good deal of skin behind. More fishing spears and harpoons whizzed through the air, most of them missing their mark. The Aeshna drew in its paws, swished its tail, and gracefully dived into the green depths. Geralt seized the rope, which fell straight onto his face. The boat hook, catching him painfully in the side, caught him by the belt. He felt a tug, rowed upwards, and, taken up by many hands, rolled over the railing and tumbled on deck, dripping with water, slime, weeds, and blood. The passengers, barge crew, and customs officers crowded around him. Leaning over the railings, the dwarf with the fox furs and Olsen were firing their bows. Everett, wet and green with algae, his teeth clattering, sobbed in his mother's arms, explaining to everybody that he hadn't meant to do it. "Geralt," Boatbug yelled at his ear, "are you dead?"
"Damn it!"
The Witcher spat out seaweed.
"I'm too old for this sort of thing. Too old."
Nearby, the dwarf released his bowstring, and Olsen roared joyously.
"Right in the belly! Ha ha! Great shot, my furry friend. Hey, Borotek, give him back his money. He deserves a tax reduction for that shot." "Stop!" wheezed the Witcher, attempting in vain to stand up. "Don't kill them all, damn it! I need one of them alive."
"We've left one," the customs officer assured him. "The bold one who was bickering with me. We've shot the rest, but Baldy is over there, swimming away. I'll fish him out right away. Give us the boat hooks."
"Discovery! A great discovery!"
shouted Linus Pitt, jumping up and down by the barge side.
"An entirely new species unknown to science! Absolutely unique! Oh, I'm so grateful to you, Witcher. As of today, this species is going to appear in books as Geraltia maxiliosa piti.
Master Tutor, Geralt groaned. If you really want to show me your gratitude, let that damn thing be called Everetia.
Just as beautiful, considered the scholar. Oh, what a discovery! What a unique, magnificent specimen! No doubt the only one alive in the Delta.
No, uttered Boatbug suddenly and grimly. Not the only one. Look. The carpet of water lilies adhering to the nearby islet trembled and rocked violently. They saw a wave, and then an enormous, long body, resembling a rotting log, swiftly paddling its many limbs and snapping its jaw. The bald man looked back, howled horrifically, and swam away, stirring up the water with his arms and legs.
What a specimen! What a specimen!
Pitt quickly noted, thrilled no end.
Prehensile cephalic limbs, 4 pairs of chelae, strong tail fan, sharp claws.
The bald man looked back again, and howled even more horribly. And the Everetia maxiliosa piti extended its prehensile cephalic limbs, and swung its tail fan vigorously. The bald man surged to the water in a desperate, hopeless attempt to escape. "May the water be light to him," said Olsen, but he did not remove his hat.
My daddy,
rattled Everett with his teeth,
can swim faster than that man.
"Take the child away," growled the Witcher. The monster spread its claws, snapped its jaws. Linus Pitt grew pale and turned away. Baldy shrieked briefly, choked, and disappeared below the surface. The water throbbed dark red. Pox! Geralt sat down heavily on the deck. "I'm too old for this sort of thing. Far, far too old." What can be said? Dandelion simply adored the town of Oxenfurt. The university grounds were surrounded by a wall, and around this wall was another ring, that of the huge, loud, breathless, busy and noisy townlet. The wooden, colourful town of Oxenfurt, with its narrow streets and pointed roofs. The town of Oxenfurt, which lived off the academy, off its students, lecturers, scholars, researchers and their guests, who lived off science and knowledge, of what accompanies the process of learning. In the town of Oxenfurt, from the byproducts and chippings of theory, practice, business and profit were born. The poet rode slowly along a muddy, crowded street, passing workshops, studios, stalls, shops, small and large, where, thanks to the academy, tens of thousands of articles and wonderful things were produced and sold, which were unattainable in other corners of the world, where their production was considered impossible or pointless. He passed inns, taverns, stands, huts, counters and portable grills, from which floated the appetizing aromas of elaborate dishes unknown elsewhere in the world, seasoned in ways not known elsewhere, with garnishes and spices neither known of nor used anywhere else. This was Oxenfurt, the colourful, joyful, noisy and sweet-smelling town of miracles, into which shrewd people, full of initiative, had turned dry and useless theories, drawn little by little from the university. It was also a town of amusements, constant festivities, permanent holidays, and incessant revelry. Night and day, the streets resounded with music, song, and the clinking of chalices and tankards, for it is well known that nothing is such thirsty work as the acquisition of knowledge. Although the Chancellor's orders forbade students and tutors to drink and play before dusk, drinking and playing took place around the clock in Oxenfurt, for it is well known that if there is anything that makes men thirstier than the acquisition of knowledge, it is the full or partial prohibition of drinking. Dandelion smacked his lips at his bay gelding and rode on, making his way through the crowds roaming the streets. Vendors, stall-holders and travelling charlatans advertised their wares and services loudly, adding to the confusion which reigned all around them. "Squid! Roast squid! Ointment for all spots and boils, only sold here, reliable, miraculous ointment."
"Cats! Mouse-catching, magic cats! Just listen, my good people, how they meow!"
"Amulets, elixirs, filters, love potions, guaranteed aphrodisiacs. 1 pinch and even a corpse will regain its vigour. Who'll buy? Who'll buy?"
"Teeth extracted, almost painless, cheap, very cheap."
"What do you mean by cheap?" Dandelion was curious as he bit into a stick-skewered squid as tough as a boot.
2 farthings an hour!
The poet shuddered and spurred his gelding on. He looked back surreptitiously. 2 people who had been following in his tracks since the town hall stopped at the barber shop, pretending to ponder over the price of the barber's services displayed on a chalkboard. Dandelion did not let himself be deceived. He knew what really interested them. He rode on. He passed the enormous building of the boarding house, the Rosebud, where, he knew, refined services either unknown or simply unpopular in other corners of the world were offered. For some time, his rational mind struggled against his character and that desire to enter for an hour. Reason triumphed. Dandelion sighed and rode on towards the university, trying not to look in the direction of the tap rooms from which issued the sounds of merriment. Yes, what more can be said? The troubadour loved the town of Oxenford. He looked around once more. The 2 individuals had not made use of the barber's services, although they most certainly should have. At present, they were standing outside a musical instrument shop, pretending to ponder over the clay ocarinas. The shopkeeper was falling over himself, praising his goods, and counting on making some money. Dandelion knew there was nothing to count on. He directed his horse towards the Philosopher's Gate, the main gate to the academy. He dealt swiftly with the formalities, which consisted of signing into a guest book and someone taking his gelding to the stables. Beyond the Philosopher's Gate, a different world greeted him. The college land was excluded from the ordinary infrastructure of town buildings. Unlike the town, it was not a place of dogged struggle for every square yard of space. Everything here was practically as the elves had left it. Wide lanes, laid with colourful gravel, between neat, eye-pleasing little palaces, open-work fences, walls, hedges, canals, bridges, flower-beds and green parks had been crushed in only a few places by some huge, crude mansion constructed in later, post-elven times. Everything was clean, peaceful and dignified. Any kind of trade or paid service was forbidden here, not to mention entertainment or carnal pleasures. Students, absorbed in large books and parchments, strolled along the lanes. Others, sitting on benches, lawns, and in flower beds, repeated their homework to each other, discussed or discreetly played at evens or odds, leapfrog, pile-up, or other games demanding intelligence. Professors, engrossed in conversation or debate, also strolled here with dignity and decorum. Younger tutors milled around with their eyes glued to the backsides of female students. Dandelion ascertained with joy that, since his day, nothing had changed in the academy. A breeze swept in from the delta, carrying the faint scent of the sea, and the somewhat stronger stink of hydrogen sulfide from the direction of the grand edifice of the Department of Alchemy, which towered above the canal. Grey and yellow linnets warbled amongst the shrubs in the park adjacent to the students' dormitories, while an orangutan sat on the poplar, having no doubt escaped from the zoological gardens in the Department of Natural History. Not wasting any time, the poet marched briskly through the labyrinth of lanes and hedges. He knew the university grounds like the back of his hand, and no wonder, considering he had studied there for 4 years, then had lectured for a year in the faculty of trouvèreship and poetry. The post of lecturer had been offered to him when he had passed his final exams with full marks, to the astonishment of professors with whom he had earned the reputation of lazybones, rake, and idiot during his studies. Then, when, after several years of roaming around the country with his lute, his fame as a minstrel had spread far and wide, the Academy had taken great pains to have him visit and give guest lectures. Dandelion yielded to their requests only sporadically, for his love of wandering was constantly at odds with his predilection for comfort, luxury, and a regular income, and also, of course, with his liking for the town of Oxenford. He looked back. The 2 individuals, not having purchased any ocarinas, pipes, or violins, strode behind him at a distance, paying great attention to the treetops and facades. Whistling light-heartedly, the poet changed direction and made towards the mansion which housed the Faculty of Medicine and Herbology. The lane leading to the faculty swarmed with female students, wearing characteristic pale green cloaks. Dandelion searched intently for familiar faces. Shani! A young medical student with dark red hair, cropped just below her ears, raised her head from a volume on anatomy and got up from her bench. Dandelion! She smiled, squinting her happy hazel eyes. I haven't seen you for years. Come on, I'll introduce you to my friends. They adore your poems. Later. muttered the bard. Look discreetly over there, Shani. See those two? Snoops. The medical student wrinkled her upturned nose and snorted, amazing Dandelion not for the first time with how easily students could recognize secret agents, spies, and informers. Students' aversion to the Secret Service was legendary, if not very rational. The university grounds were extraterritorial and sacred, and students and lecturers were untouchable while there, and the service, although it snooped, did not dare to bother or annoy academics. "They've been following me since the marketplace," said Dandelion, pretending to embrace and flirt with the medical student. "Will you do something for me, Shani?" "Depends what." The girl tossed her shapely neck like a frightened deer. "If you've got yourself into something stupid again—" No, he quickly reassured her. "I only want to pass on some information, and can't do it myself with these shits stuck to my heels." "Shall I call the lads? I've only got to shout and you'll have those snoops off your back." "Oh, come on. You want a riot to break out? The row over the bench ghetto for non-humans has just about ended, and you can't wait for more trouble? Besides, I loathe violence. I'll manage the snoops. However, if you could—" He brought his lips closer to the girl's hair and took a while to whisper something. Shani's eyes opened wide. "A witcher! A real witcher! Quiet, for the love of gods!" "Will you do that, Shani?" "Of course." The medical student smiled readily. "Just out of curiosity to see close up the famous quieter I asked you. Only remember, not a word to anyone." "A physician's secret." Shani smiled even more beautifully, and Dandelion was once more filled with a desire to finally compose a ballad about girls like her. Not too pretty, but nonetheless beautiful. Girls of whom one dreams at night, when those of classical beauty are forgotten after 5 minutes. "Thank you, Shani." "It's nothing, Dandelion. See you later. Take care." Duly kissing each other's cheeks, the bard and the medical student briskly moved off in opposite directions, she towards the faculty, he towards Thinker's Park. He passed the modern, gloomy Faculty of Technology building, dubbed the Deus Ex Machina by the students, and turned onto Guildenstern Bridge. He did not get far. 2 people lurked around a corner in the lane, by the flower bed, with a bronze bust of the first Chancellor of the Academy, Nicodemus de Boot. As was the habit of all snoops in the world, they avoided meeting others' eyes, and, like all snoops in the world, they had coarse, pale faces. These they tried very hard to furnish with an intelligent expression, thanks to which they resembled demented monkeys. "Greetings from Dijkstra," said one of the spies. "We're off." "Likewise," the bard replied impudently. "Off you go." The spies looked at each other, then, rooted to the spot, fixed their eyes on an obscene word which someone had scribbled in charcoal on the plinth supporting the Chancellor's bust. Dandelion sighed. "Just as I thought," he said, adjusting the lute on his shoulder. "So, am I going to be irrevocably forced to accompany you somewhere, gentlemen? Too bad. Let's go then. You go first, I'll follow. In this particular instance, age may go before beauty." Dijkstra, head of King Vishemir of Redania's secret service, did not resemble a spy. He was far from the stereotype, which dictated that a spy should be short, thin, rat-like, and have piercing eyes, forever casting furtive glances from beneath a black hood. Dijkstra, as Dandelion knew, never wore hoods, and had a decided preference for bright-coloured clothing. He was almost 7 foot tall, and probably only weighed a little under 2 quintals. When he crossed his arms over his chest, which he did with habitual pleasure, it looked as if 2 cachalots had prostrated themselves over a whale. As far as his features, hair colour and complexion were concerned, he looked like a freshly scrubbed pig. Dandelion knew very few people whose appearance was as deceptive as Dijkstra's, because this porky giant, who gave the impression of being a sleepy, sluggish moron, possessed an exceptionally keen mind and considerable authority. A popular saying at King Vishemir's court held that if Dijkstra states it is noon, yet darkness reigns all around, it is time to start worrying about the fate of the sun. At present, however, the poet had other reasons to worry.
"Dandelion,"
said Dijkstra sleepily, crossing the cachalots over the whale.
"You thick-headed half-wit, you unmitigated dunce. Do you have to spoil everything you touch? Couldn't you just once in your life do something right?
I know you can't think for yourself. I know you're almost 40, look almost 30, think you're just over 20, and act as though you're barely 10. And being aware of this, I usually furnish you with precise instructions. I tell you what you have to do, and when you have to do it, and how you're to go about it. And I regularly get the impression that I'm talking to a stone wall.
I, on the other hand, retorted the poet, feigning insolence, regularly have the impression that you talk simply to exercise your lips and tongue. So get to the point and eliminate the figures of speech and fruitless rhetoric. What are you getting at this time? They were sitting at a large oak table, amongst bookshelves crammed with volumes and piled with rolls of parchment, on the top floor of the Vice-Chancellor's offices, in leased quarters which Dijkstra had amusingly named the Faculty of Most Contemporary History, and Dandelion called the Faculty of Comparative Spying and Applied Sabotage. There were, including the poet, 4 present. Apart from Dijkstra, 2 other people took part in the conversation. One of these was, as usual, Ori Reuven, the aged and eternally sniffing secretary to the chief of Redanian spies. The other was no ordinary person.
You know very well what I'm getting at,
Dijkstra replied coldly.
However, since you clearly enjoy playing the idiot, I won't spoil your game, and will explain using simple words. Or maybe you'd like to make use of this privilege, Philippa.
Dandelion glanced at the 4th person present at the meeting, who until then had remained silent. Philippa Eilhart must have only recently arrived in Oxenford, or was perhaps intending to leave at once, since she wore neither a dress, nor her favourite black agate jewellery, nor any sharp make-up. She was wearing a man's short jacket, leggings and high boots, a field outfit, as the poet called it. The enchantress's dark hair, usually loose and worn in a picturesque mess, was brushed smooth and tied back at the nape of her neck.
"Let's not waste time," she said, raising her even eyebrows. "Dandelion's right. We can spare ourselves the rhetoric and slick eloquence, which leads nowhere when the matter at hand is so simple and trivial." "Ah, even so," Dijkstra smiled. "Trivial? A dangerous Nilfgaardian agent, who could now be trivially locked away in my deepest dungeon in Traitor Gore, has trivially escaped, trivially warned and frightened away by the trivial stupidity of 2 gentlemen known as Dandelion and Geralt. I've seen people wander to the scaffolds over lesser trivialities. Why didn't you inform me about your ambush, Dandelion? Did I not instruct you to keep me informed about all the witch's intentions?"
"I didn't know anything about Geralt's plans," Dandelion lied with conviction. "I told you that he went to Temeria and Sodden to hunt down this Rience. I also told you that he had returned. I was convinced he had given up. Rience had literally dissolved into thin air. The Witcher didn't find the slightest trail, and this, if you remember, I also told you."
"You lied," stated the spy coldly. "The Witcher did find Rionce's trail in the form of corpses. That's when he decided to change his tactics. Instead of chasing Rience, he decided to wait for Rience to find him. He signed up to the Malicious and Grok Company barges as an escort. He did so intentionally. He knew that the company would advertise it far and wide, that Rience would hear of it and then venture to try something. And so Rience did. The strange, elusive Master Rience, the insolent, self-assured Master Rience, who does not even bother to use aliases or false names. Master Rience, who, from a mile off, smells of Nilfgaardian chimney smoke and of being a renegade sorcerer. Isn't that right, Philippa?"
The magician neither affirmed nor denied it. She remained silent, watching Dandelion closely and intently. The poet lowered his eyes and hawked hesitantly. He did not like such gazes. Dandelion divided women, including magicians, into very likeable, likeable, unlikable, and very unlikable. The very likeable reacted to the proposition of being bedded with joyful acquiescence, the likeable with a happy smile. The unlikable reacted unpredictably. The very unlikable were counted by the troubadour to be those to whom the very thought of presenting such a proposition made his back go strangely cold and his knees shake. Philippa Eilhart, although very attractive, was decidedly very unlikable. Apart from that, Philippa Eilhart was an important figure in the Council of Wizards and King Visimir's trusted court magician. She was a very talented enchantress. Word had it that she was one of the few to have mastered the art of polymorphy. She looked 30. In truth,
she was probably no less than 300 years old. Dijkstra, locking his chubby fingers together over his belly, twiddled his thumbs. Philippa remained silent. Ori Reuven coughed, sniffed, and wriggled, constantly adjusting his generous toga. His toga resembled a professor's, but did not look as if it had been presented by a senate. It looked more as if it had been found on a rubbish heap.
"Your Witcher, however," suddenly snarled the spy, "underestimated Master Riance. He set a trap, but, demonstrating a complete lack of common sense, banked on Riance troubling himself to come in person. Riance, according to the Witcher's plan, was to feel safe. Riance wasn't to smell a trap anywhere, wasn't to spy Master Dijkstra's subordinates lying in wait for him, because, on the Witcher's instructions, Master Dandelion had not squealed to Master Dijkstra about the planned ambush. But according to the instructions received, Master Dandelion was duty-bound to do so. Master Dandelion had clear, explicit instructions in this matter which he deigned to ignore."
"I am not one of your subordinates." The poet puffed up with pride. "And I don't have to comply with your instructions and orders. I help you sometimes, but I do so out of my own free will, from patriotic duty, so as not to stand by idly in face of the approaching changes."
"You spy for anyone who pays you," Dijkstra interrupted coldly. "You inform on anyone who has something on you. And I've got a pretty few good things on you, Dandelion, so don't be saucy."
"I won't give in to blackmail."
"Shall we bet on it? Gentlemen."
Philippa Eilhart raised her hand.
"Let's be serious, if you please. Let's not be diverted from the matter in hand."
"Quite right."
The spy sprawled out in the armchair.
"Listen, poet. What's done is done. Riance has been warned and won't be duped a second time. But I can't let anything like this happen in the future. That's why I want to see the Witcher. Bring him to me. Stop wandering around town trying to lose my agents. Go straight to Geralt and bring him here, to the faculty. I have to talk to him, personally and without witnesses. Without the noise and publicity which would arise if I were to arrest the Witcher. Bring him to me, Dandelion. That's all I require of you at present."
"Geralt has left," the bard lied calmly. Dijkstra glanced at the magician. Dandelion, expecting an impulse to sound out his mind, tensed, but he did not feel anything. Philippa was watching him, her eyes narrowed, but nothing indicated that she was using spells to verify his truthfulness.
"Then I'll wait until he's back,"
sighed Dijkstra, pretending to believe him.
"The matter I want to see him about is important, so I'll make some changes to my schedule and wait for the Witcher. When he's back, bring him here. The sooner the better. Better for many people."
"There might be a few difficulties," Dandelion grimaced, "in convincing Geralt to come here. He, just imagine it, harbours an inexplicable aversion to spies. Although, to all intents and purposes, he seems to understand that it is a job like any other, he feels repulsion for those who execute it. Patriotic reasons, he's wont to say, are one thing, but the spying profession attracts only out-and-out scoundrels, and the lowest—
Enough, enough.
Dijkstra waved his hand carelessly.
"No platitudes, please. Platitudes bore me. They're so crude."
"I think so too," snorted the troubadour. "But the Witcher's a simple soul, a straightforward, honest simpleton in his judgment, nothing like us men of the world. He simply despises spies, and won't want to talk to you for anything in the world. And as for helping the Secret Services, there's no question about it. And you haven't got anything on him."
"You're mistaken," said the spy. "I do. More than one thing. But for the time being, that brawl on the barge near Acorn Bay is enough. You know who those men who came on board were. They weren't Riance's men."
"That's not news to me," said the poet casually. "I'm sure there were a few scoundrels of the likes of which there is no shortage in the Temerian guards. Riance has been asking about the Witcher, and no doubt offering a nice sum for any news about him. It's obvious that the Witcher is very important to him. So a few crafty dogs tried to grab Geralt, bury him in some cave, and then sell him to Riance, dictating their conditions and trying to bargain as much out of him as possible, because they would have got very little, if anything at all, for mere information."
"My congratulations on such perspicacity. The Witcher's, of course, not yours. It would never have occurred to you. But the matter is more complex than you think. My colleagues,
Men belonging to King Foltest's secret service are also, as it turns out, interested in Master Riance. They saw through the plan of those, as you called them, crafty dogs. It is they who boarded the barge, they who wanted to grab the Witcher, perhaps as bait for Riance, perhaps for a different end. At Acorn Bay, Dandelion, the Witcher killed Temerian agents. Their chief is very, very angry. You say Geralt has left? I hope he hasn't gone to Temeria. He might never return.
And that's what you have on him?
Indeed, that's what I have. I can pacify the Temerians, but not for nothing. Where has the Witcher gone, Dandelion?
Novigrad, the troubadour lied without thinking. He went to look for Riance there.
A mistake? A mistake,
smiled the spy, pretending not to have caught the lie.
You see what a shame it is he didn't overcome his repulsion and get in touch with me. I'd have saved him the effort. Riance isn't in Novigrad, whereas there's no end of Temerian agents there, probably all waiting for the Witcher. They've caught on to something I've known for a long time, namely that Geralt, the Witcher from Rivia, can answer all kinds of questions if he's asked in the right manner. Questions which the secret services of each of the 4 kingdoms are beginning to ask themselves. The arrangement is simple. The Witcher comes here to the department and gives me the answers to these questions, and he'll be left in peace. I'll calm the Temerians and guarantee his safety.
What questions are you talking about? Maybe I can answer them.
Don't make me laugh, Dandelion.
Yet, Philippa Eilhart said suddenly.
Perhaps he can. Maybe he can save us time. Don't forget, Dijkstra, our poet is mixed up to his ears in this affair, and we've got him here, but we haven't got the Witcher. Where is the child seen with Geralt in Kaedwen? The girl with ashen hair and green eyes? The one Riance asked you about, back in Temeria, when he caught and tortured you. Eh, Dandelion? What do you know about the girl? Where has the Witcher hidden her? Where did Yennefer go when she received Geralt's letter? Where is Triss Merigold hiding, and why is she hiding?
Dijkstra did not stir, but his swift glance at the magician showed Dandelion that the spy was taken aback. The questions Philippa had raised had clearly been asked too soon, and directed to the wrong person. The questions appeared rash and careless. The trouble was that Philippa Eilhart could be accused of anything but rashness and carelessness.
"I'm very sorry," he said slowly, "but I don't know the answer to any of the questions. I'd help you if I could, but I can't."
Philippa looked him straight in the eyes.
"Dandelion," she drawled, "if you know where that girl is, tell us. I assure you that all that I and Dijkstra care about is her safety, safety which is being threatened."
"I have no doubt," lied the poet. "That's all you care about. But I really don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen the child you're so interested in, and Geralt—"
"Geralt," interrupted Dijkstra, "never confided in you, never said a word, even though, no doubt, you inundated him with questions. Why do you think that might be, Dandelion? Could it be that this simple soul, this simpleton who despises spies, sensed who you really are?" "Leave him alone, Philippa. It's a waste of time. He knows shit all. Don't be taken in by his cocksure expressions and ambiguous smirks. He can help us in only one way. When the Witcher emerges from his hideout, he'll get in touch with him, no one else. Just imagine, he considers him to be a friend."
Dandelion slowly raised his head.
"Indeed," he confirmed. "He considers me to be such. And just imagine, Dijkstra, that it's not without reason. Finally accept the fact, and draw your conclusions."
"Have you drawn them?" "Right. So, now you can try blackmail."
"Well, well," smiled the spy. "How touched you are on that point. Don't sulk, poet. I was joking. Blackmail between us comrades? Out of the question. And believe me, I don't wish that Witcher of yours any ill, nor am I thinking of harming him. Who knows? Maybe I'll even come to some understanding with him, to the advantage of us both. But in order for that to happen, I've got to see him. When he appears, bring him to me. I ask you sincerely, Dandelion, very sincerely. Have you understood how sincerely?"
The troubadour snorted. "I've understood how sincerely."
"I'd like to believe that's true. Well, go now. Ori, show our troubadour to the door."
"Take care." Dandelion got to his feet. "I wish you luck in your work and your personal life. My regards, Philippa. Oh, and Dykstra. Those agents traipsing after me. Call them off."
"Of course," lied the spy. "I'll call them off. Is it possible you don't believe me?"
"Nothing of the kind," lied the poet. "I believe you." Dandelion stayed on the academy premises until evening. He kept looking around attentively, but didn't spot any snoops following him, and that was precisely what worried him most. At the Faculty of Trouveurship, he listened to a lecture on classical poetry. Then he slept sweetly through a seminar on modern poetry. He was woken up by some tutors he knew, and together they went to the Department of Philosophy to take part in a long-enduring, stormy dispute on the essence and origins of life. Before it had even grown dark, half of the participants were outright drunk, while the rest were preparing for blows, out-shouting each other and creating a hullabaloo hard to describe. All this proved handy for the poet. He slipped unseen into the garret, clambered out by the window vent, slid down by way of the gutter onto the roof of the library, and, nearly breaking his leg, jumped across onto the roof of the dissecting theatre. From there he got into the garden adjacent to the wall. Amidst the dense gooseberry bushes, he found a hole which he himself had made bigger when a student. Beyond the hole lay the town of Oxenfurt. He merged into the crowd, then quickly sneaked down the back streets, dodging like a hare chased by hounds. When he reached the coach-house, he waited a good half-hour, hidden in the shadows. Not spotting anything suspicious, he climbed the ladder to the thatch and leapt onto the roof of the house belonging to Wolfgang Amadeus Goatbeard, a brewer he knew. Gripping the moss-covered roof tiles, he finally arrived at the window of the attic he was aiming for. An oil lamp was burning inside the little room. Perched precariously on the guttering, Dandelion knocked on the lead frames. The window was not locked and gave way at the slightest push. "Geralt? Hey, Geralt!"
"Dandelion, wait. Don't come in, please."
"What's that? Don't come in? What do you mean, don't come in?"
The poet pushed the window.
"You're not alone, or what? Are you bedding someone right now?"
Neither receiving nor waiting for an answer, he clambered onto the sill, knocking over the apples and onions lying on it.
"Geralt!"
He panted, and immediately fell silent, then cursed under his breath, staring at the light green robes of a medical student strewn across the floor. He opened his mouth in astonishment and cursed once more. He could have expected anything, but not this.
"Shani!"
He shook his head. "May the—"
"No comments, thank you very much."
The Witcher sat down on the bed, and Shani covered herself, yanking the sheet right up to her upturned nose.
"Well, come in then."
Geralt reached for his trousers.
"Since you're coming by way of the window, this must be important, because if it isn't, I'm going to throw you straight back out through it."
Dandelion clambered off the sill, knocking down the rest of the onions. He sat down, pulling the high-backed wooden chair closer with his foot. The Witcher gathered Shani's clothes and his own from the floor. He looked abashed and dressed in silence. The medical student, hiding behind him, was struggling with her shirt. The poet watched her insolently, searching in his mind for similes and rhymes for the golden colour of her skin in the light of the oil lamp and the curves of her small breasts.
"What's this about, Dandelion?"
The Witcher fastened the buckles on his boots.
"Go on."
"Pack your bags," he replied dryly. "Your departure is imminent."
"How imminent?"
"Exceptionally."
"Shani."
Geralt cleared his throat.
"Shani told me about the snoops following you. You lost them, I understand."
"You don't understand anything."
"Ryons?"
"Worse."
"In that case, I really don't understand."
"Wait.
"The Redanians?"
"Traitor."
"Dykstra?"
"You've guessed."
"That's still no reason."
"It's reason enough," interrupted Dandelion. "They're not concerned about Ryons anymore, Geralt. They're after the girl and Yennefer. Dykstra wants to know where they are. He's going to force you to disclose it to him. Do you understand now?"
I do now, and so we're fleeing. Does it have to be through the window?
Absolutely. Shani, will you manage? The student of medicine smoothed down her robe. It won't be my first window.
I was sure of that.
The poet scrutinized her intently, counting on seeing a blush worthy of rhyme and metaphor. He miscalculated. Mirth in her hazel eyes and an impudent smile were all he saw. A big grey owl glided down to the sill without a sound. Shani cried out quietly. Geralt reached for his sword.
"Don't be silly, Philippa," said Dandelion.
The owl disappeared, and Philippa Eilhart appeared in its place, squatting awkwardly. The magician immediately jumped into the room, smoothing down her hair and clothes.
"Good evening," she said coldly. "Introduce me, Dandelion."
"Geralt of Rivia, Shani of medicine, and that owl, which so craftily flew in my tracks, is no owl. This is Philippa Eilhart from the Council of Wizards, at present in King Visimir's service and pride of the Tretogor court. It's a shame we've only got one chair in here."
"It's quite enough."
The enchantress made herself comfortable in the high-backed chair vacated by Dandelion, and cast a smouldering glance over those present, fixing her eyes somewhat longer on Shani. The medical student, to Dandelion's surprise, suddenly blushed.
"In principle, what I've come about is the sole concern of Geralt of Rivia," Philippa began after a short pause. "I'm aware, however, that to ask anybody to leave would be tactless, and so—" "I can leave," said Shani hesitantly.
"You can't," muttered Geralt. "No one can until the situation's made clear. Isn't that so, my lady?"
"Philippa, to you," smiled the enchantress. "Let's throw formalities aside, and no one has to go. No one's presence bothers me, astonishes me at most, but what to do? Life is an endless train of surprises. As one of my friends says, as our mutual friend says, Geralt. You're studying medicine, are you, Shani? What year?"
"Third," grunted the girl.
"Ah."
Philippa Eilhart was looking not at her, but at the Witcher.
17. What a beautiful age. Yennefer would give a lot to be that age again. What do you reckon, Geralt? Because I'll ask her when I get the chance."
The Witcher smiled nastily.
"I've no doubt you will ask. I've no doubt you'll follow the question with a commentary. I've no doubt it'll amuse you no end. Now come to the point, please."
"Quite right."
The magician nodded, growing serious.
"It's high time, and you haven't got much time. Dandelion has, no doubt, already informed you that Dijkstra has suddenly acquired the wish to see and talk to you to establish the location of a certain girl. Dijkstra has orders from King Visimir on this matter, and so I think he will be very insistent that you reveal this place to him."
"Of course. Thank you for the warning. Only one thing puzzles me a little. You say Dijkstra received instructions from the king, and you didn't receive any? After all, you hold a prominent seat in Visimir's council."
"Indeed."
The magician was not perturbed by the jibe.
"I do. I take my responsibilities seriously, and they consist of warning the king against making mistakes. Sometimes, as in this particular instance, I am not allowed to tell the king outright that he is committing a mistake, or to dissuade him from a hasty action. I simply have to render it impossible for him to make a mistake. You understand what I'm saying?"
The Witcher confirmed with a nod. Dandelion wondered whether he really did understand, because he knew that Philippa was lying through her teeth.
"So, I see," said Geralt slowly, proving that he understood perfectly well, "that the Council of Wizards is also interested in my ward. The wizards wish to find out where my ward is, and they want to get to her before Visimir or anybody else does. Why, Philippa? What is it about my ward? What makes her so very interesting?"
The magician's eyes narrowed.
"Don't you know?" she hissed. "Do you know so little about her? I wouldn't like to draw any hasty conclusions, but such a lack of knowledge would indicate that your qualifications as her guardian amount to nothing. In truth, I'm surprised that being so unaware and so lacking in information, you decided to look after her. And not only that, you decided to deny the right to look after her to others who have both the qualifications and the right. And on top of that, you ask why. Careful, Geralt, or your arrogance will be the end of you. Watch out, and guard that child, damn it. Guard that girl as though she's the apple of your eye. And if you can't do so yourself, ask others to."
For a moment, Dandelion thought the Witcher was going to mention the role undertaken by Yennefer. He would not be risking anything, and would flatten Philippa's arguments. But Geralt said nothing. The poet guessed why. Philippa knew everything. Philippa was warning him, and the Witcher understood her warning. He concentrated on observing their eyes and faces, wondering whether by any chance something in the past had tied the two together. Dandelion knew that similar duels of words and allusions, demonstrating a mutual fascination, waged between the Witcher and enchantresses, very often ended in bed. But observation, as usual, gave him nothing. There was only one way to find out whether something had tied the Witcher to anyone. One had to enter through the window at the appropriate moment.
"To look after someone," the enchantress continued after a while, "means to take upon oneself the responsibility for the safety of a person unable to assure that safety for herself. If you expose your ward, if she comes to any misfortune, the responsibility falls on you, Geralt. Only you."
"I know."
"I'm afraid you still know too little."
"So enlighten me. What makes so many people suddenly want to free me from the burden of that responsibility, want to take on my duties and care for my ward? What does the Council of Wizards want from Ciri? What do Dijkstra and King Vizimir want from her? What do the Temerians want from her? What does a certain Ryance, who has already murdered 3 people in Sodden and Temeria who were in touch with me and the girl 2 years ago, want from her? Who almost murdered Dandelion trying to extract information about her? Who is this Ryance, Philippa?"
"I don't know," said the magician. "I don't know who Ryance is, but, like you, I'd very much like to find out."
"Does this Ryance," Shani said unexpectedly, "have a 3rd-degree burn on his face? If so, then I know who he is, and I know where he is."
In the silence which fell, the first drops of rain knocked on the gutter outside the window. Murder is always murder, regardless of motive or circumstance. Thus, those who murder or who prepare to murder are malefactors and criminals, regardless of who they may be, kings, princes, marshals, or judges. None who contemplates and commits violence has the right to consider himself better than an ordinary criminal, because it is in the nature of all violence to lead inevitably to crime. Nicodemus de Voot, Meditations on Life, Happiness and Prosperity. Chapter 6.
"Let us not commit a mistake," said Vizimir, King of Redania,
sliding his ringed fingers through the hair at his temples.
"We can't afford to make a blunder or mistake now."
Those assembled said nothing. Demavend, ruler of Aedion, sprawled in his armchair, staring at the tankard of beer resting on his belly. Foltest, the lord of Temeria, Pontar, Mahakam, and Sodden, and recently senior protector of Brugge, presented his noble profile to everyone by turning his head towards the window. At the opposite side of the table sat Henselt, king of Kaedwen, running his small, piercing eyes, glistening from a face as bearded as a brigand's, over the other participants of the council. Meve, queen of Lyria, toyed pensively with the enormous rubies in her necklace, occasionally twisting her beautiful full lips into an ambiguous grimace.
"Let us not commit a mistake," repeated Vizimir, "because a mistake could cost us too much. Let us make use of the experience of others. When our ancestors landed on the beaches 500 years ago, the elves also hid their heads in the sand. We tore the country away from them piece by piece, and they retreated, thinking all the while that this would be the last border, that we would encroach no further. Let us be wiser, because now it is our turn. Now we are the elves. Nilfgaard is at the Yaruga, and I hear, so let them stay there. I hear they won't come any further. But they will, you'll see. So, I repeat, let us not make the same mistake as the elves."
Raindrops knocked against the window panes, and the wind howled eerily. Queen Meve raised her head. She thought she heard the croaking of ravens and crows, but it was only the wind and rain.
"Do not compare us to the elves," said Henselt of Kaedwen. "You dishonour us with such comparison. The elves did not know how to fight. They retreated before our ancestors and hid in the mountains and forests. The elves did not treat our ancestors to a sodden, but we showed the Nilfgaardians what it means to pick a quarrel with us. Do not threaten us with Nilfgaard, Vesemir. Don't sow the seeds of propaganda. Nilfgaard, you say, is at the Yaruga. I say that Nilfgaard is sitting as quiet as a church mouse beyond the river. Because we broke their spine at Sodden. We broke them militarily, and above all, we broke their morale. I don't know whether it's true that Emir var Imris was, at the time, against aggression on such a scale that the attack on Sintra was the work of some party hostile to him. I take it that if they had defeated us, he would be applauding and distributing privileges and endowments amongst them. But after Sodden, it suddenly turns out he was against it, and that everything which occurred was due to his marshal's insubordination. And heads fell. The scaffolds flowed with blood. These are certain facts, not rumours. 8 solemn executions, and many more modest ones, several apparently natural yet mysterious deaths, a good many cases of people suddenly choosing to retire. I tell you, Emir fell into a rage and practically finished off his own commanders. So, who will lead their army now? The sergeants?
No, not the sergeants, said Demavend of Aedion coldly. It will be young and gifted officers who have long waited for such an opportunity and have been trained by Emir for an equally long time. Those whom the older marshals stopped from taking command, prevented from being promoted. The young, gifted commanders about whom we already hear. Those who crushed the uprisings in Metina and Nazaire, who rapidly broke up the rebels in Ebbing. Commanders who appreciate the roles of outflanking manoeuvres, of far-reaching cavalry raids, of swift infantry marches, and of landing operations from the sea. They used the tactics of crushing assaults in specific directions. They used the newest siege techniques instead of relying on the uncertainties of magic. They must not be underestimated. They are itching to cross the Yaruga and prove that they have learned from the mistakes of their old marshals.
If they have truly learned anything, Henselt shrugged, they will not cross the Yaruga. The river estuary on the border between Sintra and Verden is still controlled by Ervil and his 3 strongholds, Nastrog, Rosrog, and Bodrog. They cannot be seized just like that. No new technology is going to help them there. Our flank is defended by Ithane of Sidaris' fleet, and thanks to it we control the shore, and also thanks to the pirates of Skellige. Jarl Krach and Crate, if you remember, didn't sign a truce with Nilfgaard, and regularly bites them, attacking and setting fire to their maritime settlements and forts in the provinces. The Nilfgaardians have nicknamed him Terth Ismur, Sea Boar. They frighten children with him.
Frightening Nilfgaardian children, smiled Vesemir wryly, will not ensure our safety.
No, agreed Henselt. Something else will. Without control of the estuary or the shore, and with a flank exposed, Emir var Imris will be in no position to ensure provisions reach any detachments he might care to send across the Yaruga.
What swift marches, what cavalry raids! Ridiculous!
The army will come to a standstill within 3 days of crossing the river.
Half will lay siege to the stronghold, and the rest will be slowly dispersed to plunder the region in search of fodder and food. And when their famed cavalry has eaten most of its own horses, we'll give them another Sodden. Damn it! I'd like them to cross the river, but don't worry, they won't.
Let us say, Meve of Lyria said suddenly, that they do not cross the Yaruga. Let us say that Nilfgaard will simply wait. Now let us consider, who would that suit, them or us? Who can let themselves wait and do nothing, and who can't?
Exactly, picked up Vesemir. Meve, as usual, does not say much, but she hits the nail on the head. Emir has time on his hands, gentlemen, but we don't. Can't you see what is happening? 3 years ago, Nilfgaard disturbed a small stone on the mountainside, and now they are calmly waiting for an avalanche. They can simply wait while new stones keep pouring down the slope, because to some, that first small stone looked like a boulder which would be impossible to move. And since it turned out that a mere touch sufficed to set it rolling, others appeared for whom an avalanche would prove convenient. From the grey mountains to Bremervoord, elven commandos rove the forests. This is no longer a small group of guerrilla fighters. This is war. Just wait, and we'll see the free elves of Dol Blatana rising to fight. In Mahakam, the dwarves are rebelling. The dryads of Brokilon are growing bolder and bolder. This is war. War on a grand scale. Civil war. Domestic. Our own. While Nilfgaard waits. Whose side do you think time is on? The Scoia'tael commandos have 30 or 40-year-old elves fighting for them, and they live for 300 years. They have time. We don't.
The Scoia'tael, admitted Henselt, have become a real thorn in the backside. They're paralyzing my trade and transport, terrorizing the farmers. We have to put an end to this.
If the non-humans want war, they will get it, threw in Foltest of Temeria. I have always been an advocate of mutual agreement and coexistence, but if they prefer a test of strength, then we will see who is the stronger. I am ready. I undertake to put an end to the squirrels in Temeria and Sodden within 6 months. Those lands have already run with elven blood once, shed by our ancestors. I consider the bloodletting a tragedy, but I do not see an alternative. The tragedy will be repeated. The elves have to be pacified. Your army will march against the elves if you give the order, nodded Demavend. But will it march against humans? Against the peasantry from which you muster your infantry? Against the guilds? Against the free towns? Speaking of the Scoia'tael, Visimir described only one stone in the avalanche. Yes, gentlemen, do not gape at me like that. Word is already going round the villages and towns that on the lands already taken by the Nilfgaard, peasants, farmers and craftsmen are having an easier life, freer and richer, and that merchants' guilds have more privileges. We are inundated with goods from Nilfgaardian manufactories. In Brugge and Verden, their coin is ousting local currency. If we sit and do nothing, we will be finished, at odds with our neighbours, embroiled in conflict, tangled up in trying to quell rebellions and riots, and slowly subdued by the economic strength of the Nilfgaardians. We will be finished, suffocating in our own stuffy parochial corner because, understand this, Nilfgaard is cutting off our route to the south, and we have to develop. We have to be expansive, otherwise there won't be enough room here for our grandchildren. Those gathered said nothing. Visimir of Redania sighed deeply, grabbed one of the chalices standing on the table, and took a long draught. Rain battered against the windows throughout the prolonged silence, and the wind howled and pounded against the shutters.
All the worries of which we talk, said Henselt finally, is the work of Nilfgaard. It is Emir's emissaries who are inciting the non-humans, spreading propaganda and calling for riots. It is they who are throwing gold around and promising privileges to corporations and guilds, assuring barons and dukes they will receive high positions in the provinces they plan to create in place of our kingdoms. I don't know what it's like in your countries, but in Kaedwen we've been inundated with clerics, preachers, fortune-tellers, and other shitty mystics, all appearing out of the blue, all preaching the end of the world.
It's the same in my country, agreed Foltest.
Damn it, for so many years there was peace.
Ever since my grandfather showed the clerics their place and decimated their ranks, those who remained stuck to useful tasks. They studied books and instilled knowledge in children, treated the sick, took care of the poor, the handicapped and the homeless. They didn't get mixed up in politics. And now, all of a sudden, they've woken up and are yelling nonsense to the rabble, and the rabble is listening and believes they know at last why their lives are so hard. I put up with it because I'm less impetuous than my grandfather and less sensitive about my royal authority and dignity than he was. What sort of dignity or authority would it be anyway if it could be undermined by the squealings of some deranged fanatic? But my patience is coming to an end. Recently, the main topic of preaching has been of a saviour who will come from the south. From the south, from beyond the Yaruga.
The white flame, muttered Demavend.
White chill will come to be, and after it the white light, and then the world will be reborn through the white flame and the white queen. I've heard it too. It's a travesty of the prophecy of Eithlina ap Ivanian, the elven seeress. I gave orders to catch one cleric who was going on about it in the Vengerberg marketplace, and the torturer asked him politely and at length how much gold the prophet had received from Emir for doing it. But the preacher only prattled on about the white flame and the white queen, the same thing to the very end. Careful, Demavend, grimaced Visimir. Don't make any martyrs. That's exactly what Emir is after. Catch all the Nilfgaardian agents you please, but do not lay hands on clerics. The consequences are too unpredictable. They still are held in regard and have an important influence on people. We have too much trouble with the squirrels to risk riots in our towns or war against our own peasants.
Damn it, snorted Foltest. Let's not do this, let's not risk that, we mustn't this, we mustn't that. Have we gathered here to talk about all we can't do? Is that why you dragged us all to Haga, Demavend? To cry our hearts out and bemoan our weakness and helplessness? Let us finally do something. Something must be done. What is happening has to be stopped.
I've been saying that from the start.
Vizimir pulled himself up.
I propose action.
What sort of action?
What can we do?
Silence fell again. The wind blustered. The shutters banged against the castle wall.
Why, said Meve suddenly, are you all looking at me?
We're admiring your beauty,
Henselt mumbled from the depths of his tankard.
That too,
seconded Vizimir.
Meve, we all know you can find a solution to everything. You have a woman's intuition. You're a wise
Stop flattering me. The Queen of Lyria clasped her hands in her lap and fixed her gaze on the darkened tapestries with their depictions of hunting scenes. Hounds, extended in a leap, were turning the muzzles up towards the flanks of a fleeing white unicorn.
I've never seen a live unicorn, thought Meve. Never, and I probably never will. The situation in which we find ourselves, she said after a while, tearing her eyes away from the tapestry, reminds me of long winter evenings in Rivian Castle. Something always hung in the air. My husband would be contemplating how to get his hands on yet another maid of honour. The marshal would be working out how to start a war which would make him famous. The wizard would imagine he was king. The servants wouldn't feel like serving. The jester would be sad, gloomy, and excruciatingly dull. The dogs would howl with melancholy, and the cats sleep, careless of any mice that might be scuttling around on the table. Everybody was waiting for something. Everyone was scowling at me. And I? Then I showed them. I showed them all what I was capable of, in a way that made the very walls shake and the local grizzly bears wake in their winter lairs. And any silly thoughts disappeared from their heads in a trice. Suddenly, everyone knew who ruled. No one uttered a word. The wind howled a little louder. The guards on the buttresses outside hailed each other casually. The patter of drops on the panes in the lead window frames grew to a frenzied staccato. Nilfgaard is watching and waiting, continued Meve slowly, toying with her necklace. Nilfgaard is observing us. Something is hanging in the air. Silly thoughts are springing up in many heads. So, let us show them what we are capable of. Let us show them who is really king here. Let us shake the walls of this great castle, plunged into a winter torpor.
Eradicate the squirrels, said Henselt quickly. Start a huge joint military operation. Treat the non-humans to a bloodbath. Let the Pontar, Gwenlech, and Buina flow with elven blood from source to estuary. Send a penal expedition to smother the free elves of Dolblatana, added Demavend, frowning. March an interventionary force into Mahakam. Allow Ervil of Verden a chance, at last, to get at the Dryads in Brokilon.
Yes, a bloodbath, and any survivors to the reservations.
Set Crack and Crate at the Nilfgaardian shores, picked up Vizimir. Support him with Ithane of Sidaris' fleet. Let them go ravaging from the Yaruga to Ebbing. A show of strength.
Not enough. Foltest shook his head. All of that is still not enough. We need... I know what we need.
So tell us.
Sintra.
What?
To take Sintra back from the Nilfgaardians. Let us cross the Yaruga, be the first to attack. Now, while they don't expect it, let us throw them out, back beyond the Marnadal.
How? We've just said that it's impossible for an army to cross the Yaruga.
Impossible for Nilfgaard. But we have control of the river. We hold the estuary in our grasp, and the supply routes and our flank is protected by Skellige, Sidaris, and the strongholds in Verden. For Nilfgaard, getting 40 or 50,000 men across the river is a considerable effort. We can get far more across to the left bank. Don't gape, Vizimir. You wanted something to put an end to the waiting. Something spectacular?
Something which will make us true kings again? That something is Cintra. Cintra will bind us and our rule together because Cintra is a symbol. Remember Sodden. If it were not for the massacre of that town and Calanthe's martyrdom, there would not have been such a victory then. The forces were equal. No one counted on our crushing them like that. But our armies threw themselves at their throats like wolves, like rabid dogs, to avenge the lioness of Cintra. And there are those whose fury was not quelled by the blood spilt on the field of Sodden. Remember Crach and Crate, the wild boar of the sea. That is true, nodded Demavend. Crach swore bloody vengeance on Nilfgaard, for East Tjersik killed at Marnadal, and for Calanthe. If we were to strike at the left bank, Crach would back us up with all the strength of Skellige. By the gods, this has a chance at success. Aye, back, Foltest. Let us not wait. Let us strike first. Let us liberate Cintra and chase those sons of bitches beyond the Amel Pass.
Slow down, snarled Henselt. Don't be in such a hurry to tug the lion's whiskers, because this lion is not dead yet. This is for starters. Secondly, if we are the first to strike, we will put ourselves in the position of aggressors. We will be breaking the truce to which we all put our seals. We will not be backed by Niademir and his league. We will not be backed by Esterad Thyssen. I don't know how Ethane of Sidaris will react. An aggressive war will also be opposed by our guilds, merchants, nobles, and above all, the wizards. Do not forget the wizards. The wizards won't back an assault on the left bank, confirmed Vizimir. The peace agreement was the work of Vilgefortz of Roggeveen. It is well known that his plan was for the armistice to gradually turn into permanent peace. Vilgefortz will not back a war. And the chapter, believe me, will do whatever Vilgefortz wishes. After Sodden, he has become the most important person in the chapter. Let other magicians say what they will. Vilgefortz plays first fiddle there. Vilgefortz, bridled Foltest. He has grown too large for us, that magician. Taking into account Vilgefortz's and the chapter's plans which I am not acquainted with anyway, and which I do not understand at that, is beginning to annoy me. But there is a way around that too, gentlemen. What if it were Nilfgaard who was the aggressor? At Dol Angra, for example, against Aedirn and Lyria. We could arrange that somehow, could stage some tiny provocation, a border incident caused by them, an attack on a border fort, let us say. We will, of course, be prepared. We will react decisively and forcefully, with everybody's full acceptance, including that of Vilgefortz and the entire chapter of wizards. And when Emir var Emrys turns his back from Sodden and Transriver, the Cintrians will demand their country back. All the emigrants and refugees who are gathering themselves in Brugge under Visigurd's leadership. Nearly 8,000 of them are armed. Could there be a better spearhead? They live in the hope of regaining the country they were forced to flee. They are burning to fight. They are ready to strike the left bank. They await only the battle cry. The battle cry, bore out Meave, and the promise that we will back them up. Because Emir can command 8,000 men at his border garrison. With that strength, he won't even have to send for relief troops. Visigurd knows this very well, and won't move until he has the assurance that your armies, Foltest, reinforced by Redanian corps, will disembark on the left bank at his heels. But above all, Visigurd is waiting for the lion cub of Cintra. Apparently, the Queen's granddaughter survived the slaughter. Allegedly, she was seen amongst the refugees, but the child mysteriously disappeared. The emigrants persist in their search for her, because they need someone of royal blood to sit on their regained throne. Someone of Calanthe's blood. Nonsense, said Foltest coldly. More than 2 years have passed. If the child has not been found by now, she's dead. We can forget that myth. Calanthe is no more, and there is no lion cub, no royal blood to whom the throne belongs. Cintra will never again be what it was during the lioness's lifetime. Obviously, we cannot say that to Visigurd's emigrants. So, you're going to send Cintran guerrillas to their deaths? Meave narrowed her eyes. In the line of attack? Not telling them that Cintra can only be reborn as a vassal country under your protectorship? You are proposing to all of us an attack on Cintra for your own gain? You have suborned Sodden and Brugge for yourself, are sharpening your teeth on Verden, and now you have caught a whiff of Cintra. Is that right? Admit it, Foltest, snapped Henselt. Is Meave right? Is that why you are inciting us to this affair? Come on, leave it.
The ruler of Temeria furrowed his noble brow and bristled angrily. "Don't make me out as some conqueror dreaming of an empire. What are you talking about? Sodden and Brugge? Eckhard of Sodden was my mother's half-brother. Are you surprised that following his death the Free States brought the crown to me, his relative? Blood, not water. And yes, Wenslav of Brugge paid me homage as a vassal, but without coercion. He did it to protect his country, because on a fine day he can see Nilfgaardian lances flashing on the left bank of the Yeruga." "And we are talking about the left bank," drawled out the Queen of Lyria. "The bank we are to strike. And the left bank is Cintra, destroyed, burned out, ruined, decimated, and occupied. But still Cintra. The Cintrians won't bring you their crown, Foltest, nor will they pay you homage. Cintra will not agree to be a vassal state. Blood, not water. Cintra, when we liberate it, should it become our joint protectorate," said Demavend of Aedion. "Cintra is at the mouth of the Yeruga, in too important a strategic position to allow ourselves to lose control over it." "It has to be a free country," objected Vizimir. "Free, independent and strong. A country which will be an iron gateway, a bulwark to the north, and not a strip of burned ground of which the Nilfgaardian cavalry will be able to gather speed." "Is it possible to rebuild such a Cintra, without Calanthe?" "Don't get all worked up, Foltest," pouted Meve. "I've already told you. The Cintrians will never accept a protectorate or foreign blood on their throne. If you try to force yourself on them as their lord, the tables will be turned. Visigurd will again prepare his troops for battle, but this time under Emir's wings. And one day, those detachments are going to assail us in the vanguard of a Nilfgaardian onslaught, as the spear point, as you just vividly described it." "Foltest knows that," snorted Vizimir. "That's why he's searching so hard for this lion cub, for Calanthe's granddaughter. Don't you understand? Blood, not water. The crown through marriage. It's enough for him to find the girl and force her to marry." "Are you out of your mind?" choked out the King of Temeria. The lion cub is dead. I'm not looking for the girl at all. But if I were, it has not even occurred to me to force her to do such a thing." "You wouldn't have to force her," interrupted Meve, smiling charmingly. "You are still a strapping, handsome man, cousin, and Calanthe's blood runs through the lion cub. Very hot blood. I knew Callie when she was young. When she saw a fellow she liked, she leapt up and down so fast that if you put dry twigs beneath her feet, they would have caught real fire. Her daughter, Pavetta, the lion cub's mother, was exactly the same. So, no doubt, the lion cub has not fallen far from the apple tree. A bit of effort, Foltest, and the girl would not be long in resisting. That is what you are counting on. Admit it." "Of course he's counting on it," chuckled Demavend. "Our king has thought of a cunning little plan for himself. We assail the left bank, and before we realise it, our Foltest will have found the girl, won her heart, and have a young wife whom he will place on the throne of Cintra while her people cry for joy and pee in their knickers for happiness. For they will have their queen, blood of the blood, and flesh of the flesh of Calanthe. They will have a queen, albeit one who comes with a king. King Foltest." "What rubbish!" yelled Foltest, turning red, then white in turn. "What's got into you? There's not a grain of sense in your prattling." "There is a whole lot of sense," said Visimir dryly, "because I know that someone is searching for the child very earnestly." "Who, Foltest?" "Well, it's obvious. Visigurd and the Cintrians." "No, it's not them. At least, not just them. Someone else is, too. Someone who is leaving a trail of corpses behind them. Someone who does not shrink from blackmail, bribery, or torture. While we are on the subject, is a gentleman by the name of Ryance in any of your services?" "Ah, I see from your expressions that either he isn't or you won't admit it, which comes to the same thing. I repeat, they are searching for Calanthe's granddaughter, and searching in such a way as to make you think twice about their intentions. Who is looking for her, I ask?" "Hell!" Foltest thumped his fist on the table. "It's not me. It never occurred to me to marry some child for some throne. After all, you have been secretly sleeping with the Baroness La Valette for the past 4 years." Meve smiled again. "You love each other like 2 turtle doves, and just wait for the old Baron to finally kick the bucket." "What are you staring at? We all know about it. What do you think we pay our spies for?" But for the throne of Cintra, cousin, many a king will be prepared to sacrifice his personal happiness.
Hold on.
Henselt scratched his beard with a rasp.
Many a king, you say? Then leave Foltest in peace for a moment. There are others. In her time, Calanthe wanted to give her granddaughter's hand to Ervil of Verden's son. Ervil, too, might have caught a whiff of Cintra, and not just him.
Muttered Vizimir. True, Ervil has 3 sons. And what about those present here who also have male descendants? Huh? Meve? Are you not, by any chance, pulling wool over our eyes? You can count me out. The Queen of Lyria smiled even more charmingly. It is true. 2 of my offspring are roaming the world, the fruits of delightful abandon, if they have not been brought to the gallows yet. I doubt that either of them would suddenly desire to be king. They were neither predisposed nor inclined that way. Both were even stupider than their father. May he rest in peace. Whoever knew my deceased husband will understand what I mean. That's a fact, agreed the King of Redania. I knew him. Are your sons really more stupid? Damn it, I thought it wasn't possible to get any more stupid. Forgive me, Meve. It's nothing, Vizimir.
Who else has sons?
You do, Henselt.
My son is married.
And what is poison for? For the throne of Cintra, as someone here so wisely said. Many would sacrifice their personal happiness. It would be worth it.
I will not permit such insinuations, and leave me alone. Others have sons, too.
Niedamir of Hengfors has 2, and is a widower himself. And he isn't old. And don't forget Esterad Thyssen of Kovir. I would count those out. Vizimir shook his head. The Hengfors League and Kovir are planning a dynastic union with each other. They are not interested in Cintra or the south. But Ervil of Verden, it's not so far from him. There is someone else who is just as near, remarked Demavend suddenly. Who? Emir var Emrys. He is not married, and he is younger than you, Foltest. Bloody hell! The King of Redania frowned. If that were true, Emir would bugger us without grease. It's obvious that the people and nobility of Cintra will follow Calanthe's blood. Imagine what would happen if Emir were to get his hands on the lion cub. Damn it, that's all we need. Queen of Cintra and Empress of Nilfgaard.
Empress, snorted Henselt. You exaggerate, Vizimir. What does Emir need the girl for? What the hell does he need to get married for? The throne of Cintra? Emir already has Cintra. He conquered the country and made it a province of Nilfgaard. He's got his whole butt on the throne and still has enough room to wriggle about. Firstly, noted Foltest, Emir grips Cintra by law, or rather by an aggressor's lawlessness. If he had the girl and married her, he could rule legally. You understand? Nilfgaard, bound in marriage to Calanthe's blood, is no longer Nilfgaard the invader, at which the entire north bears its teeth. It is Nilfgaard the neighbour whom one has to take into account. How would you want to force such a Nilfgaard beyond Marnadal, beyond the Amel passes? Attacking a kingdom whose throne is legally occupied by the Lion Cub granddaughter of the Lioness of Cintra? Pox! I don't know who's looking for that child. I'm not looking for her. But I declare that now I'm going to start to. I still believe the girl is dead, but we can't take the risk. It looks as if she is too important. If she survived, then we must find her. And shall we decide now who she will marry when we find her? Henselt grimaced. Such matters should not be left to chance. We could, for that matter, hand her over to Visigurd's guerrillas as a battle standard tied to a long pole. They could carry her before the front line as they attacked the left bank. But if the recaptured Cintra is to be useful to us, surely you see what I mean. If we attack Nilfgaard and retrieve Cintra, the lion cub can be put on the throne. But the lion cub can have only one husband, one who will look after our interests at the mouth of the Yaruga. Who of those present is going to volunteer? Not me, joked Meve. I waive the privilege. I wouldn't exclude those who aren't present here, said Demavend seriously. Neither Ervil nor Niedamir, nor the Thysens. And bear in mind that Visigurd could surprise you and put the standard attached to a long pole to unexpected use. You've heard about morganatic marriages.
Visigurd is old and as ugly as cow's dung, but with enough decoctions of absinthe and Damiana down her throat, the lion cub might unexpectedly fall in love with him. Is King Visigurd included in our plans?
No, muttered Foltest, not in mine. Visimir hesitated. Nor in mine. Visigurd is a tool, not a partner. That's the role he is to play in our plans for attacking Nilfgaard, that and no other. Besides, if the one who is so earnestly seeking the lion cub is indeed Emhyr var Emrys, we cannot take the risk. Absolutely not, seconded Foltest. The lion cub cannot fall into Emhyr's hands. She cannot fall into anybody's, into the wrong hands. Alive. Infanticide? Meve grimaced. An ugly solution, my kings. Unworthy, and surely unnecessarily drastic. First of all, let us find the girl, because we still don't have her. And when we have found her, give her to me. I'll keep her in some castle in the mountains for a couple of years, and marry her off to one of my knights. When you see her again, she will already have 2 children and a belly out here. Leading to, if I count correctly, at least 3 future eventual pretenders and usurpers? Visimir nodded. No, Meve. It is ugly indeed. But the lion cub, if she has survived, must now die, for reasons of state. Gentlemen? The rain hammered against the windows. The gale howled among the towers of Haga Castle. The kings grew silent.
Visimir, Foltest, Demavend, Henselt, and Meve, repeated the marshal. They met in a secret council in Haga Castle, on the Pontar. They conferred in privacy.
How symbolic, said the slender black-haired man, wearing an elk tunic marked with the imprints of armour and rust stains, without looking round. After all, it was at Haga not 40 years ago that Virfjoril defeated Medel's armies, strengthened his control over the Pontar Valley, and established today's borders between Aedirn and Temeria. And today, Demavend, Virfjoril's son, invites Foltest, Medel's son, to Haga, summoning Visimir of Tretogor, Henselt of Ardkarach, and the merry widow Meve of Lyria to complete the set. They are meeting now and holding council in secrecy. Can you guess what they are discussing, Coehorn?
I can,
the marshal replied succinctly. He did not say a word more. He knew that the man with his back turned hated anyone to display any eloquence or comment on obvious facts in his presence. They did not invite Ithane of Sidaris. The man in the elk tunic turned away from the window, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled slowly from the window to the table, and then back again. Nor Ervil of Verden. They did not invite Esterad Thyssen of Nidamellir, which means they are either very sure of themselves or very unsure. They did not invite anyone from the chapter of wizards, which is interesting and significant. Coehorn, try to see to it that the wizards learn of this council. Let them know that their monarchs do not treat them as equals. It seems to me that the wizards of the chapter have had some doubts in this respect. Disperse them.
It's an order.
Any news from Rayons?
None.
The man paused at the window and stood there for a long while, gazing at the hills drenched in rain. Coehorn waited restlessly, clenching and unclenching his fist around the pommel of his sword. He was afraid he would be forced to listen to a long monologue. The marshal knew that the man standing at the window considered his monologues a conversation, and viewed conversation as a privilege and proof of trust. He knew this, but still didn't like listening to the monologues. How do you find the country, Governor? Have you grown to like your new province? He shuddered, taken unawares. He did not expect the question, but he did not ponder the answer for long. Insincerity and indecisiveness could cost him a great deal.
No, Your Highness, I haven't. That country is so gloomy.
It was different once, the man replied without looking round. And it will be different again. You will see. You will still see a beautiful, happy Sintra, Coehorn. I promise you. But don't be saddened. I shan't keep you here long. Someone else will take over the governorship of the province. I'll be needing you in Dol Angra. You'll leave immediately once the rebellion is quashed.
I need someone responsible in Dol Angra. Someone who will not allow himself to be provoked. The merry widow of Lyria or Demavend will want to provoke us. You will take the young officers in hand, cool their hot heads. You will let yourselves be provoked only when I give the order. No sooner.
Yes, sir.
The clatter of arms and spurs and the sound of raised voices came from the antechamber. Someone knocked on the door. The man in the elk tunic turned away from the window and nodded his head in consent. The marshal bowed a little and left. The man returned to the table, sat down, and lowered his head over some maps. He studied them for a long time, then finally rested his brow on his interlocked hands. The enormous diamond in his ring sparkled in the candlelight as if 1,000 flames.
Your Highness?
The door squeaked faintly. The man did not change his position, but the marshal noticed that his hands twitched. He spotted it by the flash of the diamond. He closed the door carefully and quietly behind him. News, Coihorn? From Ryons, maybe?
No, Your Highness, but good news. The rebellion in the province has been quelled. We have broken up the rebels. Only a few managed to escape to Verden, and we've caught their leader, Duke Windhelm of Atre.
Good, said the man after a while, still not raising his head from his hands. Windhelm of Atre. Order him to be beheaded. No, not beheaded. Executed in some other way. Spectacularly, lengthily and cruelly. And publicly, it goes without saying. A terrifying example is necessary, something that will frighten others. Only please, Coihorn, spare me the details. You don't have to bother with a vivid description in your report. I take no pleasure from it. The marshal nodded, then swallowed hard. He too found no pleasure in it. No pleasure whatsoever. He intended to leave the preparation and performance of the execution to the specialists, and he did not have the least intention of asking those specialists for details. And, above all, he did not intend to be there. You will be present at the execution. The man raised his head, picked a letter up from the table, and broke the seal. Officially, as the governor of the province of Sintra. You will stand in for me. I don't intend to watch it. That's an order, Coihorn.
Yes, sir.
The marshal did not even try to hide his embarrassment and discomfort. The man who had given the order did not allow anything to be kept from him, and rarely did anyone succeed in doing so. The man glanced at the open letter and almost immediately threw it into the fire, into the hearth. Coihorn?
Yes, Your Highness.
I am not going to wait for Ryons' report. Set the magicians to work and have them prepare a telecommunication link with their point of contact in Redania. Let them pass on my verbal orders, which must immediately be sent to Ryons. The order is to run as follows. Ryons is to stop pussyfooting around and to stop playing with the Witcher, else it could end badly. No one toys with the Witcher. I know him, Coihorn. He is too clever to lead Ryons to the trail. I repeat, Ryons is to organize the assassination immediately, to take the Witcher out of the game at once. He's to kill him and then disappear, bide his time and await my orders. If he comes across the Enchantress's trail before that, he is to leave her alone. Not a hair on Yennefer's head is to be harmed. Have you remembered that, Coihorn?
Yes, sir.
The communique is to be coded and firmly secured against any magical deciphering. Forewarn the wizards about this. If they bungle it, if any undesirables learn of my order, I will hold them responsible.
Yes, sir.
The marshal hawked and pulled himself up straight. What else, Coihorn?
The Count. He is here already, Your Highness. He came at your command.
Already? He smiled. Such speed is worthy of admiration. I hope he didn't exhaust that black horse of his everyone envies so much. Have him come in.
Am I to be present during the conversation, Your Highness?
Of course, Governor of Sintra. Summoned from the antechambers, the knight entered the chamber with an energetic, strong, and noisy stride, his black armor grating. He stopped short, drew himself up proudly, threw his wet, muddy black cloak back from his shoulder, and laid his hand on the hilt of his mighty sword. He leaned his black helmet, adorned with wings of a bird of prey, on his hip. Coihorn looked at the knight's face. He saw there the hard pride of a warrior and impudence. He did not see any of the things that should have been visible in the face of one who had spent the past 2 years incarcerated in a place from which, as everything had indicated, he would only leave for the scaffold. A faint smile touched the marshal's lips. He knew that the disdain for death and crazy courage of youngsters stemmed from a lack of imagination. He knew that perfectly well. He had once been such a youngster himself. The man sitting at the table rested his chin on his interlaced fingers and looked at the knight intently. The youngster pulled himself up, taut as a string. "In order for everything to be perfectly clear," the man behind the table addressed him, "you should understand that the mistake you made in this town 2 years ago has not been forgiven. You are getting one more chance. You are getting one more order. My decision as to your ultimate fate depends on the way in which you carry it out." The young knight's face did not twitch, and nor did a single feather on the wings adorning the helmet at his hip. "I never deceive anyone. I never give anyone false illusions," continued the man. "So let it be known that, naturally, the prospect of saving your neck from the executioner's axe exists only if you do not make a mistake this time. Your chances of a full pardon are small. Your chances of my forgiving and forgetting are non-existent." The young knight in the black armour did not flinch this time either, but Coihurn detected the flash in his eyes. "He doesn't believe him," he thought. "He doesn't believe him, and is deluding himself. He is making a great mistake." "I command your full attention," continued the man behind the table. "Yours too, Coihurn, because the orders I am about to give concern you too. They come in a moment, for I have to give some thought to their substance and delivery." Marshal Menno Coihurn, governor of the province of Sintra and future commander-in-chief of the Dol Angra army, lifted his head and stood to attention, his hand on the pommel of his sword. The same attitude was assumed by the knight in black armour with the bird of prey winged helmet. They both waited, in silence, patiently, the way one should wait for orders, the substance and presentation of which were being pondered by the Emperor of Nilfgaard, Emhyr var Emrys Daithwen Adhan in Caern Eop Morvorth, the white flame dancing on the grave mounds of enemies. Ciri woke. She was lying, or rather half-sitting, with her head resting high on several pillows. The compresses on her forehead had grown warm and only slightly damp. She threw them off, unable to bear their unpleasant weight and their stinging against her skin. She found it hard to breathe. Her throat was dry, and her nose almost completely blocked with clots of blood. But the elixirs and spells had worked. The pain, which had exploded within her skull and dimmed her sight a few hours ago, had disappeared and given way to a dull throbbing and a sensation of pressure on her temples. Carefully, she touched her nose with the back of her hand. It was no longer bleeding. "What a strange dream I had," she thought. "The first dream for many days. The first where I wasn't afraid. The first which wasn't about me. I was an observer. I saw everything as if from above, from high up, as if I were a bird. A night bird. A dream in which I saw Geralt." In the dream it was night, and the rain which furrowed the surface of the canal, spattered on the shingle roofs and thatches of sheds, glistened on the planks of footbridges and the decks of boats and barges. And Geralt was there, not alone. There was a man with him in a funny hat with a feather, limp from the damp, and a slim girl in a green cloak with a hood. All three were walking slowly and carefully along a wet footbridge. And I saw them from above, as if I were a bird. A night bird. Geralt had stopped short. "Is it still far?" he had asked. "No," the slim girl had answered, shaking the water off her green cloak. "We're almost there." "Hey, Dandelion, don't lag behind or you'll get lost in these cul-de-sacs. And where the hell is Philippa?" "I saw her a moment ago. She was flying alongside the canal." "What foul weather! Let's go. Lead on, Charney. And between you and me, where do you know this charlatan from?"
What have you got to do with him? I sometimes sell him medicaments looted from the college workshop. What are you staring at me like that for? My stepfather can barely pay for my tuition. I sometimes need a little money. And the charlatan, having real medicaments, treats people...
Or at least he doesn't poison them. Well, let's get going.
Strange dream, thought Ciri. Shima woke up. I'd like to have seen what was going to happen. I'd like to know what they were doing there, where they were going.
From the chamber next door came the sound of voices, the voices which had woken her. Mother Nenneke was speaking quickly, clearly worked up, agitated and angry.
You betrayed my trust, she was saying. I shouldn't have allowed it. I might have guessed that your dislike of her would lead to disaster. I shouldn't have allowed you to, because after all, I know you. You're ruthless, you're cruel, and to make matters worse, it turns out you're also irresponsible and careless. You're torturing that child mercilessly, forcing her to try things which she can't possibly do. You've no heart. You really have no heart, Yennefer.
Ciri pricked up her ears, wanting to hear the enchantress's reply, her cold, hard, and melodious voice, wanting to hear how she reacted, how she sneered at the high priestess, how she ridiculed her overprotectiveness. She wanted to hear her say what she usually said, that using magic is no joke, that it isn't an occupation for young ladies made of porcelain, for dolls blown from thin glass. But Yennefer answered quietly, so quietly that the girl could neither understand nor even make out the individual words.
I'll fall asleep,
she thought, carefully and delicately feeling her nose, which was still tender, painful, and blocked with clotted blood.
I'll go back to my dream. I'll see what Geralt is doing there in the night, in the rain by the canal.
Yennefer was holding her by the hand. They were both walking down a long, dark corridor between stone columns, or perhaps statues. Ciri could not make out their forms in the thick darkness. But there was someone there in that darkness, someone hiding and observing them as they walked. She heard whispers, quiet as the rustle of the wind. Yennefer was holding her by the hand, walking briskly and assuredly, full of decisiveness, so much so that Ciri could barely keep up with her. Doors opened before them in succession, one after another. An infinite number of doors with gigantic, heavy leaves opened up before them noiselessly. The darkness thickened. Ciri saw yet another great door in front of her. Yennefer did not slow her stride, but Ciri suddenly knew that this door would not open of its own accord, and she suddenly had an overwhelming certainty that this door must not be opened, that she must not go through it, that behind this door something was waiting for her. She stopped short, tried to pull away, but Yennefer's hand was strong and unyielding and unrelentingly dragged her forward. And Ciri finally understood that she had been betrayed, deceived, sold out, that ever since the first meeting, from the very beginning, from the first day, she had been no more than a marionette, a puppet on a string. She tugged harder, tore herself away from that grip. The darkness undulated like smoke, and the whispering in the dark all of a sudden died away. The magician took a step forward, stopped, turned round, and looked at her.
If you're afraid, turn back. That door mustn't be opened. You know that.
I do.
But you're still leading me there.
If you're afraid, turn back. You still have time to turn back. It's not too late.
And you?
For me, it is. Ciri looked around. Despite the omnipresent darkness, she saw the door which they had passed through, and a long, distant vista. And there, from a distance, from the darkness, she heard the clatter of hoofs, the grating of black armour, and the flutter of the wings of a bird of prey, and the voice, that quiet voice, boring into her skull. You have made a mistake. You mistook the stars reflected in the surface of the lake at night for the heavens. She woke and lifted her head abruptly, displacing the compress, fresh because it was still cool and wet. She was drenched in sweat. The dull pain was ringing and throbbing in her temples again. Yennefer was sitting beside her on the bed. Her head was turned away so that Ciri did not see her face. She saw only the tempest of black hair.
I had a dream,
whispered Ciri.
In the dream,
I know, the magician said, in a strange voice not her own. That's why I'm here. I'm beside you. Beyond the window, in the darkness, the rain rustled in the leaves of the trees.
Damn it!
Snarled Dandelion, shaking water from the brim of his hat, soggy from the rain.
It's a veritable fortress, not a house. What's that fraud frightened of, fortifying himself like that?
Boats and barges, moored to the bank, rocked lazily on water furrowed by the rain, bumping against each other, creaking and rattling their chains.
It's the port, explained Shani. There's no shortage of thugs and scum, both local and just passing through. Quite a few people visit Meyerman, bringing money. Everybody knows that, and that he lives alone, so he's secured himself. Are you surprised?
Not in the least. Geralt looked at the mansion built on stakes dug into the bottom of the canal, some 10 yards from the shore. I'm trying to work out how to get to that islet, to that waterside cottage. We'll probably have to borrow one of those boats on the quiet.
No need, said the student of medicine. There's a drawbridge. And how are you going to persuade that charlatan to lower it? Besides, there's also the door, and we didn't bring a battering ram with us. Leave it to me.
An enormous grey owl landed soundlessly on the deck's railing, fluttered its wings, ruffled its feathers, and turned into Philippa Eilhart, equally ruffled and wet.
What am I doing here? The magician mumbled angrily. What am I doing here with you, damn it, balancing on a wet bar, and on the edge of betraying the state? If Dykstra finds out I was helping you, and on top of it all this endless drizzle, I hate flying in the rain. Is this it? This is Meyerman's house?
Yes, confirmed Geralt. Listen, Shani, we'll try. They bunched together and started whispering, concealed in the dark under the eaves of a hut's reed roof. A strip of light fell on the water from the tavern on the opposite side of the canal. Singing, laughter, and yelling resounded. 3 bargemen rolled out onto the shore. 2 were arguing, tugging, shoving each other, and repeatedly swearing the same curses to the point of boredom. The 3rd, leaning against a stake, was peeing into the canal and whistling. He was out of tune. Dong! Metallically reverberated the iron sheet tied by a strap to a pole by the deck. Dong! The charlatan, Meyerman, opened a tiny window and peered out. The lantern in his hand only blinded him, so he set it aside.
"Who the devil is ringing at this time of the night?"
he bawled furiously.
"Whack yourself in that empty head of yours, you shit, you lame dick. When you get the urge to knock, get out, get lost, you old soaks, right now. I've got my crossbow at the ready here. Does one of you want 6 inches of crossbow bolt in their arse?"
Master Meyerman, it's me, Shani.
Eh?
The charlatan leaned out further.
"Miss Shani? Now in the night? How come?"
Lower the bridge, Master Meyerman. I've brought you what you asked for.
"Right now? In the dark? Couldn't you do it during the day, miss?"
Too many eyes here during the day.
A slim outline in a green cloak loomed on the deck.
If word gets out about what I'm bringing you, they'll throw me out of the academy. Lower the bridge. I'm not going to stand around in the rain. I'm soaked.
"You're not alone, miss,"
the charlatan noted suspiciously.
"You usually come alone. Who's there with you?"
A friend, a student like me. Was I supposed to come alone at night to this forsaken neighbourhood of yours? What, you think I don't value my maidenhood or something? Let me in, damn it.
Muttering under his breath, Meyerman released the stopper on the winch, and the bridge creaked down, hitting the planks of the deck. The old fraud minced to the door and pulled back the bolts and locks. Without putting his crossbow aside, he carefully peered out. He didn't notice the fist clad in a black silver-studded glove as it flew towards the side of his head. But, although the night was dark, the moon was new and the sky overcast, he suddenly saw 10,000 dazzlingly bright stars. Toublon Michelet drew the whetstone over the blade of his sword once more, looking totally engrossed in this activity.
"So, we are to kill 1 man for you."
He set the stone aside, wiped the blade with a piece of greased rabbit skin, and closely examined the blade.
"An ordinary fellow who walks around the streets of Oxenfurt by himself without a guard, an escort or bodyguards. Doesn't even have any knaves hanging about.
We won't have to clamber into any castles, town halls, mansion houses, or garrisons to get at him. Is that right, Honourable Rience? Have I understood you correctly?"
The man with a face disfigured by a burn nodded, narrowing his moist eyes with their unpleasant expression a little.
"On top of that," Toublon continued, "after killing this fellow, we won't be forced to remain hidden somewhere for the next 6 months, because no one is going to chase or follow us. No one is going to set a posse or reward seekers on us. We won't get drawn into any blood feuds or vendettas. In other words, Master Rience, we're to finish off an ordinary, common fool of no importance to you."
The man with the scar did not reply. Toublon looked at his brothers, sitting motionless and stiff on the bench. Rizzi, Flavius, and Lodovico, as usual, said nothing. In the team they formed, it was they who killed, Toublon who talked, because only Toublon had attended the temple school. He was as efficient at killing as his brothers, but he could also read and write, and talk.
"And in order to kill such an ordinary dunce, Master Rience,
You're hiring not just
any old thug from the port, but us, the Michelet brothers, for 100 Novigrad crowns?"
"That is your usual rate," drawled the man with the scar. "Correct."
"Incorrect," contradicted Toublon coldly,
because we are not for the killing of
ordinary fools. But if we do, Master Rience, this fool you want to see met a corpse is going to cost you 200. 200 untrimmed, shining crowns with the stamp of the Novigrad Mint on them. Do you know why? Because there's a catch here, Honourable Sir. You don't have to tell us what it is. We can manage without that. But you will pay for it. 200, I say. You shake on the price, and you can consider that no friend of yours dead. You don't want to agree? Find someone else for the job."
Silence fell in the cellar, reeking of mustiness and soured wine. A cockroach, briskly moving its limbs, scudded along the dirt floor. Flavius Michelet, moving his leg in a flash, flattened it with a crunch, hardly changing his position and not changing his expression in the least.
"Agreed," said Rience. "You get 200. Let's go."
Toublon Michelet, professional killer from the age of 14, did not betray his surprise with so much as the flicker of an eyelid. He had not counted on being able to bargain for more than 120, 150 at the most. Suddenly, he was sure that he had named too low a price for the snag hidden in his latest job. Charlatan Meyerman came to on the floor of his own room. He was lying on his back, trussed up like a sheep. The back of his head was excruciatingly painful, and he recalled that in falling he had thumped his head on the doorframe. The temple where he had been struck also hurt. He could not move because his chest was being heavily and mercilessly crushed by a high boot fastened with buckles. The old fraud, squinting and wrinkling up his face, looked up. The boot belonged to a tall man with hair as white as milk. Meyerman could not see his face. It was hidden in a darkness not dispersed by the lantern standing on the table.
"Spare my life,"
he groaned.
"Spare me, I swear by the gods. I'll hand you my money, hand you everything. I'll show you where it's hidden."
"Where's Rience, Meyerman?"
The charlatan shook at the sound of the voice. He was not a fearful man. There were not many things of which he was afraid, but the voice of the white-haired man contained them all, and a few others in addition. With a superhuman effort of the will, he overcame the fear crawling in his viscera like some foul insect.
"Huh?"
He feigned astonishment.
"What? Who? What did you say?"
The man bent over, and Meyerman saw his face. He saw his eyes, and the sight made his stomach slip right down to his rectum. "Don't beat about the bush, Meyerman. Don't twist up your tail." The familiar voice of Shani, the medical student, came from the shadows. "When I was here 3 days ago, here, in this high-backed chair, at this table, sat a gentleman in a cloak lined with muskrat. He was drinking wine, and you never entertain anybody, only the best of friends. He flirted with me, brazenly urged me to go dancing at the Three Little Bells. I even had to slap his hand, because he was starting to fondle me, remember? And you said, 'Leave her alone, Master Rience, don't frighten her. I needs must be on good terms with the little academics and do business.' And you both chuckled, you and your Master Rience with the burned face.
So don't start playing dumb now, because you're not dealing with someone dumber than yourself. Talk while you're still being asked politely.
Oh, you cocksure little student, thought the charlatan. You treacherous creep, you red-haired hussy. I'm going to find you and pay you back. Just let me get myself out of this. What riance?
He yelped, writhing, trying in vain to free himself from the heel pressing down on his breastbone.
And how am I to know who he is and where he is? All sorts come here. What am I?
The white-haired man leaned over further, slowly pulling the dagger from his other boot, while pressing down harder on the charlatan's chest with his first. "Maiaman," he said quietly. "Believe me or don't, as you like. But if you don't immediately tell me where Riance is, if you don't immediately reveal how you contact him, then I will feed you, piece by piece, to the eels in the canal, starting with your ears." There was something in the white-haired man's voice which made the charlatan believe his every word. He stared at the stiletto blade and knew that it was sharper than the knives with which he punctured ulcers and boils. He started to shake so hard that the boot resting on his chest bounced nervously. But he did not say anything. He could not say anything, not for the time being, because if Riance were to return and ask why he had betrayed him, Maiaman would have to be able to show him why.
"1 ear," he thought. "1 ear I have to endure. Then I'll tell him. Why waste time and mess about with blood?"
A woman's soft alto suddenly resounded from the semi-darkness.
"Why risk him twisting the truth and lying? Allow me to take care of him my way. He'll talk so fast he'll bite his own tongue. Hold him down."
The charlatan howled and struggled against his fetters, but the white-haired man crushed him to the floor with his knee, grabbed him by the hair, and twisted his head. Someone knelt down next to them. He smelled perfume and wet bird feathers, felt the touch of fingers on his temple. He wanted to scream, but terror choked him. All he managed was a croak.
"You want to scream already?"
The soft alto right next to his ear purred like a cat.
"Too soon, Maiaman. Too soon. I haven't started yet, but I will in a moment. If evolution has traced any groove at all in your brain, then I'm going to plough it somewhat deeper, and then you'll see what a scream can really be."
"And so," said Vilgefortz, having heard the report, "our kings have started to think independently. They have started to plan independently, in an amazingly short time evolving from thinking on a tactical level to a strategic one. Interesting. Not so long ago, at Sodden, all they could do was gallop around with savage cries and swords raised at the van of their company, without even looking around to check their company hadn't by chance been left behind, or wasn't galloping in an entirely different direction. And today, there they are, in Haga Castle, deciding the fate of the world. Interesting. But, to be honest, I expected as much." "We know," confirmed Arto Terranova. "And we remember. You warned us about it. That's why we're telling you about it." "Thank you for remembering," smiled the wizard, and Tissaia de Vries was suddenly sure that he had already been aware of each of the facts just presented to him, and had been for a long time. She did not say a word. Sitting upright in her armchair, she evened up her lace cuffs as the left fell a little differently from the right. She felt Terranova's unfavourable gaze and Vilgefortz's amused eyes on her. She knew that her legendary pedantism either annoyed or amused everybody, but she did not care in the least. "What does the chapter say to all this?" "First of all," retorted Terranova, "we would like to hear your opinion, Vilgefortz." "First of all," smiled the wizard, "let us have something to eat and drink. We have enough time. Allow me to prove myself a good host. I can see you are frozen through and tired from your journeys. How many changes of portals, if I may ask?" "3, Tissaia de Vries shrugged. "It was nearer for me," added Arto. 2 proved enough, but still complicated, I must admit." "Such foul weather everywhere?" "Everywhere." "So let us fortify ourselves with good fare, and an old red wine from Sidaris. Lydia, would you be so kind?" Lydia van Bredevoort, Vilgefortz's assistant and personal secretary, appeared from behind the curtain like an ethereal phantom and smiled with her eyes at Tissaia de Vries. Tissaia, controlling her face, replied with a pleasant smile and bow of her head. Arto Terranova stood up and bowed with reverence. He, too, controlled his expression very well. He knew Lydia. Two servants, bustling around and rustling their skirts, swiftly lay out the tableware, plates and platters. Lydia van Bredevoort, delicately conjuring up a tiny flame between her thumb and index finger, lit the candles in the candelabra. Tissaia saw traces of oil paint on her hand. She filed it in her memory, so later, after supper, she could ask the young enchantress to show her her latest work. Lydia was a talented artist. They supped in silence. Arto Terranova did not stint himself, and reached without embarrassment for the platters, and, probably a little too frequently, and without his host's encouragement, clanged the silver top of the carafe of red wine. Tissaia de Vries ate slowly, devoting more attention to arranging her plates, cutlery, and napkins symmetrically, although in her opinion they still lay irregularly and hurt her predilection for order and her aesthetic sensibility, than to the fare. She drank sparingly. Vilgefortz ate and drank even more sparingly. Lydia, of course, did not drink or eat at all. The candle flames undulated in long red and golden whiskers of fire. Drops of rain tinkled against the stained glass of the windows. "Well, Vilgefortz," said Terranova finally, rummaging in a platter with his fork in search of an adequately fatty piece of game. "What is your position regarding our monarch's behaviour? Hen, Gedimdith, and Francesca sent us here because they want to know your opinion. Tissaia and I are also interested. The chapter wants to assume a unanimous stand in this matter, and, should it come to action, we also want to act unanimously. So, what do you advise?" "It flatters me greatly." With a gesture, Vilgefortz thanked Lydia, who was offering to put more broccoli on his plate, "that my opinion in this matter should be decisive for the chapter." "No one said that." Arto poured himself some more wine. "We're going to make a collective decision anyway, when the chapter meets, but we wish to let everybody have the opportunity to express themselves beforehand, so we can have an idea of all the various views. We are listening, therefore."
"If we've finished supping, let us go through into the workshop," Lydia proposed telepathically, smiling with her eyes.
Terranova looked at her smile and quickly downed what he had in his chalice to the dregs. "Good idea." Vilgefortz wiped his fingers on a napkin. "We'll be more comfortable there. My protection against magical eavesdropping is stronger there, too. Let us go. You can bring the carafe, Arto."
"I won't say no. It's my favourite vintage."
They went through to the workshop. Tissaia could not stop herself from casting an eye over the workbench, weighed down with retorts, crucibles, test tubes, crystals, and numerous magical utensils. All were enveloped in a screening spell. But Tissaia de Vries was an archmage. There was no screen she could not penetrate, and she was a little curious as to what the mage had been doing of late. She worked out the configuration of the recently used apparatus in a flash. It served for the detection of persons who had disappeared while enabling a psychic vision by means of the crystal, metal, stone method. The wizard was either searching for someone or resolving a theoretical logistical problem. Vilgefortz of Roggeveen was well known for his love of solving such problems. They sat down in carved ebony armchairs. Lydia glanced at Vilgefortz, caught the sign transmitted by his eye, and immediately left. Tissaia sighed imperceptibly. Everyone knew that Lydia van Bredevoort was in love with Vilgefortz of Roggeveen, that she had loved him for years with a silent, relentless, and stubborn love. The wizard, it is to be understood, also knew about this, but pretended not to. Lydia made it easier for him by never betraying her feelings to him. She never took the slightest step or made the slightest gesture, transmitted no sign by thought, and, even if she could speak, would never have said a word. She was too proud. Vilgefortz, too, did nothing, because he did not love Lydia. He could, of course, simply have made her his lover, tied her to him even more strongly, and, who knows, maybe even made her happy. There were those who advised him to do so. But Vilgefortz did not. He was too proud, and too much a man of principle. The situation, therefore, was hopeless, but stable, and this patently satisfied them both. So, the young wizard broke the silence. The chapter are racking their brains about what to do about the initiatives and plans of our kings. quite unnecessarily. Their plans must simply be ignored. I beg your pardon? Arto Terranova froze with the chalice in his left hand, the carafe in his right. Did I understand you correctly? We are to do nothing? We are to let— We already have, interrupted Vilgefortz, because no one asked us for our permission, and no one will. I repeat, we ought to pretend that we know nothing. That is the only rational thing to do. The things they have thought up threaten war, and on a grand scale at that. The things they have thought up have been made known to us thanks to enigmatic and incomplete information, which comes from a mysterious and highly dubious source. So dubious that the word disinformation stubbornly comes to mind, and even if it were true, their designs are still at the planning stage, and will remain so for a long while yet. And if they move beyond that stage, well, then we will act accordingly. You mean to say— Terranova screwed up his face. We will dance to the tune they play? Yes, Arto. Vilgefortz looked at him, and his eyes flashed. You will dance to the tune they play, or you will take leave of the dance floor, because the orchestra's podium is too high for you to climb up there and tell the musicians to play some other tune. Realize that at last. If you think another solution is possible, you are making a mistake. You mistake the stars reflected in the surface of the lake at night for the heavens.
The chapter will do as he says, disguising his order as advice, thought Tissaia de Vries. We are all pawns on his chessboard. He's moved up, grown, obscured us with his brightness, subordinated us to him. We are pawns in his game, a game the rules of which we do not know.
Her left cuff had once again arranged itself differently from the right. The enchantress adjusted it with care.
The king's plans are already at the stage of practical realization, she said slowly. In Caerwen and Aedion, an offensive against the Scoia'tael has begun. The blood of young elves is flowing. It is reaching the point of persecution and pogroms against non-humans. There is talk of an attack on the free elves of Dol Blatana and the Grey Mountains. This is mass murder. Are we to say to Gerimdith and Enid Finderbear that you advise us to stand idly by, to watch and do nothing, pretending we can't see anything?
Vilgefortz turned his head towards her.
Now you're going to change tactics, thought Tissaia. You're a player. You can hear which way the dice roll on the table. You're going to change tactics. You're going to strike a different note.
Vilgefortz did not lower his eyes from hers. You are right, he said curtly. You are right, Tissaia. War with Nilfgaard is one thing, but we must not look on idly at the massacre of non-humans and do nothing. I suggest we call a convention, a general convention of everyone up to and including masters of the third degree, including those who have been sitting on royal councils since Sodden. At the convention we will make them see reason, and order them to keep their monarchs in check. I second this proposition, said Terranova. Let us call a convention, and remind them to whom they owe first loyalty. Note that even some members of our council now advise kings. The kings are served by Cadwyn, Philippa Eilhart, Faircart, Radcliffe, Yennefer. At the last name, Vilgefortz twitched internally, but Tissaia de Vries was an archmage. Tissaia sensed the thought, the impulse leaping from the workbench and magical apparatus to the 2 volumes lying on the table. Both books were invisible, enveloped in magic. The magician focused herself and penetrated the screen. Ein Eithleniaspiath, the prophecy foretold by Eithlina Egli ap Eivanian, the elven seeress. The prophecy of the end of civilization. The prophecy of annihilation, destruction, and the return of barbarianism, which are to come with the masses of ice pressing down from the borders of the eternal freeze. And the other book, very old, falling apart. Ein hen Ichir, the elder blood. The blood of elves. Tissaia, and what do you think?
I second it.
The enchantress adjusted her ring, which had turned the wrong way round.
I second Vilgefortz's plan. Let us call a convention as soon as possible. Metal, stone, crystal, she thought. Are you looking for Yennefer? Why? And what does she have to do with Eithlin's prophecy, or with the elder blood of the elves? What are you brewing, Vilgefortz?
I'm sorry, said Lydia van Bredevoort telepathically, coming in without a sound. The wizard stood up. Forgive me, he said, but this is urgent. I've been waiting for this letter since yesterday. It will only take a minute. Artaud yawned, muffled a belch, and reached for the carafe. Tissaia looked at Lydia. Lydia smiled. With her eyes. She could not do so any other way. The lower half of Lydia van Bredevoort's face was an illusion. 4 years ago, on Vilgefortz's, her master's, recommendation, Lydia had taken part in experiments concerning the properties of an artifact found amongst the excavations of an ancient necropolis. The artifact turned out to be cursed. It activated only once. Of the 5 wizards taking part in the experiment, 3 died on the spot. The 4th lost his eyes, both hands, and went mad. Lydia escaped with burns, a mangled jaw, and a mutation of the larynx and throat which, to this day, effectively resisted all efforts at regeneration. A powerful illusion was therefore drawn so that people did not faint at the sight of Lydia's face. It was a very strong, very efficiently placed illusion, difficult for even the chosen ones to penetrate. Vilgefortz put the letter aside. Thank you, Lydia. Lydia smiled. The messenger is waiting for a reply, she said. There will be no reply. I understand. I have given orders to prepare chambers for your guests. Thank you. Tissaia, Artaud, I apologize for the short delay. Let us continue. Where were we? Nowhere, thought Tissaia de Vries. But I'm listening carefully to you, because at some stage you'll finally mention the thing which really interests you. Ah, began Vilgefortz slowly. Now I know what I wanted to say. I'm thinking about those members of the council who have had the least experience. Faircart and Yennefer. Faircart, as far as I know, is tied to Foltest of Temeria and sits on the king's council with Triss Merigold. But who is Yennefer tied to? You said, Artaud, that she is one of those who are serving kings. Artaud exaggerated, said Tissaia calmly. Yennefer is living in Vengerberg, so Demavend sometimes turns to her for help, but they do not work together all the time. It cannot be said for certain that she is serving Demavend. How is her sight? Everything is all right, I hope. Yes, everything's all right. Good. Very good. I was worried. I wanted to contact her, but it turned out she had left. No one knew wherefore. Stone, metal, crystal, thought Tissaia de Vries. Everything that Yennefer wears is active and cannot be detected using psychic visions. You won't find her that way, my dear. If Yennefer does not wish anyone to know where she is, no one will find out. Write to her, she said calmly, straightening out her cuffs, and send the letter in the ordinary way. It will get there without fail, and Yennefer, wherever she is, will reply. She always does. Yennefer, threw in Artaud, frequently disappears, sometimes for entire months. The reasons tend to be quite trivial. Tissaia looked at him, pursing her lips. The wizard fell silent. Vilgefortz smiled faintly. Precisely, he said. That is just what I thought. At one time she was closely tied to a certain witcher? Geralt, if I'm not mistaken. It seems it wasn't just an ordinary passing affair. It appeared Yennefer was quite strongly involved. Tissaia de Vries sat up straight and gripped the armrests of her chair. Why are you asking about that? They are personal matters. It is none of our business. Of course. Vilgefortz glanced at the letter lying discarded on the pulpit. It is none of our business. But I am not being guided by unhealthy curiosity, but concern about the emotional state of a member of the council. I am wondering about Yennefer's reaction to the news of Geralt's death. I presume she would get over it, come to terms with it, without falling into a depression or exaggerated mourning. No doubt she would, said Tissaia coldly, especially as such news has been reaching her every now and again, and always proving to be a rumour. That's right, confirmed Terranova. This Geralt, or whatever he's called, knows how to fend for himself. And why be surprised? He is a mutant, a murdering machine, programmed to kill and not let himself be killed. And as for Yennefer, let us not exaggerate her alleged emotions. We know her. She does not give in to emotions. She toyed with the Witcher, that's all. She was fascinated with death, which this character constantly courts, and when he finally brings it onto himself, that will be the end of it.
For the time being, remarked Tessire de Vries dryly, the Witcher is alive.
Vilgefortz smiled, and once more glanced at the letter lying in front of him. "Is that so?" he said. "I don't think so." Geralt flinched a little and swallowed hard. The initial shock of drinking the elixir had passed, and the second stage was beginning to take effect, as indicated by a faint but unpleasant dizziness which accompanied the adaptation of his sight to darkness. The adaptation progressed quickly. The deep darkness of the night paled. Everything around him started to take on shades of grey, shades which were at first hazy and unclear, then increasingly contrasting, distinct and sharp. In the little street leading to the canal bank, which a moment ago had been as dark as the inside of a tar barrel, Geralt could now make out the rats roaming through the gutters and sniffing at puddles and gaps in the walls. His hearing, too, had been heightened by the witch's decoction. The deserted tangle of lanes, where only a moment ago there had been the sound of rain against guttering, began to come to life, to throb with sounds. He heard the cries of cats fighting, dogs barking on the other side of the canal, laughter and shouting from the taprooms and inns of Oxenfurt, yelling and singing from the bargeman's tavern, and the distant, quiet warble of a flute playing a jaunty tune. The dark, sleepy houses came to life as well. Geralt could make out the snoring of slumbering people, the thuds of oxen in enclosures, the snorting of horses in stables. From one of the houses in the depths of the street came the stifled, spasmodic moans of a woman in the throes of lovemaking. The sounds increased, grew louder. He now made out the obscene lyrics of the carousing songs, learned the name of the moaning woman's lover. From Meyerman's homestead on the canal came the broken, uncoordinated gibberish of the charlatan, who had been put, by Philippa Eilhart's treatment, into a state of complete and, no doubt, permanent idiocy. Dawn was approaching. It had finally stopped raining. A wind started up, which blew the clouds away. The sky in the east was clearly paling. The rats in the lane suddenly grew uneasy, scattered in all directions, and hid amongst the crates and rubbish. The Witcher heard footsteps. 4 or 5 men. He could not as yet say exactly how many. He looked up, but did not see Philippa. Immediately, he changed tactic. If Ryance was amongst those approaching, he had little chance of grabbing him. He would first have to fight his escort, and he did not want to do so. Firstly, as he was under the influence of the elixir, those men would have to die. Secondly, Ryance would then have the opportunity to flee. The footsteps grew nearer. Geralt emerged from the shadows. Ryance loomed out of the lane. The Witcher recognized the sorcerer instantly and instinctively, although he had never seen him before. The burn, a gift from Yennefer, was masked by the shadow of his hood. He was alone. His escort did not reveal themselves, remaining hidden in the little street. Geralt immediately understood why. Ryance knew who was waiting for him by the charlatan's house. Ryance had suspected an ambush, yet he had still come. The Witcher realized why, and that was even before he had heard the quiet grating of swords being drawn from their scabbards. "Fine," he thought. "If that's what you want, fine."
"It is a pleasure hunting for you," said Ryance quietly. "You appear where you're wanted of your own accord."
"The same can be said of you," calmly retorted the Witcher. "You appeared here. I wanted you here, and here you are."
"You must have pushed Meyerman hard to tell you about the amulet, to show you where it is hidden, and how to activate it to send out a message. But Meyerman didn't know that the amulet informs and warns at the same time, and so he could not have told you, even if roasted on red coals. I have distributed a good many of these amulets. I knew that sooner or later you would come across one of them."
4 men emerged from around a corner of the little street. They moved slowly, deftly and noiselessly. They still kept to the areas of darkness and wielded their drawn swords in such a way as not to be betrayed by a flash of blades. The Witcher obviously saw them clearly, but he did not reveal the fact. Fine murderers, he thought. If that's what you want, that's what you'll get. I waited, continued Riles, without moving from the spot. And here you are. I intend to finally rid the earth of your burden, you foul changeling. You intend? You overrate yourself. You are nothing but a tool, a thug hired by others to deal with their dirty work. Who hired you, stooge? You want to know too much, mutant. You call me a stooge. And do you know what you are? A heap of dung on the road which has to be removed because someone prefers not to soil their boots. No, I am not going to disclose who that person is to you, although I could. But I will tell you something else, so you have something to think about on your way to hell. I already know where to find the little bastard you were looking after. And I know where to find that witch of yours, Yennefer. My patrons don't care about her, but I bear the whore a personal grudge. As soon as I've finished with you, I'm going after her. I'll see to it that she regrets her tricks with fire. Oh yes, she is going to regret them for a very long time. You shouldn't have said that. The Witcher smiled nastily, feeling the euphoria of battle aroused by the elixir, reacting with adrenaline. Before you said that, you still had a chance to live. Now you don't. A powerful oscillation of his witch's medallion warned him of a sudden assault. He jumped aside and, drawing his sword in a flash, deflected and annihilated the violent, paralyzing wave of magical energy directed at him with his rune-covered blade. Riance backed away, raised his arm to make a move, but at the last moment took fright. Not attempting a second spell, he swiftly retreated down the lane. The Witcher could not run after him. The 4 men who thought they were concealed in the shadows threw themselves at him. Swords flashed. They were professionals, all 4 of them, experienced, skilled professionals working as a team. They came at him in pairs, 2 on the left, 2 on the right. In pairs, so that one always covered the other's back. The Witcher chose those on the left. On top of the euphoria produced by the elixir came fury. The first thug attacked with a feint from Dextra, only to jump aside and allow the man behind him to execute a deceptive thrust. Geralt spun in a pirouette, evaded and passed by them, and with the very tip of his sword slashed the other one from behind across the occiput, shoulders and back. He was angry and hit hard. A fountain of blood spurted on the wall. The first man backed away with lightning speed, making room for the next pair. These separated for the attack, slashing their swords from 2 directions in such a way that only one blow could be parried, the other having to meet its aim. Geralt did not parry, and, whirling in a pirouette, came between them. In order not to collide, they both had to break their teamed rhythm, their rehearsed steps. One of them managed to turn in a soft feline feint and leapt away dexterously. The other did not have time. He lost his balance and stumbled backwards. The Witcher, turning in a reverse pirouette, used his momentum to slash him across the lower back. He was angry. He felt his sharp witcher's blade sever the spine. A terrifying howl echoed down the streets. The 2 remaining men immediately attacked him, showering him with blows which he parried with the greatest of difficulties. He went into a pirouette and tore himself from beneath the flashing blades. But instead of leaning his back against the wall and defending himself, he attacked. They were not expecting it, did not have time to leap away and depart. One of them countered, but the Witcher evaded the counterattack, spun, slashed from behind, blindly, counting on the rush of air. He was angry. He aimed low at the belly and hit his mark. He heard a stifled cry, but did not have time to look back. The last of the thugs was already at his side, already striking a nasty sinistra with a quarter. Geralt parried at the last moment, statically, without a turn, with a quarter from Dextra. The thug, making use of the impetus of the parry, unwound like a spring and slashed from a half-turn, wide and hard. Too hard. Geralt was already spinning. The killer's blade, considerably heavier than the Witcher's, cut the air, and the thug had to follow the blow. The impetus caused him to turn. Geralt slipped out of the half-turn just beside him, very close. He saw his contorted face, his horrified eyes. He was angry. He struck, short but powerful and sure, right in the eyes. He heard Shani's terrified scream as she tried to pull herself free of Dandelion on the bridge leading to the charlatan's house. Ryance retreated into the depths of the lane, raising and spreading both arms in front of him, a magical light already beginning to exude from them. Geralt grasped his sword with both hands and without second thoughts ran towards him. The sorcerer's nerves could not take it. Without completing his spell, he began to run away, yelling incomprehensibly. But Geralt understood. He knew that Ryance was calling for help, begging for help. And help arrived. The little street blazed with a bright light, and on the dilapidated, sullied walls of a house flared the fiery oval of a portal. Ryance threw himself towards it. Geralt jumped. He was furious. Toublon Michelet groaned and curled up, clutching his riven belly. He felt the blood draining from him, flowing rapidly through his fingers. Not far from him lay Flavius. He had still been twitching a moment ago, but now he lay motionless. Toublon squeezed his eyelids shut, then opened them. But the owl sitting next to Flavius was clearly not a hallucination. It did not disappear. He groaned again and turned his head away. Some wench, a young one judging by her voice, was screaming hysterically.
"Let me go! There are wounded there! I've got to! I'm a medical student, Dandelion! Let me go, do you hear?"
"You can't help them," replied Dandelion in a dull voice. "Not after a witch's sword. Don't even go there. Don't look. I beg you, Shani, don't look." Toublon felt someone kneel next to him. He detected the scent of perfume and wet feathers. He heard a quiet, gentle, soothing voice. It was hard to make out the words. The annoying screams and sobs of the young wench interfered. Of that medical student. But if it was the medical student who was yelling, then who was kneeling next to him? Toublon groaned. "Be all right. Everything will be all right."
"The son of a bitch," he grunted. "Ryance. He told us. An ordinary fool. But it was a witcher. Help my guts."
Quiet, quiet, my son. Keep calm. It's all right. It doesn't hurt any more. Isn't that right? It doesn't hurt. Tell me who called you up here. Who introduced you to Ryance? Who recommended him? Who got you into this? Tell me, please, my son. And then everything will be all right. You'll see. It'll be all right. Tell me, please.
Toublon tasted blood in his mouth, but he did not have the strength to spit it out. His cheek pressing into the wet earth, he opened his mouth, and blood poured out. He no longer felt anything.
Tell me, the gentle voice kept repeating. Tell me, my son.
Toublon Michelet, professional murderer since the age of 14, closed his eyes and smiled a bloodied smile, and whispered what he knew. And when he opened his eyes, he saw a stiletto with a narrow blade and a tiny golden hilt. "Don't be frightened," said the gentle voice, as the point of the stiletto touched his temple. "This won't hurt." Indeed, it did not hurt. He caught up with the sorcerer at the last moment, just in front of the portal. Having already thrown his sword aside, his hands were free, and his fingers, extended in a leap, dug into the edge of Ryance's cloak. Ryance lost his balance. The tug had bent him backwards, forcing him to totter back. He struggled furiously, violently ripped the cloak from clasp to clasp, and freed himself. Too late. Geralt spun him round by hitting him in the shoulder with his right hand, then immediately struck him in the neck under the ear with his left. Ryance reeled, but did not fall. The Witcher, jumping softly, caught up with him and forcefully dug his fist under his ribs. The sorcerer moaned and drooped over the fist. Geralt grabbed him by the front of his doublet, spun him, and threw him to the ground. Pressed down by the witch's knee, Rialz extended his arm and opened his mouth to cast a spell. Geralt clenched his fist and thumped him from above, straight in the mouth. His lips split like blackcurrants. "You've already received a present from Yennefer," he uttered in a hoarse voice. "Now you're getting one from me." He struck once more. The sorcerer's head bounced up. Blood spurted onto the witch's forehead and cheeks. Geralt was slightly surprised. He had not felt any pain, but had, no doubt, been injured in the fight. It was his blood. He did not bother, nor did he have time to look for the wound and take care of it. He unclenched his fist and walloped Rialz once more. He was angry. "Who sent you? Who hired you?" Rialz spat blood at him. The Witcher struck him yet again. "Who?" The fiery oval of the portal flared more strongly. The light emanating from it flooded the entire lane. The Witcher felt the power throbbing from the oval, had felt it even before his medallion had begun to oscillate violently in warning. Rialz also felt the energy streaming from the portal, sensed help approaching. He yelled, struggling like an enormous fish. Geralt buried his knees in the sorcerer's chest, raised his arm, forming the sign of Ard with his fingers, and aimed at the flaming portal. It was a mistake. No one emerged from the portal. Only power radiated from it, and Rialz had taken the power. From the sorcerer's outstretched fingers grew 6-inch steel spikes. They dug into Geralt's chest and shoulder with an audible crack. Energy exploded from the spikes. The Witcher threw himself backwards in a convulsive leap. The shock was such that he felt and heard his teeth, clenched in pain, crunch and break, at least 2 of them. Rialz attempted to rise, but immediately collapsed to his knees again and began to struggle to the portal on all fours. Geralt, catching his breath with difficulty, drew a stiletto from his boot. The sorcerer looked back, sprung up and reeled. The Witcher was also reeling, but he was quicker. Rialz looked back again and screamed. Geralt gripped the knife. He was angry. Very angry. Something grabbed him from behind, overpowered him, immobilized him. The medallion on his neck pulsated acutely. The pain in his wounded shoulder throbbed spasmodically. Some 10 paces behind him stood Philippa Eilhart. From her raised arms emanated a dull light. 2 streaks, 2 rays. Both were touching his back, squeezing his arms with luminous pliers. He struggled in vain. He could not move from the spot. He could only watch as Rialz staggered up to the portal, which pulsated with a milky glow. Rialz, in no hurry, slowly stepped into the light of the portal, sank into it like a diver, blurred and disappeared. A second later, the oval went out, for a moment plunging the little street into impenetrable, dense, velvety blackness. Somewhere in the lanes, fighting cats yowled. Geralt looked at the blade of the sword he had picked up on his way towards the magician. "Why, Philippa? Why did you do it?" The magician took a step back. She was still holding the knife, which a moment earlier had penetrated Toublon Michelet's skull.
"Why are you asking? You know perfectly well."
"Yes," he agreed. "Now I know."
"You're wounded, Geralt. You can't feel the pain because you're intoxicated with the witch's elixir. But look how you're bleeding. Have you calmed down sufficiently for me to safely approach and take a look at you? Bloody hell, don't look at me like that, and don't come near me. One more step and I'll be forced to— Don't come near me, please. I don't want to hurt you, but if you come near— Philippa! Shouted Dandelion, still holding the weeping Shani. Have you gone mad?
No, said the Witcher with some effort. She's quite sane, and knows perfectly well what she's doing. She knew all along what she was doing. She took advantage of us, betrayed us, deceived— Calm down, repeated Philippa Eilhart. You won't understand, and you don't have to understand. I did what I had to do, and don't call me a traitor, because I did this precisely so as not to betray a cause which is greater than you can imagine. A great and important cause, so important that minor matters have to be sacrificed for it without second thoughts if faced with such a choice. Geralt, damn it, we're nattering and you're standing in a pool of blood. Calm down and let Shani and me take care of you. She's right, shouted Dandelion. You're wounded, damn it. Your wound has to be dressed, and we've got to get out of here. You can argue later. You and your great cause. The Witcher, ignoring the troubadour, staggered forward. Your great cause, Philippa, and your choice is a wounded man stabbed in cold blood once he told you what you wanted to know, but what I wasn't to find out. Your great cause is Rience, whom you allowed to escape so that he wouldn't by any chance reveal the name of his patron, so that he can go on murdering. Your great cause is those corpses which did not have to be. Sorry, I express myself poorly. They're not corpses, they're minor matters. I knew you wouldn't understand. Indeed, I don't. I never will. But I do know what it's about. Your great causes, your wars, your struggle to save the world. Your end, which justifies the means. Prick up your ears, Philippa. Can you hear those voices, that yowling? Those are cats fighting for a great cause, for indivisible mastery over a heap of rubbish. It's no joking matter. Blood is being spilled, and clumps of fur are flying. It's war. But I care incredibly little about either of these wars, the cat's or yours.
That's only what you imagine, hissed the magician. All this is going to start concerning you, and sooner than you think. You're standing before necessity and choice. You've got yourself mixed up in destiny, my dear, far more than you've bargained for. You thought you were taking a child, a little girl, into your care. You were wrong. You've taken in a flame which could at any moment set the world alight. Our world, yours, mine, that of the others. And you will have to choose, like I did, like Triss Merigold. Choose, as your Yennefer had to, because Yennefer has already chosen. Your destiny is in her hands, Witcher. You placed it in those hands yourself.
The Witcher staggered. Shani yelled and tore herself away from Dandelion. Geralt held her back with a gesture, stood upright and looked straight into the dark eyes of Philippa Eilhart. My destiny, he said with effort. My choice. I'll tell you, Philippa, what I've chosen. I won't allow you to involve Ciri in your dirty machinations. I am warning you. Whoever dares harm Ciri will end up like those four lying there. I won't swear an oath. I have nothing by which to swear. I simply warn you. You accused me of being a bad guardian, that I don't know how to protect the child. I will protect her, as best I can. I will kill. I will kill mercilessly.
I believe you, said the magician with a smile. I believe you will. But not today, Geralt. Not now, because in a minute you're going to faint from loss of blood. Shani, are you ready? No one is born a wizard. We still know too little about genetics and the mechanisms of heredity. We sacrifice too little time and means on research. Unfortunately, we constantly try to pass on inherited magical abilities in, so to say, a natural way. Results of these pseudo-experiments can be seen all too often in town gutters and within temple walls. We see too many of them, and too frequently come across morons and women in a catatonic state, dribbling seers who soil themselves, seeresses, village oracles and miracle workers, cretins whose minds are degenerate due to the inherited, uncontrolled force. These morons and cretins can also have offspring, can pass on abilities, and thus degenerate further. Is anyone in a position to foresee or describe how the last link in such a chain will look? Most of us wizards lose the ability to procreate due to somatic changes and dysfunction of the pituitary gland. Some wizards, usually women, attune to magic while still maintaining efficiency of the gonads. They can conceive and give birth, and have the audacity to consider this happiness and a blessing. But I repeat, no one is born a wizard, and no one should be born one. Conscious of the gravity of what I write, I answer the question posed at the Congress in Sedaris. I answer most emphatically. Each one of us must decide what she wants to be, a wizard or a mother. I demand
all apprentices be sterilized, without exception.
Tissaia de Vries, The Poisoned Sauce. Chapter 7.
I'm going to tell you something,
said Yola the Second suddenly, resting the basket of grain on her hip.
There's going to be a war. That's what the Duke's Grieve were going to fetch the cheeses said. A war?
Ciri shoved her hair back from her forehead.
With who? Nilfgaard? I didn't hear, the novice admitted. But the Grieve said our Duke had received orders from King Foltest himself. He's sending out a call to arms, and all the roads are swarming with soldiers. Oh dear, what's going to happen? If there's going to be a war, said Yennefer, then it'll most certainly be with Nilfgaard. Who else? Again. Oh gods, that's terrible. Aren't you exaggerating a bit about this war, Yola?
Ciri scattered some grains for the chickens and guinea hens crowding around them in a busy, noisy whirl.
Maybe it's only another raid on the Square Tile. Mother Nenneke asked the Grieve the same thing, declared Yola the Second. And the Grieve said that no, this time it wasn't about the squirrels. Castles and citadels have apparently been ordered to store supplies in case of a siege. But elves attack in forests. They don't lay siege to castles. The Grieve asked whether the temple could give more cheese and other things for the castle stores, and he demanded goose feathers. They need a lot of goose feathers, he said, for arrows, to shoot from bows, understand? Oh, gods, we're going to have masses of work. You'll see, we'll be up to our ears in work.
Not all of us, said Yennefer scathingly.
Some aren't going to get their little hands dirty. Some of us only work 2 days a week. They don't have any time for work because they are apparently studying witchery. But in actual fact, they're probably only idling or skipping around the park thrashing weeds with a stick. You know who I'm talking about, Ciri, don't you? Ciri will leave for the war, no doubt, giggled Yola the Second. After all, she is apparently the daughter of a knight, and herself a great warrior with a terrible sword. At last she'll be able to cut real heads off instead of nettles.
No, she is a powerful wizard.
Yennefer wrinkled her little nose. She's going to change all our enemies into field mice. Ciri, show us some amazing magic. Make yourself invisible, or make the carrots ripen quicker, or do something so that the chickens can feed themselves. Well, go on, don't make us ask. Cast a spell. Magic isn't for show, said Ciri angrily. Magic is not some street market trick. But of course, laughed the novice. Not for show, eh, Yola? It's exactly as if I were hearing that hag Yennefer talk. Ciri is getting more and more like her, appraised Yola, sniffing ostentatiously. She even smells like her. Huh, no doubt some magical scent made of mandrake or ambergris. Do you use magical scents, Ciri? No, I use soap, something you rarely use. Ooh-hoo! Yennefer twisted her lips. What sarcasm, what spite, and what airs! She never used to be like this, Yola the Second puffed up. She became like this when she started spending time with that witch. She sleeps with her, eats with her, doesn't leave her side. She's practically stopped attending lessons at the temple and no longer has a moment to spare for us. And we have to do all the work for her, both in the kitchen and in the garden. Look at her little hands, Yola, like a princess. That's the way it is, squeaked Ciri. Some have brains, so they get a book. Others are feather-brained, so they get a broom. And you only use a broom for flying, don't you? Pathetic wizard. You're stupid. Stupid yourself. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Come on, Yola. Don't pay any attention to her. Sorceresses are not our sort of company. Of course they aren't, yelled Ciri, and threw the basket of grain on the ground. Chickens are your sort of company.
The novices turned up their noses and left, passing through the horde of cackling fowl. Ciri cursed loudly, repeating a favourite saying of Vesemir's, which she did not entirely understand. Then she added a few words she had heard Yarp and Zigrin use, the meanings of which were a total mystery to her. With a kick, she dispersed the chickens, swarming towards the scattered grain, picked up the basket, turned it upside down, then twirled in a witch's pirouette, and threw the basket like a discus over the reed roof of the henhouse. She turned on her heel and set off through the temple park at a run. She ran lightly, skillfully controlling her breath. At every other tree she passed, she made an agile half-turn leap, marking slashes with an imaginary sword, and immediately following them with dodges and feints she had learned. She jumped deftly over the fence, landing surely and softly on bent knees. "Jara!" she shouted, turning her head up towards a window gaping in the stone wall of the tower. "Jara, are you there? Hey, it's me!"
Ciri? The boy leaned out. What are you doing here? Can I come up and see you? Now? Well, all right then. Please do. She flew up the stairs like a hurricane, catching the novice unexpectedly, just as, with his back turned, he was quickly adjusting his clothes and hiding some parchments on the table under other parchments. Jara ran his fingers through his hair, cleared his throat, and bowed awkwardly. Ciri slipped her thumbs into her belt and tossed her ashen fringe. What's this war everybody's talking about? She fired. I want to know. Please, have a seat. She cast her eyes around the chamber. There were 4 large tables, piled with large books and scrolls. There was only 1 chair, also piled high. War, mumbled Jara. Yes, I've heard those rumours. Are you interested in it? You? No, don't sit on the table, please. I've only just got all the documents in order. Sit on the chair. Just a moment. Wait, I'll take those books. Does Lady Yennefer know you're here? No. Or Mother Nenneke? Ciri pulled a face. She knew what he meant. The 16-year-old Jara was the High Priestess's ward, being prepared by her to be a cleric and chronicler. He lived in Ellender, where he worked as a scribe at the municipal tribunal, but he spent more time in Melitala's sanctuary than in the town, studying, copying, and illuminating volumes in the temple library for whole days and sometimes even nights. Ciri had never heard it from Nenneke's lips, but it was well known that the High Priestess absolutely did not want Jara to hang around her young novices, and vice versa. But the novices, however, did sneak keen glances at the boy, and chatted freely, discussing the various possibilities presented by the presence on the temple grounds of something which wore trousers. Ciri was amazed, because Jara was the exact opposite of everything which, in her eyes, should represent an attractive male. In Sintra, as she remembered, an attractive man was one whose head reached the ceiling, whose shoulders were as broad as a doorway, who swore like a dwarf, roared like a buffalo, and stank at 30 paces of horses' sweat and beer, regardless of what time of day or night it was. Men who did not correspond to this description were not recognized by Queen Calanthe's chambermaids as worthy of sighs and gossip. Ciri had also seen a number of different men, the wise and gentle druids of Angren, the tall and gloomy settlers of Sodden, the witches of Kaer Morhen. Jara was different. He was as skinny as a stick insect, ungainly, wore clothes which were too large, and smelled of ink and dust, always had greasy hair, and on his chin, instead of stubble, there were 7 or 8 long hairs, about half of which sprang from a large wart. Truly, Ciri did not understand why she was so drawn to Jara's tower. She enjoyed talking to him. The boy knew a great deal, and she could learn much from him. But recently, when he looked at her, his eyes had a strange, dazed and cloying expression. Well? She grew impatient. Are you going to tell me or not? There's nothing to say. There isn't going to be any war. It's all gossip. Aha, she snorted. And so the Duke is sending out a call to arms just for fun. The army is marching the highways out of boredom. Don't twist things, Jara. You visit the town and castle. You must know something. Why don't you ask Lady Yennefer about it? Lady Yennefer has more important things to worry about. Ciri spat, but then immediately had second thoughts, smiled pleasantly, and fluttered her eyelashes. Oh, Jara, tell me, please. You're so clever. You can talk so beautifully and learnedly. I could listen to you for hours. Please, Jara? The boy turned red, and his eyes grew unfocused and bleary. Ciri sighed surreptitiously. Jara shuffled from foot to foot and moved his arms undecidedly, evidently not knowing what to do with them. What can I tell you? It's true. People are gossiping in town, all excited by the events in Dol Angra. But there isn't going to be a war, that's for sure. You can believe me. Of course I can, she snorted. But I'd rather know what you base this certainty on. You don't sit on the Duke's council, as far as I know, and if you were made a voivode yesterday, then do tell me about it. I'll congratulate you. I study historical treatises. Jara turned crimson, and one can learn more from them than sitting on a council. I've read The History of War by Marshal Pellegrim, Duke de Ruyter's Strategy, Bronibor's The Victorious Deeds of Redania's Gallant Cavalryman, and I know enough about the present political situation to be able to draw conclusions through analogy.
Do you know what an analogy is?
Of course, lied Ciri, picking a blade of grass from the buckle of her shoe. If the history of past wars, the boy stared at the ceiling, were to be laid over present political geography, it is easy to gauge that minor border incidents, such as the one in Dol Angar, are fortuitous and insignificant. You, as a student of magic, must no doubt be acquainted with the present political geography.
Ciri did not reply. Lost in thought, she skimmed through the parchments lying on the table and turned a few pages of the huge leather-bound volume.
Leave that alone! Don't touch it! Jara was worried. It's an exceptionally valuable and unique work. I'm not going to eat it. Your hands are dirty. They're cleaner than yours. Listen, do you have any maps here? I do, but they're hidden in the chest, said the boy quickly.
But seeing Ciri pull a face, he sighed, pushed the scrolls of parchment off the chest, lifted the lid, and started to rummage through the contents. Ciri, wriggling in the chair and swinging her legs, carried on flicking through the book. From between the pages suddenly slipped a loose page with a picture of a woman, completely naked, with her hair curled into ringlets, entangled in an embrace with a completely naked bearded man. Her tongue sticking out, the girl spent a long time turning the etching around, unable to make out which way up it should be. She finally spotted the most important detail in the picture and giggled. Jara, walking up with an enormous scroll under his arm, blushed violently, took the etching from her without a word, and hid it under the papers strewn across the table. An exceptionally valuable and unique work, she jibed. Are those the analogies you're studying? Are there any more pictures like that in there? Interesting. The book is called Healing and Curing. I'd like to know what diseases are cured that way. You can read the first runes. The boy was surprised and cleared his throat with embarrassment. I didn't know. There's still a lot you don't know. She turned up her nose. And what do you think? I'm not just some novice feeding hens for eggs. I am a wizard. Well, go on, show me that map. They both knelt on the floor, holding down the stiff sheet, which was stubbornly trying to roll up again, with their hands and knees. Ciri finally weighed down one corner with a chair leg, and Jara pressed another down with a hefty book entitled The Life and Deeds of Great King Radovid. This map is so unclear. I can't make head or tail of it. Where are we? Where is Elendar? Here. He pointed. Here's Temeria, this space. Here's Vachimir, our King Foltest's capital. Here, in Pontar Valley, lies the Duchy of Elendar, and here, yes, here is our temple. And what's this lake? There aren't any lakes around here. That isn't a lake, it's an ink blot. Ah, and here. This is Sintra. Is that right? Yes, south of Trans River and Sodden. This way, here, flows the river Yaruga, flowing into the sea right at Sintra. That country, I don't know if you know, is now dominated by the Nilfgaardians. I do know. She cut him short, clenching her fist. I know very well. And where is this Nilfgaard? I can't see a country like that here. Doesn't it fit on this map of yours, or what? Get me a bigger one. Jara scratched the wart on his chin. I don't have any maps like that. But I do know that Nilfgaard is somewhere further towards the south. There. More or less there. I think. So far. Ciri was surprised, her eyes fixed on the place on the floor which he indicated. They've come all the way from there, and on the way conquered those other countries. Yes, that's true. They conquered Metina, Mecht, Nazair, Ebbing, all the kingdoms south of the Amel Mountains. Those kingdoms, like Sintra and Upper Sodden, the Nilfgaardians now call the provinces. But they didn't manage to dominate Lower Sodden, Verden and Brugge. Here, on the Yaruga, the armies of the four kingdoms held them back, defeating them in battle. I know, I studied history. Ciri slapped the map with her open palm. Well, Jara, tell me about the war. We're kneeling on political geography. Draw conclusions through analogy and through anything you like. I'm all ears. The boy blushed, then started to explain, pointing to the appropriate regions on the map with the tip of a quill. At present, the border between us and the south, dominated by Nilfgaard, is demarcated, as you can see, by the Yaruga River. It constitutes an obstacle which is practically insurmountable. It hardly ever freezes over, and during the rainy season it can carry so much water that its bed is almost a mile wide.
For a long stretch here, it flows between precipitous, inaccessible banks, between the rocks of Mahakam. The land of dwarves and gnomes. Yes, and so the Yaruga can only be crossed here, in its lower reaches, in Sodden, and here, in its middle reaches, in the valley of Dol Angra. And it was exactly in Dol Angra that incident? Wait, I'm just explaining to you that, at the moment, no army could cross the Yaruga River. Both accessible valleys, those along which armies have marched for centuries, are very heavily manned and defended, both by us and by Nilfgaard. Look at the map. Look how many strongholds there are. See, here is Verden, here is Brugger, here the Isles of Skellige. And this, what is this? This huge white mark?
Jara moved closer. She felt the warmth of his knee.
Brokilon Forest, he said, is forbidden territory. The kingdom of forest dryads. Brokilon also defends our flank. The dryads won't let anyone pass. The Nilfgaardians either. Ciri leaned over the map. Here is Edirn, and the town of Vengerberg. Jara, stop that immediately.
The boy abruptly pulled his lips away from her hair and went as red as a beetroot.
I do not wish you to do that to me. Ciri, I came to you with a serious matter. As a wizard to a scholar,
she said icily and with dignity, in a tone of voice which exactly copied that of Yennefer.
So behave.
The scholar blushed an even deeper shade, and had such a stupid expression on his face that the wizard could barely keep herself from laughing. He leaned over the map once more.
All this geography of yours, she continued, hasn't led to anything yet. You're telling me about the Yaruga River, but the Nilfgaardians have, after all, already crossed to the other side once. What's stopping them now?
That time, hawked Jara, wiping the sweat which had all of a sudden appeared on his brow.
They only had Brugger, Sodden and Temeria against them. Now we're united in an alliance, like at the Battle of Sodden. The four kingdoms, Temeria, Redania, Edirn and Kaedwen. Kaedwen, said Ciri proudly. Yes, I know what that alliance is based on. King Henselt of Kaedwen offers special secret aid to King Demavend of Edirn. That aid is transported in barrels, and when King Demavend suspects someone of being a traitor, he puts stones in the barrels, sets a trap.
She broke off, recalling that Geralt had forbidden her to mention the events in Kaedwen. Jara stared at her suspiciously.
Is that so? And how can you know all that? I read about it in a book written by Marshal Pelican, she snorted, and in other analogies. Tell me what happened in Dol Angren, or whatever it's called. But first, show me where it is. Here, Dol Angra is a wide valley, a route leading from the south to the kingdoms of Lyria and Rivia, to Edirn, and further to Dol Blatanar and Kaedwen, and through Pontar Valley to us, to Temeria. And what happened there? There was fighting, apparently. I don't know much about it, but that's what they're saying at the castle. If there was fighting, frowned Ciri, there's a war already. So, what are you talking about? It's not the first time there's been fighting, clarified Jara, but the girl saw that he was less and less sure of himself. Incidents at the border are very frequent, but they're insignificant. And how come? The forces are balanced. Neither we nor the Nilfgaardians can do anything, and neither of the sides can give their opponent a casus belli. Give what? A reason for war. Understand? That's why the armed incidents in Dol Angra are most certainly fortuitous matters, probably attacks by brigands or skirmishes with smugglers. In no way can they be the work of regular armies, neither ours nor those of Nilfgaard, because that would be precisely a casus belli. Aha. Jara, tell me.
She broke off. She raised her head abruptly, quickly touched her temples with her fingers and frowned.
I've got to go, she said. Lady Yennefer is calling me. You can hear her. The boy was intrigued. At a distance? How? I've got to go, she repeated, getting to her feet and brushing the dust off her knees. Listen, Jara, I'm leaving with Lady Yennefer on some very important matters. I don't know when we'll be back. I warn you, they are secret matters which concern only wizards, so don't ask any questions.
Jara also stood up. He adjusted his clothing, but still did not know what to do with his hands. His eyes glazed over sickeningly.
Ciri? What? I don't know what you're talking about, she said impatiently, glaring at him with her huge emerald eyes. Nor do you, obviously. I'm off. Take care, Jara. Goodbye, Ciri. Have a safe journey. I'll be thinking of you.
Ciri sighed.
I'm here, Lady Yennefer.
She flew into the chamber like a shot from a catapult, and the door thumped open, slamming against the wall. She could have broken her legs on the stool standing in her way, but Ciri jumped over it deftly, gracefully executed a half pirouette, feigning the slash of a sword, and joyfully laughed at her successful trick. Despite running briskly, she did not pant, but breathed evenly and calmly. She had mastered breath control to perfection.
I'm here, she repeated. At last. Get undressed and into the tub, quick.
The enchantress did not look round, did not turn away from the table, looked at Ciri in the mirror. Slowly, she combed her damp black curls, which straightened under the pressure of the comb, only to spring back a moment later into shiny waves. The girl unbuckled her boots in a flash, kicked them off, freed herself of her clothes, and with a splash landed in the tub. Grabbing the soap, she started to energetically scrub her forearms. Yennefer sat motionless, staring at the window and toying with her comb. Ciri snorted, spluttered and spat because soap had got into her mouth. She tossed her head, wondering whether a spell existed which could make washing possible without water, soap, and wasting time. The magician put the comb aside, but, lost in thought, kept gazing through the window at the swarms of ravens and crows croaking horrifically as they flew east. On the table, next to the mirror and an impressive array of bottled cosmetics, lay several letters. Ciri knew that Yennefer had been waiting for them a long time, and that the day on which they were to leave the temple depended on her receiving these letters. In spite of what she had told Jara, the girl had no idea where and why they were leaving. But in those letters... Splashing with her left hand so as to mislead, she arranged the fingers of her right in a gesture, concentrated on a formula, fixed her eyes on the letters, and sent out an impulse. "Don't you even dare," said Yennefer, without turning around. "I thought—" She cleared her throat. "I thought one of them might be from Geralt. If it was, I'd have given it to you." The magician turned in her chair and sat facing her. "Are you going to be long washing?" "I finished." "Get up, please." Ciri obeyed. Yennefer smiled faintly. "Yes," she said. "You've finished with childhood. You've rounded out where necessary. Lower your hands. I'm not interested in your elbows. Well, well, don't blush. No false shyness. It's your body, the most natural thing in the world, and the fact that you're developing is just as natural. If your fate had turned out differently... If it weren't for the war, you'd have long been the wife of some duke or prince. You realize that, don't you? We've discussed matters concerning your gender often enough, and in enough detail for you to know that you're already a woman. Physiologically, that is to say. Surely you've not forgotten what we talked about?" "No, I haven't. When you visit Jara, I hope there aren't any problems with your memory either." Ciri lowered her eyes, but only momentarily. Yennefer did not smile. "Dry yourself and come here," she said coolly. "No splashing, please." Wrapped in a towel, Ciri sat down on the small chair at the magician's knees. Yennefer brushed the girl's hair, every now and again snipping off a disobedient wisp with a pair of scissors. "Are you angry with me?" asked the girl reluctantly. For going to the tower?" "No, but Nenneke doesn't like it. You know that." "But I don't care about Jara in the least." Ciri blushed a little. "I only—" "Exactly," muttered the enchantress. "You only. Don't play the child, because you're not one anymore. Let me remind you. That boy slobbers and stammers at the sight of you. Can't you see that?" "That's not my fault. What am I supposed to do?" Yennefer stopped combing Ciri's hair and measured her with a deep, violet gaze. "Don't toy with him. It's base." "But I'm not toying with him. I'm only talking to him." "I'd like to believe," the enchantress said, as she snipped her scissors, cutting yet another wisp of hair which would not allow itself to be styled for anything in the world, "that during these conversations you remember what I asked you." I remember. He's an intelligent and bright boy. One or two inadvertent words could lead him on the right track. to matters he should know nothing about. No one, absolutely no one, must find out who you are."
"I remember," repeated Ciri. "I haven't squealed a word to anyone. You can be sure of that. Tell me, is that why we have to leave so suddenly? Are you afraid that someone's going to find out I'm here? Is that why?"
"No, there are other reasons."
"Is it because there might be a war? Everybody's talking about another war. Everybody's talking about it, Lady Yennefer."
"Indeed," the magician confirmed coolly, snipping her scissors just above Ciri's ear. "It's a subject which belongs to the so-called interminable category. There's been talk about wars in the past, there is talk now, and there always will be. And not without reason. There have been wars, and there will be wars. Lower your head."
"Jara said that there's not going to be a war with Nilfgaard. He spoke of some sort of analogies. Showed me a map. I don't know what to think myself anymore. I don't know what these analogies are. Probably something terribly clever. Jara reads various learned books and knows it all, but I think
It interests me what you think, Ciri."
in Sintra, that time, Lady Yennefer, my grandmother was much cleverer than Jara. King Aist was clever too. He sailed the seas, saw everything, even a narwhal and sea serpent, and I bet he also saw many an analogy. And so what? Suddenly they appeared, the Nilfgaardians.
Ciri raised her head, and her voice stuck in her throat. Yennefer put her arms around her and hugged her tightly. "Unfortunately," she said quietly, "unfortunately you're right, my ugly one. If the ability to make use of experience and draw conclusions decided, we would have forgotten what war is a long time ago. But those whose goal is war have never been held back, nor will be, by experience or analogy."
So, it's true after all. There is going to be a war. Is that why we have to leave?
Let's not talk about it. Let's not worry too soon. Ciri sniffed.
"I've already seen a war," she whispered. "I don't want to see another. Never. I don't want to be alone again. I don't want to be frightened. I don't want to lose everything again, like that time. I don't want to lose Geralt. Or you, Lady Yennefer. I don't want to lose you. I want to stay with you, and him, always."
"You will." The magician's voice trembled a little.
"And I'm going to be with you, Ciri. Always, I promise you."
Ciri sniffed again. Yennefer coughed quietly, put down the scissors and comb, got to her feet, and crossed over to the window. The ravens were still croaking in their flight towards the mountains.
"When I arrived here,"
the lady magician suddenly said in her usual melodious, slightly mocking voice,
"when we first met, you didn't like me."
Ciri did not say anything.
"Our first meeting," she thought. "I remember. I was in the grotto with the other girls. Hrosvitha was showing us plants and herbs. Then Yola the First came in and whispered something in Hrosvitha's ear. The priestess grimaced with animosity, and Yola the First came up to me with a strange expression on her face. 'Get yourself together, Ciri,' she said, 'and go to the refectory, quick. Mother Nenneker's summoning you. Someone has arrived.' Strange, meaningful glances, excitement in her eyes, and whispers. 'Yennefer. Magician Yennefer. Quick, Ciri, hurry up. Mother Nenneker is waiting, and she is waiting.' I knew immediately, thought Ciri, that it was her. Because I'd seen her. I'd seen her the night before in my dream. Her. I didn't know her name then. She didn't say anything in my dream. She only looked at me, and behind her, in the darkness, I saw a closed door."
Ciri sighed. Yennefer turned, and the obsidian star on her neck glittered with 1,000 reflections. "You're right," admitted the girl seriously, looking straight into the magician's violet eyes. "I didn't like you." "Ciri," said Nenneker, "come closer. This is Lady Yennefer from Vengerberg, mistress of wizardry. Don't be frightened. Lady Yennefer knows who you are. You can trust her." The girl bowed, interlocking her palms in a gesture of full respect. The enchantress, rustling her long black dress, approached, took Ciri by the chin, and quite offhandedly lifted her head, turning it right and left. The girl felt anger and rebellion rising within her. She was not used to being treated this way, and at the same time she experienced a burning envy. Yennefer was very beautiful. Compared to the delicate, pale, and rather common comeliness of the priestesses and novices who Ciri saw every day, the magician glowed with a conscious, even demonstrative loveliness, emphasized and accentuated in every detail. Her raven-black locks cascading down her shoulders shone, reflected the light like the feathers of a peacock, curling and undulating with every move. Ciri suddenly felt ashamed of her grazed elbows, chapped hands, broken nails, her ashen, stringy hair. All of a sudden, she had an overwhelming desire to possess what Yennefer had, a beautiful exposed neck, and on it a lovely black velvet ribbon with a lovely glittering star, regular eyebrows accentuated with charcoal and long eyelashes, proud lips, and those 2 mounds which rose with every breath, hugged by black cloth and white lace. So, this is the famous surprise. The magician twisted her lips a little. Look me in the eyes, girl. Ciri shuddered and hunched her shoulders. No, she did not envy Yennefer that one thing, did not desire to have it or even look at it. Those eyes, violet, deep as a fathomless lake, strangely bright, dispassionate and malefic, terrifying. The magician turned towards the stout high priestess. The star on her neck flamed with reflections of the sun beaming through the window into the refectory. "Yes, Nenneke," she said, "there can be no doubt. One just has to look into those green eyes to know that there is something in her. High forehead, regular arch of the brows, eyes set attractively apart, narrow nose, long fingers, rare hair pigment, obvious elven blood, although there is not much of it in her. An elven great-grandfather or great-grandmother. Have I guessed correctly?" "I don't know her family tree," the high priestess replied calmly. "It didn't interest me." "Tall for her age," continued the magician, still appraising Ciri with her eyes. The girl was boiling over with fury and annoyance, struggling with an overpowering desire to scream defiantly, scream her lungs out, stamp her feet and run off to the park, on the way knocking over the vase on the table and slamming the door so as to make the plaster crumble from the ceiling. "Not badly developed." Yennefer did not take her eyes off her. "Has she suffered any infectious diseases in childhood?" No doubt you didn't ask her about that either. Has she been ill since she's been here?" "No." "Any migraines? Fainting? Inclination to catch cold? Painful periods?" "No. Only those dreams." "I know." Yennefer gathered the hair from her cheek. "He wrote about that. It appears from his letter that in Kaer Morhen they didn't try out any of their experiments on her. I would like to believe that's true." "It is. They gave her only natural stimulants." "Stimulants are never natural." The magician raised her voice. "Never. It is precisely the stimulants which may have aggravated her symptoms in... Damn it! I never suspected him of such irresponsibility." "Calm down." Nenneke looked at her coldly, and all of a sudden, somehow oddly without respect. "I said they were natural and absolutely safe. Forgive me, dear, but in this respect I am a greater authority than you. I know it is exceedingly difficult for you to accept someone else's authority, but in this case I am forced to inflict it on you, and let there be no more talk about it." "As you wish." Yennefer pursed her lips. "Well, come on, girl. We don't have much time. It would be a sin to waste it." Ciri could barely keep her hands from shaking. She swallowed hard and looked inquiringly at Nenneke. The high priestess was serious, as if sad, and the smile with which she answered the unspoken question was unpleasantly false. "You're going with Lady Yennefer now," she said. "Lady Yennefer is going to be looking after you for a while." Ciri bowed her head and clenched her teeth. "You are no doubt baffled," continued Nenneke, "that a mistress of wizardry is suddenly taking you into her care. But you are a reasonable girl, Ciri. You can guess why.
You have inherited certain attributes from your ancestors. You know what I am talking about. You used to come to me after those dreams, after the nocturnal disturbances in the dormitory. I couldn't help you, but Lady Yennefer, interrupted the magician, will do what is necessary. Let us go, girl. Go, nodded Nenneke, trying in vain to make her smile at least appear natural. Go, child. Remember, it is a great privilege to have someone like Lady Yennefer look after you. Don't bring shame on the temple and us, your mentors, and be obedient. I'll escape tonight. Ciri made up her mind. Back to Kaer Morhen. I'll steal a horse from the stables, and that's the last they'll see of me. I'll run away. Indeed you will, said the magician under her breath. I beg your pardon? The priestess raised her head. What did you say? Nothing. Nothing, smiled Yennefer. You just thought I did. Or maybe I thought I did. Just look at this ward of yours, Nenneke. Furious as a cat. Sparks in her eyes. Just wait and she'll hiss. And if she could flatten her ears, she would. A witcher girl. I'll have to take her firmly in hand, file her claws. Be more understanding. The High Priestess's features visibly hardened. Please be kind-hearted and understanding. She really is not who you take her to be. What do you mean by that? She's not your rival, Yennefer. For a moment, they measured each other with their eyes, the enchantress and the priestess, and Ciri felt the air quiver. A strange, terrible force between them, growing in strength. This lasted no more than a fraction of a second, after which the force disappeared, and Yennefer burst out laughing, light-heartedly and sweetly. I forgot, she said. Always on his side, aren't you, Nenneke? Always worrying about him, like the mother he never had. And you're always against him, smiled the priestess, bestowing him with strong feelings, as usual, and defending yourself as hard as you can not to call the feelings by their rightful name. Once again, Ciri felt fury rise up somewhere in the pit of her stomach, and her temples throbbed with spite and rebellion. She remembered how many times, and under what circumstances, she had heard that name, Yennefer, a name which caused unease, a name which was the symbol of some sinister secret. She guessed what that secret was. They're talking quite openly in front of me, without any restraint, she thought, feeling her hands start to shake with anger once more. They're not bothered about me at all, ignoring me completely, as if I were a child. They're talking about Geralt in front of me, in my presence, but they can't, because I am... Who? You, on the other hand, Nenneke, retorted the magician, are amusing yourself as usual, analysing other people's emotions, and on top of that, interpreting them to suit yourself. And putting my nose into other people's business? I didn't want to say that. Yennefer tossed her black locks, which gleamed and writhed like snakes. Thank you for doing so for me. And now let us change the subject, please, because the one we were discussing is exceptionally silly, disgraceful in front of our young pupil. And as for being understanding, as you ask, I will be. But kind-hearted, with that there might be a problem, because, after all, it is widely thought I don't possess any such organ. But we'll manage somehow. Isn't that right? Surprise. She smiled at Ciri, and, despite herself, despite her anger and annoyance, Ciri had to respond with a smile, because the enchantress's smile was unexpectedly pleasant, friendly and sincere, and very, very beautiful. She listened to Yennefer's speech with her back ostentatiously turned, pretending to bestow her full attention on the bumblebee buzzing in the flower of one of the hollyhocks growing by the temple wall. No one asked me about it, she mumbled. What didn't anybody ask you about? Ciri turned in a half-pirouette and furiously whacked the hollyhock with her fist. The bumblebee flew away, buzzing angrily and ominously. No one asked me whether I wanted you to teach me. Yennefer rested her fists on her hips. Her eyes flashed. What a coincidence!
she hissed.
Imagine that. No one asked me whether I wanted to teach you either. Besides, wanting has got nothing to do with it. I don't apprentice just anybody, and you, despite appearances, might still turn out to be a nobody. I was asked to check how things stand with you, to examine what is inside you, and how that could endanger you. And I, though not unreluctantly, agreed. But I haven't agreed yet.
The magician raised her arm and moved her hand. Ciri experienced a throbbing in her temples and a buzzing in her ears, as if she was swallowing, but much louder. She felt drowsy, and an overpowering weakness, tiredness, stiffened her neck and softened her knees. Yennefer lowered her hand, and the sensation instantly passed.
Listen to me carefully, Surprise, she said. I can easily cast a spell on you, hypnotize you, or put you in a trance. I can paralyze you, force you to drink an elixir, strip you naked, lay you out on the table and examine you for hours, taking breaks for meals while you lie there, looking at the ceiling, unable to move even your eyeballs. That is what I would do with just any snotty kid. I do not want to do that to you, because one can see at first glance that you are an intelligent and proud girl, that you have character. I don't want to put you or myself to shame. Not in front of Geralt, because he is the one who asked me to take care of your abilities, to help you deal with them. He asked you? Why? He never said anything to me. He never asked me. You keep going back to that, cut in the magician. No one asked for your opinion. No one took the trouble to check what you want or don't want. Could you have given cause for someone to consider you a contrary, stubborn, snotty kid whom it is not worth asking questions like that? But I'm going to take the risk, and I'm going to ask something no one has ever asked you. Will you allow yourself to be examined? And what will it involve? What are these tests? And why? I have already explained. If you haven't understood, that's too bad. I have no intention of polishing your perception or working on your intelligence. I can examine a sensible girl just as well as a stupid one. I'm not stupid, and I understood everything. All the better. But I'm not cut out to be a magician. I haven't got any abilities. I'm never going to be a magician, nor want to be one. I'm destined for Geralt. I'm destined to be a witcher. I'm only come here for a short period. I'm going back to Kaer Morhen soon. You are persistently staring at my neckline, said Yennefer icily, narrowing her violet eyes a little. Do you see anything unusual there, or is it just plain jealousy? That star, muttered Ciri. What's it made of? Those stones move and shine so strangely. They pulsate, smiled the magician. They are active diamonds, sunken in obsidian. Do you want to see them close up? Touch them? Yes. No. Ciri backed away and angrily tossed her head, trying to dispel the faint scent of lilac and gooseberries emanating from Yennefer. I don't. Why should I? I'm not interested. Not a bit. I'm a witcher. I haven't got any magical abilities. I'm not cut out to be a magician. Surely that's clear, because I'm... And anyway... The magician sat on the stone bench under the wall and concentrated on examining her fingernails. And anyway, concluded Ciri, I've got to think about it. Come here. Sit next to me. She obeyed. I've got to have time to think about it, she said hesitantly. Quite right. Yennefer nodded, still gazing at her nails. It is a serious matter. It needs to be thought over. Both said nothing for a while. The novices, strolling through the park, glanced at them with curiosity, whispered, giggled. Well? Well, what? Have you thought about it? Ciri leapt to her feet, snorted and stamped. I... she panted, unable to catch her breath from anger. Are you making fun of me? I need time. I need to think about it for longer, for a whole day, and night. Yennefer looked her in the eyes, and Ciri shriveled under the gaze. The saying goes, said the magician slowly, that the night brings solutions. But in your case, surprise, the only thing night can bring is yet another nightmare. You will wake up again, screaming and in pain, drenched in sweat. You will be frightened again. frightened of what you saw, frightened of what you won't be able to remember. And there will be no more sleep that night. There will be fear until dawn.
The girl shuddered, lowered her head.
Surprise.
Yennefer's voice changed imperceptibly.
Trust me.
The enchantress's shoulder was warm. The black velvet of her dress asked to be touched. The scent of lilac and gooseberries intoxicated delightfully. Her embrace calmed and soothed, relaxed, tempered excitement, stilled anger and rebellion.
You'll submit to the tests, Surprise.
I will, she answered, understanding that she did not really have to reply, because it was not a question.
I don't understand anything anymore, said Ciri. First you say I've got abilities because I've got those dreams, but you want to do tests and check. So how is it? Do I have abilities or don't I?
That question will be answered by the tests.
Tests, tests. She pulled a face. I haven't got any abilities, I tell you. I'd know if I had them, wouldn't I? Well, but if by some sheer chance I had abilities, what then?
There are two possibilities, the magician informed her with indifference as she opened the window.
Your abilities will either have to be extinguished, or you will have to learn how to control them. If you are gifted and want to, I can try to instill in you some elementary knowledge of magic. What does elementary mean?
Basic. They were alone in the large chamber next to the library, in an unoccupied side wing of the building, which Yennefer had allocated to the lady magician. Ciri knew that this chamber was used by guests. She knew that Geralt, whenever he visited the temple, stayed right here.
Are you going to want to teach me?
She sat on the bed and skimmed her hand over the damask eiderdown.
Are you going to want to take me away from here? I'm never going to leave with you. So I'll leave alone, said Yennefer coldly, untying the straps of her saddlebags. And I assure you, I'm not going to miss you. I did tell you that I'll educate you only if you decide you want to, and I can do so here on the spot. How long are you going to teach me for? As long as you want.
The magician leaned over, opened the chest of drawers, pulled out an old leather bag, a belt, 2 boots trimmed with fur, and a clay demijohn in a wicker basket. Ciri heard her curse under her breath while smiling, and saw her hide the finds back in the drawers. She guessed whose they were. Who had left them there?
What does that mean, as long as I want? She asked. If I get bored or don't like the work, we'll put an end to it. It's enough that you tell me or show me. Show you? How? Should we decide on educating you, I will demand absolute obedience. I repeat, absolute. If, on the other hand, you get tired of it, it will suffice for you to disobey. Then the lessons will instantly cease. Is that clear?
Ciri nodded and cast a fleeting glance of her green eyes at the magician.
Secondly,
continued Yennefer, unpacking her saddlebags,
I will demand absolute sincerity. You will not be allowed to hide anything from me, anything. So, if you feel you have had enough, it will suffice for you to lie, pretend, feign, or close in on yourself. If I ask you something, and you do not answer sincerely, that will also indicate an instant end to our lessons. Have you understood? Yes, muttered Ciri. And that sincerity, does that work both ways? Will I be able to ask you questions?
Yennefer looked at her, and her lips twisted strangely.
Of course, she answered after a while. That goes without saying. That will be the basis of the learning and protection I aim to give you. Sincerity works both ways. You are to ask me questions at any time, and I will answer sincerely. Any question. Any question. As of now? Yes, as of now. What is there between you and Geralt, Lady Yennefer?
Ciri almost fainted, horrified at her own impertinence, chilled by the silence which followed the question. The enchantress slowly approached her, placed her hands on her shoulders, looked her in the eyes from up close and deeply.
Longing,
she answered gravely.
Regret, hope, and fear. Yes,
I don't think I have omitted anything. Well, now we can get on with the tests, you little green-eyed viper. We will see if you're cut out for this, although after your question I would be very surprised if it turned out you aren't. Let's go, my ugly one. Ciri bridled. Why do you call me that? Yennefer smiled with the corners of her lips. I promised to be sincere. Ciri, annoyed, pulled herself up straight and wriggled in her hard chair, which, after many hours of sitting, hurt her backside. Nothing's going to come of it, she snarled, wiping her charcoal-smeared fingers on the table. After all this, nothing. Nothing works out for me. I'm not cut out to be a magician. I knew that right from the start, but you didn't want to listen to me. You didn't pay any attention. Yennefer raised her eyebrows. I didn't want to listen to you, you say? That's interesting. I usually devote my attention to every sentence uttered in my presence and noted in my memory. The one condition being that there be at least a little sense in the sentence. You're always mocking me. Ciri grated her teeth. And I just wanted to tell you, well, about these abilities. You see, in Kaer Morhen, in the mountains, I couldn't form a single Witcher sign, not one. I know. You know. I know. But that doesn't mean anything. How's that? Well, but that's not all. I'm listening in suspense. I'm not cut out for it. Can't you understand that? I'm too young. I was younger than you when I started, but I'm sure you weren't. What do you mean, girl? Stop stuttering. At least one full sentence, please. Because... Ciri lowered her head and blushed. Because Yola, Myra, Yrnid and Katya, when we were having dinner, laughed at me and said that witchcraft doesn't have access to me and that I'm not going to perform any magic because I'm a virgin. That means I know what it means, believe it or not, interrupted the magician. No doubt you'll see this as another spiteful piece of mockery, but I hate to tell you that you are talking a lot of rubbish. Let us get back to the test. I'm a virgin, repeated Ciri aggressively. Why the tests? Virgins can't do magic. I can't see a solution. Yennefer leaned back in her chair. So go out and lose your virginity if it gets in your way so much. But be quick about it, if you please. Are you making fun of me? You've noticed. The magician smiled faintly. Congratulations. You've passed the preliminary test in perspicacity. And now for the real test. Concentrate, please. Look. There are 4 pine trees in this picture. Each one has a different number of branches. Draw a 5th to fit in with the other 4 and to fit in this space here. Pine trees are silly, decreed Ciri, sticking out her tongue and drawing a slightly crooked tree with her charcoal. And boring. I can't understand what pine trees have to do with magic. What? Lady Yennefer, you promised to answer my questions. Unfortunately, sighed the magician, picking up the sheet of paper and critically appraising the drawing. I think I'm going to regret that promise. What do pine trees have in common with magic? Nothing. But you've drawn it correctly and on time. In truth, excellent for a virgin. Are you laughing at me? No, I rarely laugh. I really need to have a good reason to laugh. Concentrate on the next page, surprise. There are rows of stars, circles, crosses and triangles drawn on it, a different number of each shape in each row. Think and answer. How many stars should there be in the last row? Stars are silly. How many? 3! Yennefer did not say anything for a long time. She stared at a detail on the carved wardrobe door, known only to her. The mischievous smile on Ciri's lips started slowly to disappear, until finally it disappeared altogether, without a trace. No doubt you were curious to learn, said the magician very slowly, not ceasing to admire the wardrobe. What would happen if you gave me a senseless and stupid reply? You thought, perhaps, that I might not notice, because I am not in the least interested in your answers. You thought wrongly. You believed, perhaps, that I would simply accept that you are stupid. You were wrong.
But if you are bored of being tested and wanted for a change to test me, well, that has clearly worked, hasn't it? Either way, this test is concluded. Return the paper. I'm sorry, Lady Yennefer. The girl lowered her head. There should, of course, be 1 star there. I'm very sorry. Please don't be angry with me. Look at me, Ciri. The girl raised her eyes, astonished, because for the first time the magician had called her by her name. Ciri, said Yennefer, know that, despite appearances, I get angry just as rarely as I laugh. You haven't made me angry, but in apologizing, you have proved I wasn't wrong about you. And now take the next sheet of paper. As you can see, there are 5 houses on it. Draw the 6th. Again? I really can't understand why. The 6th house. The Lady Magician's voice changed dangerously, and her eyes flashed with a violet glow. Here, in this space. Don't make me repeat myself, please.
After apples, pine trees, stars, fishes, and houses, came the turn of labyrinths, through which she had to quickly find a path, wavy lines, blots which looked like squashed cockroaches, and mosaics which made her go cross-eyed and set her head spinning. Then there was a shining ball on a piece of string, at which she had to stare for a long time. Staring at it was as dull as dishwater, and Ciri kept falling asleep. Yennefer, surprisingly, did not care, even though a few days earlier she had scolded her grimly for napping over one of the cockroach blots. Poring over the tests had made her neck and back ache, and day by day they grew more painful. She missed movement and fresh air, and, obliged to be sincere, she immediately told Yennefer. The magician took it easily, as if she had been expecting this for a long time. For the next 2 days, they both ran through the park, jumped over ditches and fences under the amused or pitying eyes of the priestesses and novices. They exercised and practiced their balance, walking along the top of the wall which encircled the orchard and farm buildings. Unlike the training in Kaer Morhen, though, the exercises with Yennefer were always accompanied by theory. The magician taught Ciri how to breathe, guiding the movement of her chest and diaphragm with strong pressure from her hand. She explained the rules of movement, how muscles and bones work, and demonstrated how to rest, release tension, and relax. During one such session of relaxation, stretched out on the grass and gazing at the sky, Ciri asked a question which was bothering her. Lady Yennefer, when are we finally going to finish the tests? Do they bore you so much? No, but I'd like to know whether I'm cut out to be a magician. You are. You know that already. I knew from the start. Few people can detect the activity of my star. Very few. You noticed it straight away. And the tests? Concluded. I already know what I wanted to know about you. But some of the tasks, they didn't work out very well. You said yourself that... Are you really sure? You're not mistaken? You're sure I have the ability? I'm sure. But, Ciri... The enchantress looked both amused and impatient. From the moment we lay down in the meadow, I have been talking to you without using my voice. It's called telepathy. Remember that. And as you no doubt noticed, it has not made our talking together any more difficult. Magic. Yennefer, her eyes fixed on the sky above the hills, rested her hands on the pommel of her saddle, is, in some people's opinion, the embodiment of chaos. It is a key capable of opening the forbidden door, the door behind which lurk nightmares, fear, and unimaginable horrors, behind which enemies hide and wait, destructive powers, the forces of pure evil, capable of annihilating not only the one who opens the door, but with them the entire world. And since there is no lack of those who try to open the door, someone, at some point, is going to make a mistake, and then the destruction of the world will be forejudged and inevitable. Magic is therefore the revenge and the weapon of chaos. The fact that, following the conjunction of the spheres, people have learned to use magic is the curse and undoing of the world, the undoing of mankind, and that's how it is, Ciri. Those who believe that magic is chaos are not mistaken. Spurred on by its mistress's heels, the magician's black stallion neighed lengthily and slowly made his way into the heather. Ciri hastened her horse, followed in Yennefer's tracks, and caught up with her. The heather reached to their stirrups. Magic, Yennefer continued after a while, is, in some people's opinion, art. Great, elitist art, capable of creating beautiful and extraordinary things. Magic is a talent granted to only a chosen few. Others, deprived of talent, can only look at the results of the artist's works with admiration and envy, can admire the finished work while feeling that without these creations and without this talent, the world would be a poorer place. The fact that following the conjunction of the spheres, some chosen few discovered talent and magic within themselves, the fact that they found art within themselves, is the blessing of beauty. And that's how it is. Those who believe that magic is art are also right. On the long bare hill, which protruded from the heath like the back of some lurking predator, lay an enormous boulder supported by a few smaller stones. The magician guided her horse in its direction without pausing her lecture. There are also those according to whom magic is a science. In order to master it, talent and innate ability alone are not enough. Years of keen study and arduous work are essential. Endurance and self-discipline are necessary. Magic acquired like this is knowledge, learning, the limits of which are constantly stretched by enlightened and vigorous minds, by experience, experiments, and practice. Magic acquired in such a way is progress. It is the plough, the loom, the watermill, the smelting furnace, the winch and the pulley. It is progress, evolution, change. It is constant movement, upwards, towards improvement, towards the stars. The fact that following the conjunction of the spheres we discovered magic will one day allow us to reach the stars. Dismount, Ciri. Yennefer approached the monolith, placed her palm on the coarse surface of the stone, and carefully brushed away the dust and dry leaves. Those who consider magic to be a science, she continued, are also right. Remember that, Ciri. And now come here to me. The girl swallowed and came closer. The enchantress put her arm around her. Remember, she repeated, magic is chaos, art, and science. It is a curse, a blessing, and progress. It all depends on who uses magic, how they use it, and to what purpose. And magic is everywhere, all around us, easily accessible. It is enough to stretch out one's hand. See? I'm stretching out my hand. The cromlech trembled perceptibly. Ciri heard a dull, distant noise and a rumble coming from within the earth. The heather undulated, flattened by the gale which suddenly gusted across the hill. The sky abruptly turned dark, covered with clouds scudding across it at incredible speed. The girl felt drops of rain on her face. She narrowed her eyes against the flash of lightning which suddenly flared across the horizon. She automatically huddled up to the enchantress, against her black hair, smelling of lilac and gooseberries. The earth which we tread, the fire which does not go out within it, the water from which all life is born, and without which life is not possible, the air we breathe. It is enough to stretch out one's hand to master them, to subjugate them. Magic is everywhere. It is in air, in water, in earth, and in fire. And it is behind the door which the conjunction of the spheres has closed on us. From there, from behind the closed door, magic sometimes extends its hand to us. For us. You know that, don't you? You have already felt the touch of that magic, the touch of the hand from behind that door. That touch filled you with fear. Such a touch fills everyone with fear, because there is chaos and order, good and evil in all of us. But it is possible and necessary to control it. This has to be learned, and you will learn it, Ciri. That is why I brought you here, to this stone which, from time immemorial, has stood at the crossing of veins of power, pulsating with force. Touch it. The boulder shook, vibrated, and with it the entire hill vibrated and shook.
Magic is extending its hand towards you, Ciri. To you, strange girl, surprise, child of the elder blood, the blood of elves. Strange girl, woven into movement and change, into annihilation and rebirth, destined and destiny. Magic extends its hand towards you from behind the closed door, towards you. A tiny grain of sand in the workings of the clock of fate. Chaos extends its talons towards you, still uncertain if you will be its tool or an obstacle in its design. That which Chaos shows you in your dreams is this very uncertainty. Chaos is afraid of you, child of destiny, but it wants you to be the one who feels fear. There was a flash of lightning and a long rumble of thunder. Ciri trembled with cold and dread. Chaos cannot show you what it really is, so it is showing you the future, showing you what is going to happen. It wants you to be afraid of the coming days, so that fear of what is going to happen to you and those closest to you will start to guide you, take you over completely. That is why Chaos is sending you those dreams. Now, you are going to show me what you see in your dreams, and you are going to be frightened. And then you will forget and master your fear. Look at my star, Ciri. Don't take your eyes from it.
A flash, a rumble of thunder.
Speak! I command you.
Blood. Yennefer's lips, cut and crushed, move silently, flow with blood. White rocks flitter past, seen from a gallop. A horse neighs, a leap, valley, abyss, screaming, flight, an endless flight. Abyss. In the depth of the abyss, smoke. Stairs leading down.
Something is coming to an end.
What?
Yennefer, Yennefer, child of the elder blood.
Yennefer's voice seems to come from somewhere afar, is dull, awakens echoes amidst the stone walls dripping with damp.
Elena Blath, speak!
The violet eyes shine, burn in the emaciated, shriveled face, blackened with suffering, veiled with a tempest of dishevelled, dirty black hair. Darkness, damp, stench, the excruciating cold of stone walls, the cold of iron on wrists, on ankles. Abyss. Smoke, stairs leading down, stairs down which she must go, must because something is coming to an end. Because Tedd Deread, the time of end, the time of the wolf's blizzard is approaching, the time of the white chill and white light. The lion cub must die, for reasons of state. Let's go, says Geralt. Down the stairs, we must. It must be so. There is no other way, only the stairs, down.
His lips are not moving. They are blue. Blood. Blood everywhere. The whole stairs in blood, mustn't slip. Because the Witcher trips just once. The flash of a blade, screams, death. Down, down the stairs. Smoke, fire, frantic galloping, hooves thundering, flames all around. Hold on, lion cub of Sintra! The black horse neighs, rears. Hold on! The black horse dances. In the slit of the helmet, adorned with the wings of a bird of prey, shine and burn, merciless eyes. A broad sword, reflecting the glow of the fire, falls with a hiss. Dodge, Ciri! Feign! Pirouette! Parry! Dodge! Dodge! Too slow! The blow blinds her with its flash. Shakes her whole body. The pain paralyzes her for a moment, dulls, deadens, and then suddenly explodes with a terrible strength, sinks its cruel, sharp fangs into her cheek, yanks, penetrates right through, radiates into the neck, the shoulders, chest, lungs. Ciri?
She felt the coarse, unpleasant, still coolness of stone on her back and head. She did not remember sitting down. Yennefer was kneeling next to her. Gently, but decisively, she straightened her fingers, pulled her hand away from her cheek. The cheek throbbed, pulsated with pain.
"Mama," groaned Ciri. "Mama, how it hurts! Mama!"
The magician touched her face. Her hand was as cold as ice. The pain stopped instantly.
"I saw,"
the girl whispered, closing her eyes.
"The things I saw in the dreams. A black knight, Geralt, and also you. I saw you, Lady Yennefer.
I know.
I saw you. I saw how—"
"Never more. You will never see that again. You won't dream about it any more. I will give you the force to push those nightmares away. That is why I have brought you here, Ciri, to show you that force. Tomorrow, I am going to start giving it to you." Long, arduous days followed, days of intensive study and exhausting work. Yennefer was firm, frequently stern, sometimes masterfully formidable, but she was never boring. Previously, Ciri could barely keep her eyes open in the temple school, and would sometimes even doze off during a lesson, lulled by the monotonous gentle voice of Nenneke, Yola the First, Hrosvitha, or some other teacher. With Yennefer, it was impossible, and not only because of the timbre of the lady magician's voice, and the short, sharply accentuated sentences she used. The most important element was the subject of her studies. The study of magic. Fascinating, exciting, and absorbing study. Ciri spent most of the day with Yennefer. She returned to the dormitory late at night, collapsed into bed like a log, and fell asleep immediately. The novices complained that she snored very loudly and tried to wake her. In vain. Ciri slept deeply, with no dreams. "Oh, gods!" Yennefer sighed in resignation, and, ruffling her black hair with both hands, lowered her head. "But it's so simple. If you can't master this move, what will happen with the harder ones?" Ciri turned away, mumbled something in a raspy voice, and massaged her stiff hand. The magician sighed once more. "Take another look at the etching. See how your fingers should be spread. Pay attention to the explanatory arrows and runes describing how the move should be performed. I've already looked at the drawing 1,000 times. I understand the runes. Vort, Chelme, Is Villowe. Away from oneself, slowly, down quickly. The hand, like this. And the little finger? It's impossible to position it like that without bending the ring finger at the same time. Give me your hand. Ouch! Not so loud, Ciri. Otherwise Nenneke will come running again, thinking that I'm skinning you alive or frying you in oil. Don't change the position of your fingers. And now perform the gesture. Turn the wrist. Good. Now shake the hand, relax the fingers, and repeat. No. Do you know what you did? If you were to cast a real spell like that, you'd be wearing your hand in splints for a month. Are your hands made of wood? My hand's trained to hold a sword. That's why. Nonsense. Geralt has been brandishing his sword for his whole life, and his fingers are agile and very gentle. Continue, my ugly one. Try again. See? It's enough to want to. It's enough to try. Once more. Good. Shake your hand. And once again. Good. Are you tired? A little. Let me massage your hand and arm. Ciri, why aren't you using the ointment I gave you? Your hands are as rough as crocodile skin. But what's this? A mark left by a ring, am I right? Was I imagining it, or did I forbid you to wear any jewellery? But I won the ring from Myra, playing spinning tops, and I only wore it for half a day. That's half a day too long. Don't wear it any more, please. I don't understand. Why aren't I allowed? You don't have to understand. the magician said, cutting her short, but there was no anger in her voice. I'm asking you not to wear any ornaments like that. Pin a flower in your hair if you want to. Weave a wreath for your hair. But no metal, no crystals, no stones. It's important, Ciri. When the time comes, I will explain why. For the time being, trust me and do as I ask. You wear your star, earrings and rings, and I'm not allowed. Is that because I'm a virgin? Ugly one. Yennefer smiled and stroked her on the head. Are you still obsessed with that? I have already explained to you that it doesn't matter whether you are or not in the least. Wash your hair tomorrow. It needs it, I see. Lady Yennefer? Yes? May I, as part of the sincerity you promised, may I ask you something? You may, but by all the gods, not about virginity, please. Ciri bit her lip and did not say anything for a long time. Too bad, sighed Yennefer. Let it be. Ask away. Because you see, Ciri blushed and licked her lips. The girls in the dormitory are always gossiping and telling all sorts of stories about Billatine's feast and others like that. And they say I'm a snotty kid, a child, because it's time. Lady Yennefer, how does it really work? How can one know that the time has come? To go to bed with a man? Ciri blushed a deep shade of crimson. She said nothing for a while, then raised her eyes and nodded. It's easy to tell, said Yennefer naturally. If you are beginning to think about it, then it's a sign the time has come. But I don't want to. It's not compulsory. You don't want to, then you don't. Oh. Ciri bit her lip again. And that, well, man. How can you tell it's the right one to go to bed with? If you have any choice at all. The enchantress twisted her lips in a smile. But don't have much experience. You first appraise the bed. Ciri's emerald eyes turned the shape and size of saucers. How's that? The bed? Precisely that. Those who don't have a bed at all, you eliminate on the spot. From those who remain, you eliminate the owners of any dirty or slovenly beds, and when only those who have clean and tidy beds remain, you choose the one you find most attractive. Unfortunately, the method is not 100% foolproof. You can make a terrible mistake. You're joking. No, I'm not joking, Ciri. As of tomorrow, you are going to sleep here with me. Bring your things. From what I hear, too much time is wasted in the novices' dormitory on gabbling, time which would be better spent resting and sleeping. After mastering the basic positions of the hands, the moves and gestures, Ciri began to learn spells and their formulae. The formulae were easier. Written in elder speech, which the girl already knew to perfection, they sank easily into her memory. Nor did she have any problems enunciating the frequently complicated intonations. Yennefer was clearly pleased, and from day to day was becoming more pleasant and sympathetic, more and more frequently taking breaks in the studies. Both gossiped and joked about any old thing. Both even began to amuse themselves by delicately poking fun at Nenneke, who often visited their lectures and exercises, bristling and puffed up like a brooding hen, ready to take Ciri under her protective wing, to protect and save her from the magician's imagined severity and the inhuman tortures of her education. Obeying instructions, Ciri moved to Yennefer's chamber. Now they were together not only by day, but also by night. Sometimes their studies would take place during the night. Certain moves, formulae, and spells could not be performed in daylight. The magician, pleased with the girl's progress, slowed the speed of her education. They had more free time. They spent their evenings reading books, together or separately. Ciri waded through Stammelford's Dialogues on the Nature of Magic, Giambattista's Forces of the Elements, and Richert and Monk's Natural Magic. She also flicked through, because she did not manage to read them in their entirety, such works as Jan Becker's The Invisible World and Agnes of Glanville's The Secret of Secrets. She dipped into the ancient yellowed Codex of Mirthe, Ad Ercane, and even the famous, terrible Du Dwimmermork, full of menacing etchings. She also reached for other books which had nothing to do with magic. She read The History of the World and A Treatise on Life. Nor did she leave out lighter works from the temple library. Blushing, she devoured Marquis Lacream's Gambles and Anna Tilla's The King's Ladies. She read The Adversities of Loving and Time of the Moon, collections of poems by the famous troubadour Dandelion. She shed tears over the ballads of S.C. Darwin, subtle, infused with mystery, and collected in a small, beautifully bound volume entitled The Blue Pearl. She made frequent use of her privilege to ask questions, and she received answers. More and more frequently, however, she was the one being questioned. In the beginning, it had seemed that Yennefer was not at all interested in her lot, in her childhood in Cintra, or the later events of war. But in time, her questions became more and more concrete. Ciri had to reply, and did so very unwillingly, because every question the magician asked opened a door in her memory which she had promised herself never to open, which she wanted to keep forever locked. Ever since she had met Geralt in Sodden, she had believed she had begun another life, that the other life, the one in Cintra, had been irrevocably wiped out. The witches in Kaer Morhen never asked her about anything, and, before coming to the temple, Geralt had even prevailed upon her not to say a word to anyone about who she was. Nenneke, who of course knew about everything, saw to it that to the other priestesses and the novices, Ciri was exceptionally ordinary, an illegitimate daughter of a knight and a peasant woman, a child for whom there had been no place either in her father's castle or her mother's cottage. Half of the novices in Melitele's temple were just such children. And Yennefer, too, knew the secret. She was the one who could be trusted. Yennefer asked about it, about Cintra. "How did you get out of the town, Ciri? How did you slip past the Nilfgaardians?" Ciri did not remember. Everything broke off, was lost in obscurity and smoke. She remembered the siege, saying goodbye to Queen Calanthe, her grandmother. She remembered the barons and knights, forcibly dragging her away from the bed, where the wounded, dying Lioness of Cintra lay. She remembered the frantic escape through flaming streets, bloody battle, and the horse falling. She remembered the black rider in a helmet adorned with the wings of a bird of prey. And nothing more. "I don't remember. I really don't remember, Lady Yennefer." Yennefer did not insist. She asked different questions. She did so gently and tactfully, and Ciri grew more and more at ease. Finally, she started to speak herself. Without waiting to be asked, she recounted her years as a child in Cintra and on the Isles of Skellige, about how she learned about the law of surprise, and that fate had decreed her to be the destiny of Geralt of Rivia, the white-haired witcher. She recalled the war, her exile in the forests of Transriver, her time among the druids of Angren, and the time spent in the country, how Geralt had found her there and taken her to Kaer Morhen, the Witch's Keep, thus opening a new chapter in her short life. One evening, of her own initiative, unasked, casually, joyfully, and embellishing a great deal, she told the enchantress about her first meeting with the Witcher in Brokilon Forest, amongst the dryads who had abducted her and wanted to force her to stay and become one of them. "Oh," said Yennefer on listening to the story, "I'd give a lot to see that. Geralt, I mean. I'm trying to imagine the expression on his face in Brokilon when he saw what sort of surprise destiny had concocted for him, because he must have had a wonderful expression when he found out who you were." Ciri giggled, and her emerald eyes lit up devilishly. "Oh, yes," she snorted. "What an expression! Do you want to see? I'll show you. Look at me." Yennefer burst out laughing. "That laughter," thought Ciri, watching swarms of black birds flying eastwards. "That laughter, shared and sincere, really brought us together, her and me. We understood, both she and I, that we can laugh and talk together about him, about Geralt. Suddenly we became close, although I knew perfectly well that Geralt both brought us together and separated us, and that's how it would always be. Our laughter together brought us closer to each other,
as did the events 2 days later, in the forest on the hills. She was showing me how to find... I don't understand why I have to look for these... I've forgotten what they're called again. Intersections, prompted Yennefer, picking off the burrs which had attached themselves to her sleeve as they crossed the scrubs. I'm showing you how to find them, because they're places from which you can draw the force. But I know how to draw the force already, and you taught me yourself that the force is everywhere. So why are we roaming around in the bushes? After all, there's a great deal of force in the temple. Yes, indeed. There is a fair amount there. That's exactly why the temple was built there, and not somewhere else. And that's why, on temple grounds, drawing it seems so easy to you. My legs hurt. Can we sit down for a while? All right, my ugly one. Lady Yennefer? Yes? Why do we always draw the force from water veins? Magical energy, after all, is everywhere. It's in the earth, isn't it? In air, in fire. True. And earth. Here, there's plenty of earth around here, under our feet. And air is everywhere. And should we want fire, it's enough to light a bonfire, and you are still too weak to draw energy from the earth. You still don't know enough to succeed in drawing anything from air. And as for fire, I absolutely forbid you to play with it. I've already told you, under no circumstances are you allowed to touch the energy of fire. Don't shout. I remember. They sat in silence on a fallen dry tree trunk, listening to the wind rustling in the treetops, listening to a woodpecker hammering away somewhere close by. Ciri was hungry, and her saliva was thick from thirst, but she knew that complaining would not get her anywhere. In the past, a month ago, Yennefer had reacted to such complaints with a dry lecture on how to control such primitive instincts. Later, she had ignored them in contemptuous silence. Protesting was just as useless and produced as few results as sulking over being called Ugly One. The magician plucked the last burr from her sleeve. She's going to ask me something in a moment, thought Ciri. I can hear her thinking about it. She's going to ask about something I don't remember again, or something I don't want to remember. No, it's senseless. I'm not going to answer. All of that is in the past, and there's no returning to the past. She once said so herself. Tell me about your parents, Ciri. I can't remember them, Lady Yennefer. Please try to. I really don't remember my papa, she said in a quiet voice, succumbing to the command. Except... practically nothing. My mamma, I do. She had long hair, like this. And she was always sad. I remember. No, I don't remember anything. Try to remember, please. I can't. Look at my star. Seagulls screamed, diving down between the fishing boats where they caught scourings and tiny fish emptied from the crates. The wind gently fluttered the lowered sails of the dracars, and smoke, quelled by drizzle, floated above the landing stage. Triremes from Sintra were sailing into the port, golden lions glistening on blue flags. Uncle Krach, who was standing next to her with his hand, as large as the paw of a grizzly bear, on her shoulder, suddenly fell to one knee. Warriors, standing in rows, rhythmically struck their shields with their swords. Along the gangplank towards them came Queen Calanthe, her grandmother, she who was officially called Ardrena, the highest queen on the Isles of Skellige. But Uncle Krach and Crate, the Earl of Skellige, still kneeling with bowed head, greeted the Lioness of Sintra with a title which was less official, but considered by the islanders to be more venerable. Heal, Modern. Princess, said Calanthe, in a cold and authoritative voice, without so much as a glance at the Earl. Come here to me, Ciri. Her grandmother's hand was as strong and hard as a man's, her rings cold as ice. Where is East? The king, stammered Krach, is at sea, Modron. He is looking for the remains, and the bodies, since yesterday. Why did he let them? Shouted the Queen. How could he allow it? How could you allow it, Krach? You're the Earl of Skellige. No drakkar is allowed to go out to sea without your permission. Why did you allow it, Krach? Uncle Krach bowed his head even lower. Horses, said Calanthe. We're going to the fort, and tomorrow at dawn I am setting sail. I am taking the princess to Cintra. I will never allow her to return here, and you have a huge debt to repay me, Crach. One day I will demand repayment.
I know, Modron.
If I do not claim it, she will do so.
Calanthe looked at Ciri.
You will repay the debt to her, Earl.
You know how.
Crach an Crate got to his feet, straightened himself, and the features of his weather-beaten face hardened. With a swift move, he drew from its sheath a simple steel sword, devoid of ornaments, and pulled at the sleeve of his left arm, marked with thickened white scars.
Without the dramatic gestures, snorted the Queen. Save your blood. I said, one day. Remember. Ein meglediev, zvir e blodjish, Ardriner, Leonard of Cintra.
Crach an Crate, the Earl of the Isles of Skellige, raised his arms and shook his sword. The warriors roared hoarsely and beat their weapons against their shields.
I accept your oath. Lead the way to the fort, Earl.
Ciri remembered King Aest's return, his stony, pale face, and the Queen's silence. She remembered the gloomy, horrible feast at which the wild, bearded sea-wolves of Skellige slowly got drunk in terrifying silence. She remembered the whispers. Gish Muir. Gish Muir. She remembered the trickles of dark beer poured onto the floor, the horns smashed against the stone walls of the hall in bursts of desperate, helpless, senseless anger.
Gish Muir. Pavetta.
Pavetta, the Princess of Cintra, and her husband, Prince Duny. Ciri's parents, perished, killed. Gish Muir, the curse of the sea, had killed them. They had been swallowed up by a tempest which no one had foreseen, a tempest which should not have broken out. Ciri turned her head away so that Yennefer would not see the tears swelling in her eyes.
Why all this? She thought. Why these questions, these recollections? There's no returning to the past. There's no one there for me any more. Not my papa, nor my mamma, nor my grandmother. The one who was Ardrina, the Lioness of Cintra. Uncle Crach an Crate, no doubt, is also dead. I haven't got anybody any more, and I'm someone else. There's no returning.
The magician remained silent, lost in thought. Is that when your dreams began? She asked suddenly.
No, Ciri reflected. No, not then. Not until later.
When? The girl wrinkled her nose.
In the summer. The one before... Because the following summer there was the war already.
Aha. That means the dreams started after you met Geralt in Bruggelon. She nodded.
I'm not going to answer the next question, she decided.
But Yennefer did not ask anything. She quickly got to her feet and looked at the sun.
Well, that's enough of this sitting around, my ugly one. It's getting late. Let's carry on looking. Keep your hand held loosely in front of you, and don't tense your fingers. Forward. Where am I to go? Which direction? It's all the same. The veins are everywhere. Almost. You're going to learn how to discover them, to find them in the open and recognize such spots. They are marked by trees which have dried up, gnarled plants, places avoided by all animals, except cats. Cats? Cats like sleeping and resting on intersections. There are many stories about magical animals, but really, apart from the dragon, the cat is the only creature which can absorb the force. No one knows why a cat absorbs it, and what it does with it. What's the matter? Oh, there, in that direction. I think there's something there, behind that tree. Ciri, don't fantasize. Intersections can only be sensed by standing over them. Interesting. Extraordinary, I'd say. Do you really feel the pull? Really? Let's go then. Interesting. Interesting. Well, located. Show me where. Here. On this spot. Well done. Excellent. So you feel delicate cramps in your ring finger. See how it bends downwards? Remember, that's the sign. May I draw on it? Wait, I'll check. Lady Yennefer, how does it work with this drawing of the force? If I gather force into myself, then there might not be enough left down below. Is it right to do that? Mother Nenneker taught us that we mustn't take anything just like that for the fun of it. Even the cherry has to be left on its tree for the birds, so that it can simply fall. Yennefer put her arm around Ciri, kissed her gently on the hair at her temple. I wish, she muttered, others could hear what you said. Vilgefortz, Francesca, Terra Nova. Those who believe they have exclusive right to the Force and can use it unreservedly. I wish they could listen to the little, wise, ugly one from Melitila's temple. Don't worry, Ciri. It's a good thing you're thinking about it. But believe me, there is enough force. It won't run out. It's as if you picked one single little cherry from a huge orchard. Can I draw on it now? Wait. Oh, it's a devilishly strong pocket. It's pulsating violently. Be careful, ugly one. Draw on it carefully and very, very slowly. I'm not frightened. I'm a witcher. Ha! I feel it. I feel... Ouch! Lady Yennefer! Damn it, I warned you. I told you. Head up. Up, I say. Take this and put it to your nose or you'll be covered in blood. Calmly. Calmly, little one. Just don't faint. I'm beside you. I'm beside you. Daughter. Hold the handkerchief. I'll just conjure up some ice.
There was a great fuss about that small amount of blood. Yennefer and Nenneker did not talk to each other for a week. For a week, Ciri lazed around, read books, and got bored because the magician had put her studies on hold. The girl did not see her for entire days. Yennefer disappeared somewhere at dawn, returned in the evening, looked at her strangely, and was oddly taciturn. After a week, Ciri had had enough. In the evening, when the enchantress returned, she went up to her without a word and hugged her hard. Yennefer was silent for a very long time. She did not have to speak. Her fingers, clasping the girl's shoulders tightly, spoke for her. The following day, the High Priestess and the Lady Magician made up, having talked for several hours. And then, to Ciri's great joy, everything returned to normal. Look into my eyes, Ciri. A tiny light. The formula, please. Eine Versios. Good. Look at my hand. The same move, and disperse the light in the air. Ein Eine. Excellent. And what gesture comes next? Yes, that's the one. Very good. Strengthen the gesture and draw. More. More. Don't stop. Ouch! Keep your back straight, arms by your side, hands loose, no unnecessary moves with your fingers. Every move can multiply the effect. Do you want a fire to burst out here? Strengthen it. What are you waiting for? Ouch! No, I can't. Relax and stop shaking. Draw. What are you doing? There, that's better. Don't weaken your will. That's too fast. You're hyperventilating, unnecessarily getting hot. Slower, ugly one. Calmer. I know it's unpleasant. You'll get used to it. It hurts. My belly. Down here. You're a woman. It's a typical reaction. Over time, you'll harden yourself against it. But in order to harden yourself, you have to practice without any painkillers blocking you. It really is necessary, Ciri. Don't be afraid of anything. I'm alert and screening you. Nothing can happen to you. But you have to endure the pain. Breathe calmly. Concentrate. The gesture, please. Perfect. And take the force, draw it, pull it in. Good, good. Just a bit more. Oh, ouch!
There, you see? You can do it if you want to. Now watch my hand, carefully. Perform the same movement. Fingers! Fingers, Ciri. Look at my hand, not the ceiling. Now, that's good. Yes, very good. Tie it up. And now turn it around, reverse the move, and now issue the force in the form of a stronger light. Stop moaning. Control yourself. It's just cramp. It'll stop in a moment. Fingers wider. Extinguish it. Give it back. Give it back from yourself. Slower, damn it, or your blood vessels will burst again. Eek! Too abrupt, ugly one. Still too abrupt. I know the force is bursting out, but you have to learn to control it. You mustn't allow outbursts like the one a moment ago. If I hadn't insulated you, you would have caused havoc here. Now, once more. We're starting right from the beginning. Move and formula. No, not again, I can't. Breathe slowly and stop shaking. It's plain hysteria this time, you don't fool me. Control yourself, concentrate and begin. No, please, Lady Yennefer. It hurts. I feel sick. Just no tears, Ciri. There's no sight more nauseating than a magician crying. Nothing arouses greater pity. Remember that. Never forget that. One more time, from the beginning. Spell and gesture. No, this time without copying me. You're going to do it by yourself. So, use your memory. Eine Versios. Eine in eine. Ouch! No, too fast. Magic, like a spiked iron arrow, lodged in her, wounded her deeply. Hurt with a strange sort of pain, oddly associated with bliss. To relax, they